Deuterium Depletion Summit 2021. I'm your host, Victor Sagalovsky. We're going to kick it off this morning with Robert Slovak in the first half hour, and then I'll be speaking. And of course, you can check your schedule for all the speakers throughout the day. Welcome. And let's see if Robert's there. Not yet. Deuterium Depletion Summit 2021. I'm your host, Victor Sagalovsky. We're going to kick it off this morning with Robert Slovak in the first half hour, and then I'll be check your schedule for all the speakers. What's that? Today. Welcome. And, oh, so that's why I need headphones. Not yet. Deuterium Depletion Summit 2021. I'm your host, Victor Sagalovsky. How about now? What's that? I'll just mute myself. Where's Robert? Oh, so that's why I need headphones. Off to a slow start this morning at the Deuterium Depletion Summit. Waiting for our first speaker to come to us live from Los Angeles. Coming up first. After a slow start this morning, the Deuterium Depletion Summit. Waiting for our first speaker to come to us live from Los Angeles. Coming up first. Waiting for our first speaker to join the room. Just minutes away. Waiting for our first speaker to join the room. Just minutes away. Well, while we wait for Robert, we can review who the speakers will be for today. Of course, Robert hits it off as soon as he comes in. Then we have myself. I'm going to talk about the history and a little bit of the history and a bit about the future of deuterium depletion. Then we have Dr. Abdullah Olgun after me, Anton Chernopiatko after him at 11 a.m. Petra Dorfsman will be with us over the lunch hour of 12 to 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And then Dr. Laszlo Boros will be with us from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Stephanie Seneff from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. And Thomas Seyfried, Dr. Thomas Seyfried from 3 to 4 p.m. Tyler Barron from the Molecular Hydrogen Institute from 4 to 5. And then from 5 to 6 p.m. tonight, we'll have Dr. Chris Shade from Quicksilver Scientific. And then we're going to play our roundtable discussion. Because of time zones, we couldn't do it live today, so we pre-recorded it a couple weeks ago. And this is a great discussion between all the speakers. And it's 2 hours. It's going to go from 6 to 8 p.m. Certainly, you don't have to be here all day. You can catch this in snippets as you need. It's all recorded. Oh, we're waiting for our first speaker, Robert Slovak. Great discussion between all the speakers. And Welcome, Robert. Are you there with us?
Victor, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't see you.
Because this was, Victor, this was all set up perfect, but some last minute machinations threw me off.
Can we get a video
I've
from
seen
you?
it the whole time. And I need to share my screen. All those functions have been left.
Well, can you get some video? Sharing screen is easy. You just hit share screen on your Zoom feed, but
Yeah, there's no Zoom feed.
Can you get a video feed at all?
Not a video. And I need to share my screen. All those functions have been left.
Well, can you put your video on? Can you get some video?
There's nothing to choose. It's just me and
in the lower left-hand corner, it says audio and then video, play video,
no,
and then
no,
so
you're not providing that screen to me anymore. That was earlier. It's gone.
Well, that screen is somewhere there. It's not gone. It's on a different
Victor,
desktop of yours.
Victor, you've made me an attendee. I'm not a presenter.
1 second.
No, you're not providing that screen to me anymore. That was earlier. It's gone.
Okay, Robert, you're a panelist, so can we?
Victor, you've made me an attendee.
You're now a panelist, so we should be able to. Okay. Okay, Robert, you're a panelist, so can we? Robert, now you should be able to.
Yes. You realize this was all set up perfectly, and then somebody pushed the wrong button. I'm going to share screen and start, correct?
Can you just put your video on as well?
Okay, video is on.
All right, great. Great. So
like we had this done at 8:30, but somehow they put me on to an attendee accidentally, I believe. It's okay. Are we live?
We're live. We're here now. We're at the beginning of the Deuterium Depletion Summit 2021. We have Robert Slovak to kick us off. Stage is yours. Thank you, Robert.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you something. With this little snafu this morning, everyone, and I'm just going to have a sip of some 5 part per million deuterium depleted water just to kick off this day. That did it for me. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. But good morning, everyone. This is Robert Slovak, co-founder of Lightwater Scientific, welcoming hundreds of today's global attendees to our first Deuterium Depletion Summit. And I'm told there are upwards of 900 people awake and listening and hoping we give them some really exciting information. One, I thank you for joining what promises to be an enlightening day of information on the new health science of deuterium depletion, or as we now say, deutonomics, thanks to Dr. Boros, who will be one of today's key speakers. If you're at all concerned, and I suspect there's quite a few of you, that you haven't figured out what deuterium is yet, don't be concerned. I realize that we have a great diversity of attendees, everything from experts to the guy on the street. And I'm going to escort you through some gentle science so all of you can at least tell your friends about deuterium. I have, maybe I should have done this earlier, but I've asked the Almighty Creator to watch over today's summit during these challenging times. But maybe I'm a little late, so we got a little messed up with the screen sharing. So we do ask for guidance in overcoming the forces that cloud our path and the truth. Amen. I want to thank and acknowledge some people. So I'm proud to introduce our Lightwater team and those who made this event possible. First and foremost, and you've been listening to him, is my partner and Lightwater co-founder, Victor Segalovsky. And just for human interest, we started this adventure by flying to his country of birth, Russia, about 2 years ago to satisfy our mutual curiosity about the connection between deuterium and health. We've read a lot, we've paid a lot of attention, but we had to hear it firsthand from the world's experts. We didn't count on discovering such a paradigm shift. We were looking at it from not the right direction. And it has since shifted our beliefs about biology and animal physiology. Imagine me, a water scientist of 50 plus years, when I realized that water can now be considered a contaminant. And I've spent most of my life removing contaminants from water and leaving the pristine behind. But there was one contaminant that I had overlooked. And that contaminant, as you will discover today, is called deuterium. During the months, be interesting, and maybe some of you find yourself in this position, but during the months before we left for Russia, when there were conferences to attend and real colleagues to talk to, I was frequently asked what I'm up to. And I would say, I'm looking into depleting deuterium from the body. And I was never ready for the responses I got, because more than 98% of the time, it would be one of two things. They would go, what's deuterium? Or I heard the word probably in college, but I don't remember what it means. So that just reinforces my ideas and thoughts about the American science education. So I will, in just a few moments, I will make sure everyone acquires an understanding of what deuterium is before handing it over to today's Brainiac presenters. So let's back to acknowledging our Lightwater team. There's Victor, of course, and our quest to find out as much as we can and bring the biological and physiological benefits of deuterium depletion to our following. There's Michael and Karen Stevenson. They are husband and wife and our key working partners. There's Jeanette Sousa, who's our communications and media manager. And there's Mario Armenta, who keeps the warehouse buzzing and the DDW secure. But I want to make some special mention to our creative arts guru, whose images you'll see throughout today, and that's Karen Elkins. Please check out, if you want one of the surprises of your own careers and lives, please check out her Science to Sage digital magazine masterpieces. Like, wow. Another special mention and show of appreciation goes to Chris Shade. Probably many of you know Chris Shade and his world and his Quicksilver scientific genius. But I want to thank him especially in this summit, because he has allowed us to engage and use his world-class laboratory staff, who are performing the critical deuterium tests of both water and saliva samples. This is an instrumental part of the process of deuterium depletion and following how you're progressing. We have a new state-of-the-art LGR deuterium analyzer that can track anyone's progress in reducing their endogenous deuterium using DDW and other metabolic approaches. And of course, we can also, with this analyzer, test any water sample in the world, because we always hear people go, I have this water at my grandmother's house up in northern Canada, and it's so good, and it makes me feel so good, it has to be deuterium depleted. So those people sometimes send us samples and we test it out, and rarely do we find any correlation, because deuterium depleted water is so rare, a commodity. Oh, excuse my camera. I also want to thank our amazing lineup of presenters who are featured on the Summit website speaker section. Please familiarize yourself with how instrumental they are to this subject, both historically and in the unveiling of new research moving forward. Then finally, special mention to one of the most popular health podcasters, Luke Story. He was one of the first guys to recognize DDW with his 2018, I guess it was part of a podcast or an article he wrote. He's a health journalist, very popular, very well known. He wrote something that really caught our eye. It's called Deuterium Depletion, the most powerful health hack you never heard of. And that's very fitting for this summit, because that's what we're going to clear up. You're going to be able to say, now I've heard it, now I understand what it's all about. And he actually made that that article based upon his interview with one of today's speakers, Laszlo Boros, and another gentleman, Dr. Collins. Later this month, Luke Story will be airing a 2-hour deuterium depleted water interview with me that we recently did in Mexico. So take a look for it on his website. Also, last but not least, check out our impressive sponsor alliance. Their product lines support our customers' highest objectives of health and wellness and longevity. And we have a special page for them that includes a myriad of products. Of course, I can show you, of course, our own light water deuterium depleted water. It features Quicksilver Scientific. It features one of our closest alliances, which is Water and Wellness. It features the Molecular Hydrogen Institute with Tyler LeBaron, who will be one of our speakers and a cellular brainiac. It features a new surprise that is, we'll be announcing a new variation of deuterium depleted water called Clarivia. It actually was one of the, historically, one of the first, if not the first, production deuterium depleted water. It was and is made in Romania, and that product is going to be available through Water and Wellness. So to kind of round out the products and the suppliers, please, I believe it's on. You can download this from the Deuterium Depletion Summit website. Is a our digital 52-page 7 water solutions, it's called, 7, the number 7, water solutions booklet that covers most of the products and reviews a lot of incredible information about the science it is based upon. So with that, I'll move to the fact that Victor and I ended up making a second trip to Russia, and we came back with even a whole new appreciation for this discovery. And we realized that biology and physiology is really in transition right now. And I see it as that the era that occupied most of my life, the era of free radicals and antioxidants, is transitioning to the era of metabolism and mitochondria. So kind of use that as kind of a new awareness, a new picture of health, the pursuit of health and wellness. And Victor, as when I finish my little going down the rabbit hole of hydrogen and deuterium, so you get the basics, Victor is going to fill you in on the decades of Russian research that have led up to this new era of biology. So let's drop down the rabbit hole, and I hope and pray that I'm going to be able to transition to playing, and I hope I'm sharing the screen. Okay, does everyone see the big slide, Deuterium Depleted Water by Robert Slovak and Victor Sagalovsky? Are we good to go? Okay, so opening page, this is us, Robert Slovak and Victor Sagalovsky. These are slides that are a new collection of slides just for this summit to initiate those who aren't so familiar with this new science and learn about the basics of deuterium, which somehow got lost in the shuffle of the American science education system. Before we do that, please read this medical disclaimer that, you know, obviously, anytime we talk about biology and physiology and improvements and things that influence it, we always have to be very careful that we're not stepping on anyone's toes and making claims that we are not permitted to make. So this is the medical disclaimer, and this is for informational purposes only. So when Victor and I came back from the second trip in Russia, which was truly eye-opening, I would say if you wanted to characterize what was in our mind, it was this statement: deuterium depletion may be the most important health and medical discovery of our time, and we continue to take this very seriously. And it's really only just begun. So I'm gonna take you guys. I am known for always sneaking in science that may not be completely necessary for you, but I am such a student of science. I want you guys to know it. And this takes a little bit of faith, because there's always controversy about the Big Bang, what it means, and God, et cetera, et cetera. But about 13 billion years ago, 13.8 billion years ago, realized that that's what modern science feels was the beginning of creation of the physical universe. And, you know, energy got converted to mass. So what happened in there? Very few people realize this. The first two things that got created in this were something that you should have heard of, and that was the proton and the neutron. And those two subatomic particles, which are really the foundation of mass, those two subatomic particles, you know, they combined, and they energetically joined forces, etc., and started to make some of the elements. And the first element was hydrogen. And notice that hydrogen, that we are calling it right now hydrogen, but we're going to change this viewpoint, that hydrogen in its most simplest form is just a proton with one electron. But when the neutron and proton get together and take on an electron, this is still hydrogen because it only contains one proton, and this makes something new, a different kind of hydrogen. So this is, this is something you've just got to get down, that there's more than one form of hydrogen. And I'd say if we interrogated, 99.999% of the world, they all believe there's only one kind of hydrogen, it's hydrogen, but there isn't. So let's tell you about this. Before we go on, here's another surprise about the universe. That the universe as it stands now, the physical universe, is actually composed of 74% hydrogen. And it's still in transition. In all those stars out there, that hydrogen and all the nuclear reactions in there are continuing to do things and make other elements, okay? And as well as produce the energy that stars do from the fusion of hydrogen into helium. So the whole universe, which is composed, and I'll show you in a minute, of the periodic table, is 74% hydrogen. I mean, I have to tell you, the first time I heard that, it blew my mind. And 24% helium. That means all the other stuff, all the other 90 natural elements are just 2% of the mass of the universe. Like, wow, amazing. So about 5 billion years, the Earth started to form. And water that was formed in the universe as the reaction of the hydrogen with oxygen, all of which were being made in stars, etc., etc. Finally, this water came to Earth in many ways. Some of it came from extended periods of comets bombarding the Earth. It's actually called the Late Heavy Bombardment, about 4.5 billion years ago. And it actually covered the planet with water at that time. And this was where life, primordial life, started in this ocean. So getting back to hydrogen. So the first and lightest element is hydrogen. And the takeaway from this is that hydrogen is really three different things. And those three things collectively are referred to as isotopes. Probably most of you have heard isotopes, the word, and many of the other elements, most of the other elements have their own variation of forms, and they're also referred to as isotopes. But know this, hydrogen has three isotopes. The basic hydrogen is called by scientists protium. And it should be a new word in your vocabulary. When that hydrogen takes on a neutron from that's in space, in the universe, when that takes on a neutron and a proton, we call that deuterium. And that deuterium was discovered for the first time. They suspected something was there, but they didn't really confirm it existed until 1932. Now, there is a third isotope. We're not going to discuss it. It's very, very, very rare. It's also radioactive, hydrogen. It's called tritium. And you probably won't hear it for the rest of the presentation. So let's take a look at the difference now that we've introduced you to the two primary forms of hydrogen. One is protium with just a proton and an electron. and one is deuterium with a proton, a neutron, and an electron. Now, here is the biggest shock, one of the biggest shocks to science. I mean, it's not as much of a shock as an awareness, like the extra neutron in deuterium makes it twice as heavy as the normal hydrogen. So this is a big deal. It's the only element that has an isotope that's twice as heavy. And in nature, twice as heavy is a big deal. It's like, hey, I'm now twice as heavy as I was 2 years ago. That's a big deal. Oh, my car, I've loaded it down. It's now twice as heavy as when I didn't put things in on the roof and in the trunk. So twice as heavy is something, just let it stick in your mind. It makes a big deal in almost everything. And the biggest deal that twice as heavy makes is in your body when it comes to your body's ability to make energy. So those hydrogens, hydrogen combines with oxygen. 2 hydrogen combined with oxygen to form a water molecule. And now, unbeknownst to many of you, I'm sure, there are really 3 water molecules that exist in virtually all water. 3 different ones. We never even talked about it for most of our lives. So there's, let's just call it the water we thought was all the water. And it's because it contains just 2 protium hydrogen and oxygen, we call that light water, because the hydrogen is the lightest form. The protium hydrogen is the lightest form of the hydrogen. So we call that light water. Then there's another hydrogen. There's another water molecule that technically scientists would call it semi-heavy water. And that is, I don't know if you can see it on my screen, it's a little obliterated by the pictures of myself and Victor, but you will see it contains a hydrogen and a deuterium hydrogen and an oxygen. That is about 1 in 3,300 water molecules are constructed like this. And they just get, this is what nature produced. No one did this. This is what occurred in nature. Then there's, I told you that even though they're both listed on this slide as heavy water, it more technically is called semi-heavy water, but we're trying to keep this simple because the heaviest water, called heavy water here, is 2 atoms of deuterium that have combined with oxygen. Now, that is so rare, it's only 1 in every 41 million hydrogen, 41 million hydrogen isotopes contain this. The 2 that contain 2 hydrogens, both with an extra deuterium, with an extra neutron, making them even, the molecule even heavier. So this makes a difference, but we don't, this D2O is not something we talk about going forward in metabolism just because it is so rare. So when we say light water versus heavy water, pretty much we're talking about just H2O and HDO, where D stands for the twice as heavy form of hydrogen. H2O, light water, HDO, heavy water. So in 1931, deuterium was discovered, and this is not something, this presentation will be available. We won't even go through it right now, but this is what the deal was. everybody was excited about the deuterium, not for the reasons like we're interested in it. It was the opposite. We figured out that deuterium is creating a problem in us and all forms of life, but they wanted deuterium because with deuterium water, deuterium containing water or heavy water, they could successfully make efficient nuclear reactors. That was the buzz. So in the 30s, everybody was going, oh my God, we can make nuclear reactors. At the head of this was the famous German quantum mechanic guy, Heisenberg. And he said, not only can I make a reactor, but you know what I can make? I'm going to call it the atomic bomb. And that's what all the buzz was. And that's all people cared about. They wanted the heavy water. And there were plants that sprung up in Germany and in America and in Japan and in England and in Norway, of all places, to make heavy water. So we learned something very different. All the researchers in the last 60 years of research taught us this. Once deuterium in water enters the cell and becomes accessible to energy generating mitochondria, and here we're making the connection for the first time between deuterium and mitochondria, it may function as an isotopic, meaning isotope, toxin that is fatal to the inner mechanisms of the mitochondria electron transport chain. So, I mean, this was a realization for me because I had to come to grips with the fact that for most of my life, in creating elaborate systems to remove contaminants from water, this was never on the table. And I realized it should be on the table as a water contaminant because it causes the destruction of life processes in both plants and animals. So my statement that I came up with was water, the most essential and revered nutrient for life, also conceals a little recognized harmful toxin known as deuterium. And people are just beginning to discover this. The medical world is just beginning to discover this. One of the things that makes this like exaggerated in our bodies is because our bodies, if we divide up all the categories of molecules that make up our body, we will find out that our body is 98.8% molecules of water. I mean, 98.8%, that's what you are. Not in weight, because that's another way of looking at it, but in terms of the number of molecules of each category, 98.8% of the molecules are water, and that can lead to a lot of deuterium. So to give you more tools to better understand this, what does this mean, this 1 in 3,300 molecules are heavy water? So let's put it down, bring it down to earth. There's 6 drops of heavy water, meaning HDO as heavy water. And, you know, in this, those of you who are more scientifically oriented, it does include those rare D2O containing molecules of water. But there's 6 drops of heavy water in every liter of water. That's it. And there's about 20,000 drops of water in a liter. So you have 6 out of 20,000. That's how much exposure you're getting. And you know what? That doesn't sound like a lot. And it's like, you know, I've been drinking water all my life. It's refreshing. It helps me. It saves me. It hydrates me. I ain't gonna worry about those 6 drops. And that's pretty much how it was handled. No one worried about the 6 drops until, and this is the story that Victor's gonna tell you very shortly, how someone did take that seriously and find out, oh my God, we miss this. So in reality, every human from birth to death is compromised in their mitochondrial energy production by the ubiquitous. That means like it's everywhere. All water on Earth contains deuterium. The ubiquitous presence of deuterium. And this, we now know, is seriously related to the aging process, because as mitochondria go, so does one's energy. You lose mitochondria, you lose energy. And that has a lot to do with the difference between a 9-year-old and a 90-year-old. So again, here's some details. It doesn't matter. All water on Earth contains deuterium. And I'll give you some of the ground rules. It's not all the same. Seawater is a little higher, especially at the equator, 155 parts per million. And that we're going to switch to this term, 155 parts per million. Just accept that 155 parts per million is the same as 6 drops per liter. Okay? So in science, we say, hey, how much water, how much deuterium do you have in the human body? It's 150 roughly parts per million. And seawater would be a little more. So if you ate a lot of sea vegetables and so on, you might have a tiny little bit more. But virtually all tap water on Earth is about 150. And it doesn't matter how you filter it. It doesn't matter if you distill it, reverse osmosis it, carbon filter it, whatever, you do not even touch the deuterium. It's out of range from water, all conventional, traditional water purification methods. Now, some of you will tell me, I hear this almost every week, hey, I read that you can freeze the deuterium out of water. Theoretically, because deuterium freezes at a slightly higher temperature, if you were to start to freeze water and keep removing the part that's frozen time after time after time, you might have to do it 50 times. And if you're willing to go through that, you probably could lower the deuterium from 150, maybe on a good month, maybe to 145. It's just not enough to help us out, relieve our body from the burden of deuterium. So anything, fresh vegetable juices, which are mostly water, fruit juices are a little higher in deuterium because of the sugar they contain. And now let's look toward the bottom, Himalayan glacial meltwater. Whoa, it looks like, oh, there's Siberian glacial meltwater. Why are those lower? It's because in meteorological phenomenon, such as freezing and ice and thawing and so on, you do have these natural separations of the isotopes of hydrogen. So glacial meltwater can be lower in deuterium. Not a heck of a lot lower, but if people who could drink this water from the time they were born to the time they die, as you're going to learn from Victor, it can be very dramatic. But if you start in life at 50, say, and start drinking it, these waters will not accomplish what you need to accomplish. Now, here's the anomaly that all should learn, that in Antarctic, the glacial meltwater, the snow and ice, happens to be 89 ppm. And this, I leave you with this. This is just the mystery of water right here. And hopefully, collectively, we can figure this out. Also, deuterium over history hasn't been constant. And there's things like, there's ice ages, and where ice recedes and builds up again and so on over the eons. So this changes the proportions available in water and in the ocean even of deuterium. So it can rise and fall over eons, and this would have affected the health of cultures dramatically. So after decades of research, science concludes Deuterium damages, restricts, and degenerates most biological systems. So likewise, deuterium depleted water, and more generally, deuterium depletion of your endogenous deuterium through many, not many, but diet can help reduce this significantly. Like a keto diet, you'll learn that the proper energy burning foods, fats, etc., will help your body deplete deuterium. But there are many useful benefits that are now well proven with the depletion of endogenous deuterium. Now, I had to stick this in. It's entertainment. There happens to be fake news even in deuterium depleted water, okay? And here it is. I couldn't resist this. Harriet Hall, Dr. Harriet Hall, really, who's known as the skeptoc, the skeptoc, like everything is skeptical. If your product is, or your technology or your health benefit is not supplied by the big pharma, then she will figure out a way to write poorly about it. And so she, on Wikipedia, which is also very hostile to natural health and anything that isn't made by the big pharma, and they are beholden to pharma. Wikipedia, I mean, you know, in the last 2 years, what have we learned? Censorship, censorship, censorship. Everybody is run by the big corporations, everything. And this is perfect. So she reported that all this is totally false. She reported that the overwhelming majority of DDW studies did not involve humans. Total ridiculous. And the few that did, and there are thousands, did not verify any human efficacy. More ridiculousness. This is fake news at its best. She concluded, I don't see any good science-based evidence that would make me fear deuterium. I'll stick to tap water. And my comment to Harriet Hall is, thank you, we want you to stick to tap water. So a little bit of ending slides on the production of it. As I said, there's no conventional technology that can remove the deuterium from water. I mean, it's actually an atomic kind of thing. And so the process that is used is called vacuum fractional distillation rectification. And this is a picture of like an original single column. They use these columns to evaporate the water slowly, and then the lighter molecules of water rise to the surface, and very complicated, more than I'm of course describing it. And it's collected from a column that's as high as 3 stories, and you get a reduction in the deuterium. And it's a very slow, very energy intensive process. In the picture that says modern commercial production, we have like hundreds of columns are required to meet the needs of deuterium depletion, even though so few people even know what this is. Presently, there is probably the world production of deuterium is probably less than enough for 40,000 people. That's how little it is. And we hope to be the first to build a deuterium depletion plant in North America. And we're not sure where that plant's going to be, but we'll probably first build a pilot plant somewhere in Colorado. Testing for deuterium, I think I mentioned this before, very important. We have this LGR, very sophisticated, hundreds of thousands of dollars deuterium analyzer. And this is where we test water samples. We also test your saliva when you are deuterium depleting to verify if you're getting the results you expect. That's pretty much it. Our water that you've seen in this 2-liter blue bottle and this 0.5 liter glass bottle are the most deuterium depleted in the world. The 10 part per million blue bottle is 94% depleted, and the 5 part per million in the glass bottle is 97% depleted. So that's it. We think this is going to be the new fountain of youth, this whole thing, not just our water, but the whole science of deuterium depletion is going to lead mankind down a new pathway of enhanced health, etc. So that's the end of my my presentation. Thank you very much. I'm not sure how I transition to Victor, but he's ready to take over. And
Thank you,
for
Robert.
attending, and I'll be with you this whole day.
Excellent. Thank you, Robert, for that fantastic introduction to deuterium depletion. Now we're going to move into my presentation. So I'll just kind of start where Robert, pick up where Robert left off a bit. And so let me share my screen, because this is really exciting. It's going to put a lot of things into perspective for you, and it's going to help introduce some of the other speakers that we have coming up today. So let me share my screen. Now we're going to move into my presentation. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen, everyone? Is that a yes? No. Okay, one second. Now? All right. Great. So here's the things we know. As Robert mentioned, the most revered and unquestioned nutrient water also conceals the most injurious contaminant, deuterium, the most injurious natural contaminant. And why is that? So we're going to find out. Next slide. Figure out how to get to the next slide here. Okay. So basically, we know that we've got unequal distribution of deuterium depleted or water and its deuterium levels around the planet. But most of, 1% of is available, 1% of the water that's basically on the earth is available for drinking. So 99.9% of all humans drink water that is between mid 130s and 155 ppm, as you can see. So, but most people in populated areas are drinking water that's 150 parts per million of deuterium, as Robert said, about 6 drops in every liter of water. So that sets the stage of what's going on. And as you can see, all water is not equal. Not all water is H2O. Some water is HDO. And this is the fundamental problem that we're going to get into. So reducing endogenous deuterium may be the most profound anti-aging discovery of our time. That's what we believe. That's what the science shows. Now it's just a matter of experience and more study. So I wrote a fantastic history, short little booklet of deuterium depletion, and that's available on the website, and you can see it right there. So, but briefly, I'm going to put the discovery into perspective along with the timeline, because what's really fascinating is how recent all of this really is. So that makes it very, very exciting, because it was less than 100 years ago that Harold Urey discovered that there even is a second and a third isotope to hydrogen. So that's why they named the simple hydrogen protium and the one with the extra neutron deuterium. Now, upon discovery of deuterium, look, it tastes like water, or deuterium oxide. It's heavy water. It tastes like water. It looks like water. There's no way to distinguish it from normal water. But then some interesting things happen. So this heavy water, they wanted to see how it reacted with biological systems. And you could see from this slide that higher animals, in this case mice, that after 5 days of drinking heavy water, they died. So obviously they figured out that they're not the same, that heavy water actually is anti-life, slows down the biological process, and ultimately you die. So they knew that pretty early on, and then a lot of research was happening in deuterium and water, deuterated water, and then the war came, and then after the war, the Russians were trying to figure out why these populations in Siberia and Yakutia, in this case, why they had so many more centenarians than everywhere else. This is a pretty harsh environment. So why do these people in Yakutia and Altai, why did they have significantly more centenarians and greater health? So this was something that the Russians wanted to figure out. And then they came to the conclusion that it was because they're drinking water that had 16% less deuterium than the what's called Vienna standard mean ocean water, which is the ocean at 155 parts per million. So 16% deviation is what they figured. Because of this, their lifespan was extended. They didn't know quite the mechanisms behind that, but they published their findings in 1961, and then again in 1966 in English, and that was it. So then they figured out early. So in this book and other publications in Russia, they figured out early that heavy water can kill you. It has a negative impact on your health, and they figured out that when you have lighter water, water that has lower deuterium, it actually extends your life and has a positive impact on your health. They didn't really know why, but all the experiments and all the studies they did with animals, lower life forms and higher life forms pointed to this fact. So then again, in 1974, there was a conference in Argonne National Laboratory, and there was someone named Griffiths that postulated that at this conference, the other impact deuterium may have on our physiology, and he presented his findings. And so he said that deuterium adversely affects the shape of enzyme molecules, which are involved in DNA replication. I think this is really significant because what it says is, everything, just about everything is made up of hydrogen. So you have these molecules, these enzymes, which are stereoisomers. Basically, they exhibit something known as chirality, which is like a mirror one another. So imagine flying a plane, and the wings look the same, but one wing is a little bit heavier. So this is what happens in these enzymes. On one side, you've got a hydrogen, as is supposed to be there. On the other side, you have a slightly heavier deuterium atom, so that it's not properly balanced. So it leads to errors in replication, transcription, all that good stuff. And then also, same thing with the DNA. If you consider that we have 3 billion base pairs of DNA, that means, according to how much deuterium is on our planet, the average, that means we have an average of 10 million deuterium atoms in our genome, or one deuterium atom per base pair. Now, as we know, DNA has to have a certain shape to replicate properly, and this is what gets distorted when there's too many deuterium that take the position of hydrogen. So this is a problem that they talked about in the early 70s. Now, as Robert said, the deuterium has not been constant on our planet over time. In fact, there's evidence that it's actually increasing. So this is really, really interesting, because what it points out to is that perhaps when humans really evolved as Homo sapiens sapiens, we evolved in an environment that had less deuterium. And I would suspect it had between 15 and 25% less deuterium. So meteorological influences over the past 10,000 years have increased the global distribution of deuterium in liquid and water and vegetation. Let's also not discount the fact that in the 20th century, we let out a lot of deuterium and tritium actually into the atmosphere from nuclear testing and fallout from nuclear reactors. So we just got more deuterium now. And actually, if you look at it, and if you believe some of the things, if you take the Bible literally, where they tell you these patriarchs lived in between 800 and 1,000 years, you see a very interesting correlation between these biblical stories, unverified because we weren't there. But what you see is that in the patriarchal line, you see that there's pre-flood and after flood. So you see the lifespans severely decreased right after the flood. So what did the flood do? This alleged flood, well, it introduced apparently an enormous amount of deuterium on the planet, onto the planet. And when I say enormous, I'm really just saying an extra 15 to 20% from what was there before. Now, we know that less deuterium means plants grow bigger, animals grow bigger, and have longer lifespan, as you can see here, a pre-flood beaver versus the average beaver today. In fact, if you go to Antarctica, you'll see it's really an anomaly. It's got 89 ppm of deuterium, the lowest on the planet. And that's a throwback to those days 80 million years ago, back when dinosaurs were the size of 3 school buses and you had ferns that were 5 stories tall. So that has to do with the magnetic field. That also has to do with everything is lighter. When everything is lighter, less deuterium, it grows bigger. There's less encumbrance on the physiology. So what happened in the 90s? Well, in the 90s, there was an interesting book that came out. It's right here. And this particular book is a gentleman who claimed that he had communication with extraterrestrials. I find that very interesting. What I find even more interesting is this was in 1993, and I'm going to read from you. And once I asked the extraterrestrials how long they lived, expecting an answer of about 200 to 300 years, I was overwhelmed to hear them reply that they could live as long as 5,000 to 50,000 years, depending on the world they came from and their present level of personal spiritual development. I then asked why on Earth we age and die so rapidly relative to their lifespans. They responded, aging on Earth is really a disease brought on by the fact that water on the Earth contains a toxic substance called deuterium. So interesting. This was written down in 1993. And then he also wrote later, a couple pages later, what I have here on the screen, which I found to be interesting and insightful, especially a couple decades ahead of anybody taking some serious interest in the West into this science, what we now call deuteronomics. So basically, what deuterium does is, as we believe, is it makes the aging process go faster, and the removal of deuterium or the lessening of deuterium actually slows down the aging process. So now that was the early 90s, and then in the late 90s, there was some more work that came out of Romania, showed that DNA has the ability to protect from, deuterium depletion has the ability to protect DNA damage from solar radiation. I find that very insightful because a few years earlier in this knowledge from the stars, it says accumulating deuterium in the cells of the body absorbs radiation that in turn progressively robs the cells of their normal electrical potentials. So what I'm illustrating here is it took many decades for people to get little pearls of wisdom wherever they came from, personal insight, scientific analysis, or even from the stars. But as you can see, people became more and more interested in what deuterium depletion really does and how deuterium affects our DNA, our cells, and our mitochondria. So now we should also know, as bad as deuterium is on the planet here, incompatible or not perfectly compatible with our biology and physiology on Mars, there's 5 times more. So here's an article that you can Google called Deuterium, the Elephant in the Space Capsule. I encourage you to read it. Something I wrote late last year that will put it into perspective even more in terms of our galactic future and how deuterium and deuterium depletion plays into that. Now, here's what we know. We know deuterium damages the mitochondria, reducing ATP production, decreasing the bioorganic capacity of the cell. Reduced energy promotes an accumulation of DNA errors as we age. Deuterium distorts the shape of RNA and DNA molecules, causing error in transcription. And DNA errors in transcription lead to apoptosis, which is cell death, mutation, and rise in neoplastic diseases. All kinds of dysbiosis happens. So in the 70s, we realized, it was proposed that DNA distorts the shape of enzymes and DNA. And then this whole time, from the 60s or late 50s, since the Russians discovered the deuterium depletion has some efficacy for health, It took a long time to actually understand where the damage was actually occurring and where deuterium was, where the major impact of deuterium was happening in our physiology. So that has to do with the ATP synthase nanomotor. Now, it was only in the late 60s that it was even discovered that we have these, let's say, trillion nanomotors inside of the mitochondria, inside every cell, that produces the ATP, which is the energy that we need to breathe, to live. So the mechanism that create that ATP energy was discovered by Paul Boyer and Associates in the late 60s. He got a Nobel Prize for it in 1997. And then it wasn't until 40 years after the discovery of this ATP synthase that how deuterium affects this last bit of ATP production in the electron transport chain. It wasn't until 40 years after, until 2007, that Dr. Abdullah Olgun, who's actually speaking right after me, that he discovered how deuterium damages these nanomotors. And the way it damages these nanomotors, as you'll see, is because the deuterium has that extra neutron, and that extra neutron doesn't really fit in the space provided for the proton in these biological nanomotors. That's pretty amazing. It took 40 years to get from discovery of ATP synthase to the discovery of how ATP synthase gets destroyed by deuterium. So we know that the body is a fantastic machine. We recycle over 1,500 gallons of metabolic water daily, thanks to Dr. Boros for that calculation. And so we know that the average 50-kilogram human contains about 32 kilograms of body water, which gives you about 1.1 grams of deuterium. So when Dr. Abdullah Olgun made his discovery, the question is, what made him interested in even going down this long journey of mathematical modeling and figuring out how the mitochondria or the ATP synthase motor is damaged? Well, the first thing he asked was, yeah, we have some of this deuterium. We have about 1.1 grams roughly in an average human being, but how much is actually floating in the blood plasma? So when he saw, and you can see here on the slide, when he saw that there is 4 or more times more deuterium floating in our blood than the most important nutrients that we need for our survival, glucose, potassium, magnesium, etc., calcium, he saw that deuterium might have some kind of role in our biology. And knowing that it's twice as heavy, it was probably a negative role in our biology. So that's, and as he'll explain it, that's what made him interested in understanding more of this deuterium problem. Now, so it all starts, I'm gonna give you the big picture, zooming into the cell. So we have about 35 trillion cells in our body, give or take some. And inside each cell, there are thousands of mitochondria, from perhaps a few hundred to 100,000 mitochondria, depending on the cell and the age of the cell. And these produce ATP, the primary currency of our biology. So in every cell or mitochondria, this mitochondria is very complex, as it's the energy production pathway for our bodies. And now these little nanomotors that were discovered in the 60s by Dr. Boyer, many things make them unique, but one of them is they spin at a maximum of 9,000 RPM, and they have 100% efficiency. So keep in mind, there's no motor that we can make, a man-made motor, that has that kind of efficiency and that kind of RPM continuously. So pretty incredible nano machine. And these little nanomotors sit at the end of the electron transport chain. And they're like, they have a motor and a stator, and they're a generator. And let's say one mitochondria has 300,000 of these ATP synthase motors just cranking away, spinning very fast. And so they shuttle 60,000 protons per minute through them from the outer membrane into the inner membrane. And that causes the motor to spin. These protons spin the motor, and they produce ATP. So here's a crude illustration of a spinning ATP motor, and the protons going in, going out. Now, in a real world, there would be a membrane in between them, which causes a gradient for those protons to want to go from one membrane into the other, one nanoconfined space into the other. So this is an incredible biological machine. In fact, it's such an incredible machine and really responsible for not only creating our energy, but also creating all the metabolic water that we have. And what makes this extra interesting is that it arrived and infected all eukaryotic cells about 1.45 billion years ago. So it kind of arrived from nowhere and fit into our cells and replicates along with us to produce our energy system. It's quite profound. And many scientists believe that to think that ATP synthase was created by evolution is like believing a chunk of steel can evolve into an internal combustion engine if given enough time. So a lot of it. The more you study ATP synthase, the more you get hooked into mitochondria and how it has a symbiotic relationship with our nuclear DNA to give us life. So it's really amazing, to say the least. And then we go back to, so what did Dr. Olgun discover? So we go back to this, like Robert said, you have that extra neutron there, simple protium, one proton. Everything in biology, everything in nature loves it because it's so simple. Just has that proton and electron. But then you introduce that neutron and you have all kinds of problems. So when this extra neutron, this deuteron, twice as heavy, when it tries to go through the motor, it damages it. It causes it to torque and stutter and creates wear and tear. No ATP is produced when that deuteron is taking the place of a proton. So if you have 10 to 60 million ATPs produced per cell with a rate of 1,500 to 10,000 deuterium disruptions on these nanomotors per second. So the damage is ongoing, it's constant from the time we're born to the time we die. What we're trying to do and what our physiology is trying to do is slow down this damage of deuterium. So there it is, it's the bad neutron. That's the culprit, not compatible so much with our metabolism or our biology, or for that matter, anything that uses oxygen to survive, to live, is not compatible with deuterium. Though you can see here's a closer illustration of the ATP synthase nanomotor. You see where those protons go. Imagine it being twice the weight, twice the space, trying to fit into that little hole. It really confuses this motor. And this is what Dr. Olgun discovered in 2007. Profound and highly impactful understanding of aging mechanism and how deuterium actually does its damage at the upstream level, at the root. There's the source of the problem. So when we are young, we have more mitochondria and more ATP, but after our 20s, there's a gradual 1% decline yearly of the primary functions in our body, such as cardiovascular strength, antioxidant function, healing ability, telomere length, et cetera, et cetera. And this is what we call, or refer to as aging. So we can assist to keep our mitochondria optimally healthy with deuterium depletion and intercept the primary root cause of aging at the root. The root at the root. So you either have young mitochondria or you have old mitochondria. When you have mitochondria, it's breaking down, producing little energy. It sends signals out to cause the cell to die. So this is one of the main reasons of physical aging. So research over the past 50 years suggests that this level represents an unhealthy accumulation of deuterium as a result of poor diet. So if we have too much deuterium, which is exacerbated by high carb foods, eating too frequently, over consuming water. Most people drink way too much water and are still dehydrated. You have to think why that is happening. So high deuterium levels obviously are linked to all kinds of things, all kinds of dysbiotic condition, all the way up to death. The good news, you will not good news is you will not find any heavy water existing in nature. It has to be made in the lab. So the chances of somebody giving you heavy water until you die are fairly rare, unless they had access to a heavy water plant, which most people do not. So we're 60 years in to the clinical research and understanding more the risk factors of excessive endogenous deuterium in our cells. And really, it's just the gradual loss of energy. It's really just all about energy. So the less deuterium you have, the faster your motors can spin, the more ATP you can produce, the less damage is happening. So it's very simple to understand at the root level. And so you can see with deuterium interference, you have a periodic stuttering of that motor in this crude little video. When you don't have that interference, you have something called proton motive force, of which you have more of, and that's simply just the protons going through this motor, faster spinning motor, less stuttering, more ATP produced, and theoretically, when you remove deuterium from the system, you could have 6 times more energy than you have with it, 6 times. The caveat is that it's theoretical, but in my own personal experience, I feel twice the energy, at least twice the energy, mitochondrial energy, metabolic force that I have. So that is very, very exciting because the potential of the 6 times proton motive force with deuterium depletion can change so many things for humanity, not only extend our lifespan, our health span, but also may be a big contributor to sports and really how long we can go, how long we can stay young, right? It's not about how old you can get, it's about how long can you stay young. That's the name of the game. So a body that is significantly reduced in deuterium enjoys the benefits of up to the 6x proton motive force, and the asterisk because that's theoretical, but certainly when you go down from 150, as I've noticed with my own experience, and of course, a lot of other people have given me their testimonial. When you go down like from 150 down to 120, that is where the bulk of the magic happens, and you really feel this doubling of proton motive force, or what is more commonly referred to as cellular energy. So what's the name of the game? Lower your deuterium levels. And you do that, you can do that different ways. You can certainly intermittent fasting, dry fasting helps a lot, a ketogenic diet, good sleep, living within the cycles of nature, morning sunlight, cold exposure, proper breathing, moving the blood around, exercise. But by far my most favorite way of removing deuterium from the body, and actually the easiest, is drinking deuterium depleted water. Now, why is ketogenic diet and ketosis so good for lowering the deuterium? Well, it's actually very easy. As you can see here, if you produce almost three times more ATP from fat than you do from the breakdown of protein and sugars into glucose. So when you burn that fat while you're fasting, so you consume a ketogenic diet, that gives you more ATP. You can also, fats have less deuterium, and then carbs. That's nature's strategy: deplete the fats and pack the carbs. So for every 2.4 pounds of fat that you burn while you're fasting or exercising, you create metabolic water, which is deuterium depleted. So all metabolic water is between 60 and 70% deuterium depleted. So that should give us a clue that the water that our own bodies make is significantly more depleted than the water that we drink from nature until now. So that's why we have light water. That's why we started this company, to make a water that is significantly deuterium depleted, where you can, through the drinking of it and the mechanism of hydrogen exchange, you can lower your own body's deuterium levels. And that's why we call light water geroprotection perfected. And only time will tell what kind of impact this has on people's lifespan, people's health span. and their ability to stay youthful longer. So we know deuterium is the first and most abundant naturally occurring toxin harmful to life. Nature's strategy is to get it out. And so when you get out deuterium, it's a gradual process. It takes some time as you reduce your deuterium levels by drinking deuterium depleted water, and you go down between half a ppm and 1 ppm generally per day. So here's a little chart that is also available on our website. And we help a lot of people just getting the protocol down that allows them to deplete deuterium in the most effective way possible. So when you deplete your deuterium, a lot of interesting biomarkers happen. It's very, very interesting because as I said before, when your mitochondria starts working better, nanomotor starts spinning faster, creating more ATP, less damage is done, some significant things happen. And this is the research of Anton Chernopiatko, who developed the very first commercially available water manufacturing facility, which is Lightwater's facility in Russia. When he was doing that, he invested a lot of years into actual study of deuterium depleted water in Russia. So he'll present those findings, but I just wanted to show you that what's really significant, at least to me, that I caught on, is that you need about when you deplete yourself even for 30 days, you need about half the oxygen to perform the same amount of work. And so this is my theory why these Sherpas that live in the Himalayas are able to summit Mount Everest without oxygen. The water there is in the upper 120s, so they're significantly reduced from the average. And so with this added ability to utilize oxygen, they can exist at a higher altitude where there's less oxygen more successfully without passing out. So that's really profound. And we're going to repeat those studies here in the United States and really hone in on the significance of this. Because when you decrease your deuterium, I'm going to repeat that again, you need half amount of oxygen to perform the same amount of work or physical task. So this is a potential game changer for sports. So, and now we've learned all these great things about deuterium, its detriments, the benefits of deuterium depletion. And so we have problems. We've given you solutions to those problems. But here's the catch. The catch it's not easy to remove deuterium from water. So right now it's only produced in Russia, Hungary, Romania, China has recently come online. It takes a lot of energy. It's as Robert mentioned, it's called a vacuum-assisted rectification distillation, and it takes a lot of these columns. They don't produce much water, so it's to increase the amount of water that's available to more people. It's just a matter of scaling up. So we're very new in the awareness of deuterium depleted water in the world as a new category for water purification, because that's really what we have here is a new standard in water purification. We've discovered that deuterium is a contaminant, and now we have to purify and get it out. Unfortunately, no system exists for doing it inside the home or on your counter. It's all this big industrial level kind of stuff. It takes a lot of power, a lot of machinery. So, in conclusion, there's no greater risk to healthy life more significant than deuterium. That's my opinion, the opinion and the research of the speakers that will be speaking today, and others, scientists that are also in the space of the newly minted science of deuteronomics. So deuterium depleted water consumption will over time help to protect the body and enable it to function more efficiently at a peak energy and performance. DDW has a direct positive effect and measurable benefit at the cellular level through the mechanism of depletion. Get to know that word, it means deuterium depletion. Deuterium depletion can conceivably protect DNA from damage and assist DNA repair mechanisms. This is going to be really important in the future. It's important now, but it'll be even more important as we venture out into back to the moon and planets and off to the stars. It's a big piece. It's It's a big piece that's being delivered to us in the 21st century because, as Robert mentioned, 20th century was using deuterium and the discovery of deuterium to create bombs and the atomic industry. So 21st century will be all about light water. 20th century was about heavy water. 21st century, let's make it about light water. So with that, I want everyone to keep your motor running and get out on the highway. Level up by leveling down deuterium. Thank you for being here and sitting through my talk. And next up, we will have Dr. Abdullah Olgun. Oh. 1 second. we haven't got the transitions quite perfect on here yet. Okay, we're ready for Dr. Olgun to come on. I just have to should I put him as a panelist, or can you do that? Okay. All right, he should be in now.
Hi, Victor. Do you hear and see?
Abdullah, good morning. Thank
Okay.
you for participating in the Deuterium Depletion Summit 2021 and for your contribution to the field. I'll let you.
So it is evening in Turkey already, and good morning to all of you in USA.
Thank you. I will let you just start with your presentation. And
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah.
Excellent.
Okay. So first of all, I'd like to thank you and Robert, and I was especially fascinated by the animations that you showed us during your presentation. Thank you for your contribution to this field, especially. Okay. Okay, I think that it's seen. Okay, so the title of my talk today is going to be Deuteronation and Aging. So this is the outline of my presentation. And first, I'll start with some critical basic info, and already Victor and Robert also mentioned the majority of them. Then I'm going to talk about proton channels because proton channels are critical for our understanding of the role of deuteronation on ATP synthase. Also, I'd like to mention about the association of deuteronation and ROS production, free radical production, because I think it's very important also because, you know, we need a basic level of reactive oxygen species in our body for ROS-dependent signaling, and deuteronation can also be contributing to it. So this is maybe one of the good parts of deuteronation. And then I will talk about stuttering and even maybe stopping. So I made some new calculations about on deuteronation of ATP synthase, and I'm going to present them to you. Maybe it would be called stopping, not only stuttering of ATP synthase in some conditions. And then I'm going to talk about the subunit C, because the protons and deuterons are binding to the subunit C of ATP synthase complex. Therefore, the subunit C's half-life, I think, is very critical because it's also very important for the production or generation of the big complex that we call ATP synthase. Then I'm going to mention some of the in vivo studies, and then the importance of CD bond, and because of it, especially I will give the example of NAD, the accumulation maybe by age, and as you know, NAD plus is very important for assuring some longevity mechanisms. Then I will talk about lysosomal pH and aging. Lysosomal pH, I think, is very important, maybe close to the ATP synthesis determination, because one of the first signs that we observe in aging yeast cells and even in human cells is the increase of lysosomal pH. So decrease of acidity or decrease of proton concentration in the lysosomes. And there are studies that shows that it's important in aging and some aging-related diseases, etc. Therefore, and lysosomal pH is produced and generated by its nanomotor also that we call V-type bipolar type ATPases. So it has a very similar structure to ATP synthase. Therefore, the determination of V-type ATPases also might be causing their stuttering and maybe can have some effects on the increase of lysosomal pH in aging cells. Then I'm going to, especially these days, we are subject to COVID-19 and ATP production is related, was shown, there are some studies that show that we know that ATP production is decreased by some dysfunction of mitochondria, and that decrease causes a decrease in type 1 interferons also. And type 1 interferons were in a very recent two very important studies. They were shown to be associated with a severe phenotype of COVID-19 in some people. Therefore, maybe deuterium depleted water can be recommended for those kind of people. Therefore, I'm going to mention of it also, and I'm going to talk a little bit about water reactome. So there are thousands of, up to 2,000 maybe, reactions that are known to produce water, and maybe the same number of reactions that produce water that we call metabolic water. And I'm going to finish with some future prospects. So let's start with some basic info. So hydrogen is one of the most abundant elements found in living organisms, including humans. So it makes up to 10% of the human body. It's one of the most common elements. So deuterium is a stable isotope of hydrogen, and for approximately, as Victor and Robert mentioned, for approximately 1,600 hydrogens or protiums, there is one deuterium in our system, in our bodies. And since the concentration of water is very high in human plasma, approaches 53 molar, so it's very, therefore, and we already know that one heavy water molecule is found per approximately 3,300 water molecules in our body or blood. Therefore, the concentration of deuterated heavy water is significantly high. So maybe, because of our calculations, we know that in human plasma, the concentration of heavy water is around 16 millimolar. So it is approximately 4 times higher than potassium concentration. So therefore, because of this very high concentration of deuterium or heavy water in our blood, in our body, it's really surprising that people are still continuing to neglect it. So this was one of the reasons that I started to work in this field. Okay. So since the mechanism of ATP synthase, ATP synthesis, about relation of it to deuterination is related to proton channels of the F0 part. Yeah. I'm sorry? Okay. So do you hear me? Okay. Do I need to make something? Okay. I'm continuing. So therefore, I wanted to mention some studies in the literature about proton channels. So from the studies, we know that the flux of protons is significantly slower than deuterons in proton channels, and there are many studies that are mentioning this finding. And when we look at the proton channels, deuterium was able to permeate proton channels, but with a conductance only about 50% of proton. And so this is one of the reasons also that deuteronation affects ATP production by ATP synthase. So this is the structure of the ATP synthase. So this is cytosolic part. So this is mitochondrial part, a matrix part of the mitochondrion. So this part is the intermembrane space. And as you see here, the passage of protons occur through this semi-half channel or semi-channel. So proton enters here and then attaches to a specific site in the C subunits of the F0 part of ATP synthase. And it turns it like a water mill, okay? And then it turns up to here. And then at this part, so it's released at this semi-channel to the other part of the membrane. So as we know from our calculations, for every 15,000 protons that are found here, there is a chance of one deuteron here. Therefore, because even though the concentration of heavy water or deuterium is around 1 to 6,000, since the dissociation constant of deuteron is slower than there is for every 15,000 protons, there is one deuteron in the system. So especially, so here, this is the electron transport chain and ATP synthase. We call all of them as oxidative phosphorylation complexes. And here, ATP synthase nanomotor. Electron transport chain is the site also for free radical production, is one of the major producers of free radicals. So free radicals are not always very harmful, but so we all already need them at optimum concentration, optimum amounts for some signaling mechanism. So some physiological signaling mechanism, they are required. And especially complex 1 and complex 3 of the electron transport chain are the sites that produce free radicals. So leakage of the electron from this system, so this is electron transport chain, whenever normally electrons go from complex 1 to complex 3, and complex 2 to complex 3, and from complex 3 to complex 4. And at the complex 4, electron and oxygen are joining together and they form metabolic water here. Okay, so besides, so anywhere else besides complex 4, whenever electron attaches to oxygen, so it generates superoxide. So it's one of the detrimental free radicals. Therefore, but in order, when during passage of electrons, there is the passage of protons. So from the matrix site to the intermembrane space. Since the passage of the protons also is subject to detonation, therefore, for example, at complex 3, if when proton passes, instead of proton, if we have deuteron here, then we would expect a slowing down of the electron transport in the system. And the slowing down will likely cause an accumulation at the reverse part of the electrons in the system and will increase the leakage of the electrons. Therefore, this is proton-coupled electron transfer system, and it is expected that the detonation of the system also will be contributing to the basal levels, basal production of free radicals in our cells. So as you see here, this is intermembrane space, and complex region contributes to production of superoxide in the matrix part. Complex 1 and complex 3 contribute to the production of free radicals. So there's also another electron transfer system that we call reverse electron transfer. So it's interesting one also. Normally, at physiological level, it is beneficial to us. There's very high concentrations of succinate, or maybe there's a blockage at the complexity level, and this reverse electron transfer can occur, and at very high levels of it, it is damaging our cells, and therefore it's expected that deuteronation will have an effect on reverse electron transfer also. So as I mentioned, so the passage of the electrons in the electron transport chain is coupled to protons. So therefore we call it as proton-coupled electron transfer. And as I already mentioned, since reactive oxygen species or free radicals have also some physiological function, this can explain why there is a need, if any, for an optimum concentration of deuterium, because some studies say that the zero levels of maybe deuterium can be harmful or maybe neutral to the system for us. So, and some studies show that around 25 ppm may be lower than it. Depleted water was found in some studies harmful. So maybe this might be because of it very low concentrations of deuterium below maybe 25 ppm. Maybe no enough ROS production. So again, the ATP synthase molecule, as already mentioned by the previous speaker. So this is hydrogen, contains one proton, and this is deuterium, contains one proton and neutron, and has the 2 times of the weight or mass of protium, hydrogen. And at the bottom, we have some numbers here. These numbers also are the ones that I used, that I published here. So this is deuterium to hydrogen ratio is 1 to 6,600. Heavy water to normal water, light water is 1 to 3,300. And the deuterium to proton ratio is a little bit different because of the lower dissociation constant of deuteron. So 1 to 15,000. So when we look at it, published proton transit velocity from F0 of the semi-channels or half channels is around 1,000 per second. So when we look at the half-life of C subunit of the F0, so this is a published study, and it mentions 40 to 50 hours. And when we look at, I'm going to look at the detail of the study because it's important for our understanding of the following parts of my talk. And then in a study, the number of ATP synthase in mitochondria in liver were shown to be around 15,000. So these numbers are going to be helpful for us to understand the effect of the system, of the deuteronation in our system. So in the ATP synthase, dissociation of deuteron from aspartate 61 position of the C subunit when exposed to the matrix half channel is likely or expected to be slowed compared with proton because it is exposed to the channel for a very short time due to Brownian motion of the C subunit. Otherwise, in case of protonation, the Brownian motion is going to be more faster. So this would be expected to slow dissociation and may cause temporary stutter or fetial turning in both direction of the rotor without generating ATP. So if you would be able, for example, to observe a mitochondria in a liver cell that it contains around 15,000 ATP syntheses, so we would see a percentage of them stuttering or maybe stopping. So I'm going to explain how at any given time. If the percentage of stuttering ATP syntheses increase over time as proposed, so this might contribute to stochastic mechanisms and of aging and some especially age-related diseases. So this is the F0 part, and here with the green you see the subunits, C subunits. One position, and this is arginine 2,1,0 position. So, membrane, as you see here, proton enter here, and for every 15,000 protons, we have one deuteron in the system. So the question that I'm going to ask you now is what happens if more than one C subunits are detonated at the same time? So normally we already talked, and Victor also talked about the detonation of only one subunit. As you see here, there are many subunits, maybe up to 10 subunits of C subunits are present in the system. So can detonation of two subunits at the same time be sufficient to stop the rotor? So maybe we need some calculations for it. Maybe it might be, I think. So therefore, I made some calculations here. The chance, as you know from basic statistics probabilities, the chance of detonation of two C subunits of F0 at the same time is 1 multiplied by 15,000. So this is the number of protons, and this is deuterium, as you see here. So the chance of detonation of two subunits at the same time is very low. So 1 to 225 million. But since F0's proton velocity is around 1,000 per second, then C subunits of F0 can be detonated at the same time every 225,000 seconds. So I got this number from the division of this number by 1,000. Then these numbers of seconds are equaling to 3,750 minutes, and it equals to 62.5 hours and equals to 2.6 days. I think it's not too long. So this means that in 2.6 days, every 80% days can have the chance to bind at the same time two deuterons, C subunits. And if maybe some studies or some experiments will show that maybe it will stop. Also stop, I think. Therefore, the increase of detonated 80% is, the subunit C is prone to detonation, and we could expect an increase in detonated and a decrease in the ATP production. Therefore, I wanted to check the half-life of C subunit. If you remember, we calculated here that so in 2.6 days, there's a chance for detonation 2 times detonation. C subunits can be detonated at the same time F0. So this study is a recent study, and in this study they looked at the half-lives of over 5,000 proteins. And interestingly, especially mitochondrial proteins, mitochondrial membrane proteins, have very long half-lives compared to other proteins. Again, here it's around 10 to 13. Some of them are approaching 15 days. Again, the mitochondrial electron transport 80% is coupled proton transport, respiratory chain complex assembly proteins, and the proteins associated with electron transport chain or oxidative phosphorylation are almost having the longest half-lives compared with other proteins in the cell, approaching 15 days in average. So you see here some subunits of ATP synthase. So these are the half-lives of individual proteins here. So they are amongst the highest half-life proteins in the cell. So also in the same study, it was shown that the ATP synthase assembles in a stepwise manner. So it's a very big protein complex made of 14 different proteins. So the membrane-embedded rotor, as well as the soluble stalk and head domains, are produced and assembled independently. So first of all, during the production, generation of the 80% complex, first of all, the C subunits form the rotor, and then the other parts are starting to bind to the complex. And as I mentioned to you, the protein subunits exhibit relatively limited range of half-life. So they mean half-life of 11.2 days. So, and they also mentioned that notably for the 80% days, we observed the longest average half-life. So 80% days has the longest average half-life compared with other complexes. So here are some subunits, types of some subunits. Unfortunately, in the study, they didn't study subunit C's half-life. If you remember, I already mentioned to you that in liver cells, it was shown to be around 40 to 50 hours. So the previous study was done in human cells, and in this one, I'm going to mention, is done in mice. And similarly, especially hard mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation chain subunits, their turnover rate is slower compared to other pathways or other complexes. But in liver mitochondria, because maybe the liver's heart is mainly made of postmitotic cells. The cells that make the heart are generally not dividing, but in liver, so there's a continuous division of cells. Maybe the difference between the turnover rate between heart mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation chain complexes and liver mitochondrial OXPHOS complexes may be related to that. So, as I mentioned previously, half-life of F0C subunit was reported to be 40 to 50 hours. So I got from this reference that's published in 1995, but it's an in vitro fibroblast study, not done in postmitotic cells like neurons or muscle cells. So in that study, it says that subunit C is one of the most hydrophobic proteins that has been studied. However, the half-life of subunit C, estimated as 40 to 50 hours from our results, it says that is almost the same as the average half-lives of proteins of the mitochondrial membrane, that is 48 hours. So this says that almost the same as the average half-lives. If you remember, from a very recent study, it was shown that other proteins have a half-life around 10 days, more than 10 days. So maybe it can, even since there is no study that showed the half-life of C subunits on postmitotic cells, so we can maybe guess from this approximation that in neurons or other postmitotic cells, so we could expect a half-life for subunit C around or more than 10 days. If you remember the 2.6 days for the termination of the two subunits at the same time, maybe the turnover rate of the C subunit is not sufficient to remove the determinated subunits or C subunits from the system. So especially in that study, it was also shown that the subunit C accumulates in, for example, the beta. So, and the accumulation of subunit C is found to be associated maybe in some neurodegenerative diseases, maybe some types of aging. Therefore, it will, I think, we need to make more studies about subunit C and its accumulation in the system, in the cells, and its contribution to the phenotype of aging. So I also like to mention some in vivo studies about the harmful effects of deuterium or heavy water. So in one study, it was shown that in mice, the testicles were found to be especially sensitive to the effect of heavy water, and the germinative epithelium was completely destroyed. Since the sterility is one of the important problems, health problems that affects many people, therefore, one of the maybe areas that medical areas that we can recommend the usage of deuterium depleted water can be sterility, some unexplained sterility cases. Maybe we need to make some clinical studies by using deuterium depleted water. So also we need also models in studying the effects of deuteronation or deuterium, heavy water. So a model, the suitable model, I think can be maybe red blood cells. So this is the hydrogen exchange on proteins. As you see here in the hemoglobin, there are hundreds of labeled hydrogens that are likely changing spontaneously in our cells with deuterium. Therefore, maybe red blood cell lifespan is a good model for aging because it is correlated. The red blood lifespans of species is very well correlated with the maximum lifespan of the species. Therefore, it can be a good model for the effects for studying deuterium depleted water's effects on aging. And even though it has it's free of mitochondria, and it can also be used maybe if we measure the deuterated hemoglobin and its ratio to normal hemoglobin, maybe it will help us to estimate the average intake of deuterium or deuterium depleted water maybe for the last 2 or 3 months. So we use, for example, a glycated hemoglobin in diabetics that we call hemoglobin A1C, and hemoglobin A1C is used as a measure of the average for blood glucose concentration for the last 2 to 3 months. So this can be a similar strategy with red blood cells, I think. So deuterium also is very critical in pharmaceutical industry since CD bond is cleaved 6 to 10 times more slowly than CH bond. Therefore, many medications are tried to be produced by using CD bond instead of CH bond. So we also did a study in animals. So although the number of our animals were not too high, so we measured deuterium levels in dowley rats, and what we found. So this is 4-week animals, 5-week animals. So this is 1 year, more than 1 year animals. And we observed an increase, even though maybe it's not very significant, but when we look at the mean values, so we observed a tendency for the increase of deuterium in the tissues of the animal, tail tissue of the animals. So especially I'd like to mention the CD bond formation for NAD. Normally NAD plus is very critical for assuring longevity, especially like proteins are using NAD as in order to generate longevity or beneficial effects. Instead of NADH, if deuteron attaches to NAD, so it's likely it's not going to be maybe dissociate easily as we observe in NADH. Therefore, we could expect an increase in the NADD level. So, and this increase of NADD will cause maybe a decrease of NAD plus levels or NAD plus pool, and this will maybe perturb the functions of proteins, very important proteins like sirtuins who are requiring NAD plus. So the other part of my talk is going to be about lysosomal pH increase and aging. Proton pumps are present in many membranes. One of the first changes that occur in cellular senescence is the increase of lysosomal pH. It is maintained by vacuolar type ATPase. So therefore, I think the deuteration of V-type ATPases can have an effect on the lysosomal pH. And V-type ATPase are structurally very similar to ATPase, as you see here. This is ATP synthase. This is zero part of it. And here we ATPase. So they use the same strategy, but in ATP synthase, so gradient is used to produce ATP, but in this case, ATP is used to generate a proton gradient, create protons inside the lysosomes. And there are studies that show that VTPA, some mutations in the VTPAs are shown to be involved in aging and age-related diseases. For example, neurodegeneration and some Parkinson disease cases, Alzheimer's disease, etc. So therefore, the VATPases and their deterioration also can have an effect in our aging phenotype. So therefore, since they use the same system, the same mechanism, so we could expect also stuttering of VATPases. So there are also, this part of my talk is going to be about association of the membranes. For example, mitochondria can have some contact, can make contacts with endoplasmic reticulum and even with lysosomes. So these are new studies in this field. And actually, we don't know what kind of exchange is done between lysosomes and mitochondria. Since lysosomes contain too much proton, very high concentrations of proton, so maybe it would be interesting to study if the protons inside the lysosomes are transferred to the intermembrane space of the mitochondria and are used for production of ATP. Maybe this can be a strategy for the cell to be used for maybe in very high demands of ATP. Maybe our cells can be using the protons in the lysosomes to produce ATP by just sharing protons with mitochondria. So we are in very difficult days because of the COVID-19 pandemics. As you see here, so this is when mitochondria age because of different factors like deuteration, and when ATP production decreases, then there's a decrease in the interferon 1, type 1 interferons. And a decreased level of type 1 interferons was shown to be associated with low antiviral response. There has been two very important studies last year, and this one of them was done in August last year and the other September, and they both were published in Science Journal. And in these two studies, the scientists looked why some people are having very severe COVID-19 disease. So what did they find was that in those people having very severe COVID-19, they have very low type 1 interferons. And one of the type 1 interferons is interferon alpha. And when I checked the literature, so this is a study that is published in 2006. It's a clinical study, is directly done in people. And in this study, the scientists show that 2 grams of fresh garlic per day, but it must be fresh, increases very sharply the type 1 interferon and by just one ingestion, and it stays high for 2 days almost. I think this is, as I mentioned here, so for the proper production of ATP, we require, so maybe deuterium depleted water can be used here in order to increase our antiviral response, and maybe this can also some have beneficial effects in our fight against COVID-19. So I'd like to mention some of the benefits of deuterium depleted water. So it's very well reviewed in articles. And as you see here, deuterium levels are in saliva are high. Maybe therefore it gives us maybe a good way to assess levels of deuterium in our system, maybe just taking some saliva samples. And it was shown to have some antioxidant, metabolic detoxification, anti-cancer, rejuvenation, or behavioral effects. And also, it was shown to stimulate the mitochondria, activity of the mitochondria and improve our cellular energetic levels. And also was shown to reduce the number of single-strand DNA breaks, and it was shown to modify microRNA profile. So that profile is important in many diseases like or aging. So I'd also like to mention the water reactome. So when I checked the cake reaction database, I found 4,028 reactions that are using water. Okay, and interestingly, 2021 of them are consuming water, and as you see here, 1,007 of them reactions are producing metabolic water. As Victor mentioned, so this type of water production is called, this type of water that is produced by our body is called as metabolic water. That we can make some metabolic engineering by maybe inhibiting some enzymes or activating some enzymes in those pathways to maybe increase our own production of metabolic water or deuterium depleted water. So these are some, I think it can be some take-home messages and questions. So measuring half-life of F0's C subunit is going to be one of the important studies. Firstly, and also we need to check the half-lives of normal versus deuterated versions of the C subunit. Also, since the accumulation of C subunits was shown to be important in the development of many age-related diseases, it would be interesting to check if deuterated C subunits are more resistant to breakdown inside the cell or not. So therefore, it would be interesting also if the C subunits that are accumulating are deuterated C subunits. And also, I think that if these calculations showed, or maybe if it show in the studies, if two or more C subunits are deuterated at the same time, if ATP synthesis F0 part or rotor stops turning, then maybe we would have in our bodies, in our cells, some systems, some machinery that detect those ATP synthesis, and maybe we can discover if there are this type of machinery or enzyme or proteins, then it would be interesting to discover them. So then I'd like to thank, especially to my family, because I take the time that I devote to my studies from them, and especially Victor for really helping for advancement of this field and inviting me. And I also thank the organizing committee for inviting me. And also Lightwater Turkey also started to commercialize Lightwater, and I'm happy that Turkish people also have access now, thanks to Victor, to Lightwater in Turkey. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Abdullah. That was fantastic. Thank you for the wonderful, wonderful lecture, and certainly leaves a lot of things to think about.
Thank you very much, Victor, for kindly inviting me. And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great night out in Turkey. Hopefully, I can see you in person sometime soon.
Okay, I'll follow the presenters. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much for listening to me.
And now we're going to have our next speaker. That's going to be Anton Chernopiatko. We're waiting for him to come in. Okay, great.
Thank you very much, Victor, for kindly inviting me.
And there he is. Thank you. Have a great night in Turkey. Hopefully, I can see you in person sometime soon.
I will follow the presenters. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, we have Anton here with us. Just has to. There he is, Anton.
Oh.
Good morning or good evening in Moscow.
Good evening. Good evening. Now in Moscow, about 10 o'clock in the evening. Already dark. Yes. I'm Anton Chernoperko. I'm from Russia. And I'm an entrepreneur. And now I want to demonstrate my screen. Okay.
So I'll be doing I'll be helping Anton with some of the translation
Okay.
Russian English.
Is it possible to see my screen?
We can see it. We can see your screen.
Yes, okay. 1 second. I would go to the start page. Okay. Now, I'm from Russia. I became interesting in deuterium depleted water when I was a teenager. I read a magazine for children, a story about scientific experiment with melted snow water and about the miracles that happened with the animals that drank this water. I will definitely tell you about this experiment today. But when I grew up and became an entrepreneur, I remembered this, and engineers from the Institute of Fine Technology in Moscow helped me to create the world's first large production facility of deuterium depleted water. And Igor Pomytkin became my guide in the world of the science. Now he's online. My meeting with Robert, Michael, Victor is an opportunity to educate people around all world about deuterium depleted water and give a chance to be a little healthier and happier people. First, again, a few words about natural water. It was already said in this conference that natural water is a mixed, actually H2O and various admixtures. First of all, electrolytes, but also in biological, chemical, and also isotopic impurities. It is small part here. Some of them are harmful, some are useful. But in the city tap water, the electrolytes usually not exceeded more than 250 milligrams or 250 parts per million or ppms. But there are also isotopic impurities in the water. This is water with a changed isotopic composition, where hydrogen or oxygen are represented by their heavier isotopes. And that's a lot, about 3 grams, 2,900 milligrams of so-called heavy water. It is physically heavier than H2O. Its density up to 10% more. You can weigh it. And it is not at all useful for the human health. There are 9 different different stable isotopes in water. For the largest part of the, it is a heavy oxygenic water. Science has no direct evidence of its harm. I think this is a matter of the future. But the heavy hydrogenic water, for this, a lot of science evidence of its undesirable effects on all living things. This is 330 milligrams of a substance that inhibit biochemical reaction in the body, like in previous report was told. Essentially acts like a cent in the watch. If you remove it, the clock will not move faster, but it will work longer and more accurately. Our summit is dedicated to this piece of cake and the effects of water without this impurity. Common impurities are cleaned by conventional means of filtration, ultraviolet disinfection, biological and other measures. But to remove heavy isotope combination, we need to apply low temperature vacuum rectification. In this column should be some column, and we have 9 meters high columns, and in this column steam rising up meets with the phlegma on the surface of the random packing nozzle gives to the phlegma the heavy fraction of water, and steam itself becomes lighter and lighter. Then the steam itself turns into phlegma here, and the cycle repeats. Nature has been using all these water purification methods for a long time. Filtration, biological and chemical technologies, everything is in nature. There is also steam rising up meets with the phlegma on the surface of the random packing nozzle gives to the phlegma the heavy fraction of water, and steam itself becomes lighter and lighter. Why? Then the steam itself turns into phlegma here, and the cycle. Something happened with my voice. Nature has been using all these water purification methods for a long time. Myself, biological and chemical technologies, everything is in nature. There is also steam rising up meets with the phlegma on the surface of the random packing. Okay. I hope now all IT problem is gone.
I think so. Sorry for that technical intrusion.
There is also an isotope purification mechanism. Our columns only simulate natural processes. The fact is that steam under normal condition is always slightly lighter than water from which it is evaporated. This steam, for example, from the ocean condensed in a cloud falls as a rain or snow on the surface of the earth, evaporates again from the puddles, rivers, and lakes in given area. When sediment is transported further from the ocean in the next hydrological cycle, the water becomes lighter. if snow falling to the ground is involved in cycle, the depletion is faster. Therefore, the higher the altitude, the generally lower the deuterium concentration. As it was said in previous reports, in the ocean, 155 ppm deuterium. Ocean water has become the international atomic agency standard. In the continent, you see it could be about 140, 145 ppm of deuterium. In Greenland or in Yakutia, less than 130 ppm. The lightest water on the planet in the mountains of Antarctica. 89 ppm at the Russian Vostok station became the second IAEA standard as the lightest water of the Earth. The deuterium content of United States drinking water has been studied, and you can see the map. Hydrological processes are quite complex, and they are influenced by the terrain, mountains, lakes, windrows, and much more. But the general tendencies are visible from the farther from the ocean, you see, and then farther north, the less deuterium. The same rules are in the other part of the world. Long ago, in 1955, a group of the researchers from the Tomsk University became interested in statistics from Yakutia. The largest number of centenarians lived there. According to the statistic, it is 4 times more than in the average for the Russian Federation. Moreover, the living condition, the poor. It was dark for the half of the year. There was smoke in the houses. The diet was, I can call it, the most non-Mediterranean. It's fat, smoked meat, no fruity vegetables. The level of healthcare in 1955 was almost absent. The researchers pay attention to the water, and they received from the water they received from the melted snow. One single parameter was significantly different. It was a deuterium content. Experiments have been carried out on animals and plants. Amazing data were received and published. There was a world first article about positive effect of deuterium depleted water. It was in 1961. Amazing result was obtained. Chicken, which drank snow water, fared twice as well. Piglet weight gain increased significantly. Grain soaked before planting in snow water gave a significant increase in yield. You can generally trust this or not, but this finding have not been refused by anyone. And numerous studies and publications over the next decades have shown that positive biological effect of deuterium depleted water exists, and they are significant. Even a more impressive experiment on mice, was published by the same group of researchers in 1966. Mice drink snow water from Yakutia. 84 mice were taken in the experiments. Maintenance on snow water causes an increase in sexual activity in males. And it maintains throughout the period of observation. The females ovaries expressed multi-fetation up to 8-10 little mice with a high weight of offsprings. Results were obtained during the experiments carried out on the same line on the mice and at the same feeding regime for the condition when was added a little heavy water to the same drinking snow water. And first generation was more or less okay, but weight of newborn mice was on average 20% less than weight of control ones. And at the same time, markedly predominant male sex. Development of the first-born generation was significantly inhibited. Despite good general condition and sufficient activity, very slow growth was observed. The color of coat slightly changed. Instead of shining black one, or as the parents has, the offspring has hazy and brownish and dull coat. Males were not sexually active. The females of second generation, despite the pregnancy, were incapable of lactation, and newborns born in the number of 3-4 died. The second pregnancy ended in the same result, so the third generation could not be obtained. So it's a little bit shock, I think. The first international publication on the biological effect of deuterium depleted water was in 1975. It confirmed that there is indeed significant biological effect of deuterium depleted water. Then Hungarian scientists put their efforts to research of deuterium depleted water. They have very fundamental statistical base. And their works have given many years of life to the thousands of people. For example, this slide shows that median survival times increased up to 7 times. Their work continues to this day. Romanian scientists have shown that deuterium depleted water has significant antibacterial effects. The survival rate of mammals after lung injury with Streptococcus increased manifold. You see, it was almost 15%. Here's 85% survival. And in Russian studies, it was shown that deuterium depleted water improves and enhances the effect of antiviral drugs. It is, by the way, it's very relevant nowadays. We have carried out several tests with athletes and simply healthy people. It was, and it is very difficult to treat a healthy person, but we succeeded. For this, we studied their condition with physical loads. It was a rather expensive study. We looked at many functional indicators. The main things was the studied it was energy and respiration, gas exchange. Well, being the presence of or absence of depressive disorders and anxiety. We did a lot of tests and looked at the condition of people before and after taking deuterium depleted water. The conclusion has always been that if some indicators is outside of the range of norms, then it tends to enter the norm. And if the indicator is normal, then it remains there, even tends to the center of the intervals. Since with a decrease in the deuterium load, the body has additional force to put things in order in its biochemical processes. Major miracles begins here. I think there is a Nobel Prize smell here. Imagine that just by replacing plain pure water with deuterium depleted water, the human body begins to spend less oxygen on the same work and therefore spend less energy. You can see the difference in 10%. The regulated energy to do the same work also falls during the consumption of the water in comparison with the controlled water. It means that people live more efficiently. I have two thick reports of the Institute of the Normal Physiological in Russian. I can share. You can repeat and check the conclusions. I myself love to play badminton. And if I drink before and during the game 5 or 10 ppm water, the difference with the usual count on ordinary water with regular partners is better 5-6 score out of 21. But if I share with my opponent deuterium depleted water, then I lose this advantage. we see that the athlete's body passed the load better. He does more squats, he has more opportunities to hold his breath. The explanation here is that the resources that were previously spent to fight deuterium load are aimed at meeting the needs of the body. You see, everything becomes to the better the sportsman. It was basketball players. And you see that they even made more squats during the 3 minutes and have more stable heart rate. This is reflected also in endurance. We see that athletes cope much better with the load. This is I can say that this is a claim to win. The questionnaires showed that the athletes had significantly reduced anxiety and they entered the competition calmly and confidently. My opinion is that deuterium depleted water consumption will be the most effective in team sport, where strength and endurance must be combined with quick reaction and quick decision. It's like football, rugby, tennis, basketball, biathlon, etc. The effect will be noticeable most of all in older athletes who will add their former strength and endurance to their experience. As a general rule, water helps young, lazy people less than adults who have physical, psychological, mental load or illness. Deuterium depleted water has a significant potential to increase of energy resources of healthy people and represent a promising approach to improvement of quality of life of healthy people. It was our research. But now I just like to talk about one of our fundamental research conducted by the international team in cooperation with scientists of the leading European universities like Oxford, Maastricht, Lyon, Würzburg, and and also Utah University from United States. The part of this research was published. Just like the researcher from Tomsk back in 1957, we were interested in the connection between geographical distribution of deuterium and human health. The aim of publication was to show the correlation between the level of deuterium in drinking water and depression. We had a unique opportunity to use official statistics based on hundreds of the millions of people, Americans. We took data about prevalence of depression from the Center for Disease Control and Prevention, USA, and published data about deuterium distribution in continental USA from the National Survey of Utah University. It is known that surface water, tap water, and even bottled water have almost the same geographical deviation of deuterium. Because the business of bottled water is mainly logistic, and non-premium water is not transported for more than 100 kilometers. Of course, we start from depression, and we see that this maps looks very similar. Maps of depression and maps of deuterium content. We then performed a correlation Pearson's analysis between content of deuterium in tap water and prevalence of depression across the USA, state by state. Every dot here is state of USA. And in this Pearson coefficient is about 47%, and P is rather low. It is, and we see that, for example, in Montana state, doctors diagnose medical depression almost twice less than in Alabama, and water in Montana is 15% lighter by HOD, by deuterium. And we have clear tendency. And next, we conducted the experiments on animals to confirm this relationship. We started from the chronic stress study. We regret that a lot of mice were laid on altar of science for human health. For 10 days, several times a day, we tried to put mice to affective disorders. We scared them with predators, rats, limited their movements for several hours, held them for 30 minutes in the tail, placed aggressive visitors to mice for 30 minutes. And they became depressed. Normal, not depressed mice enjoy life. They mostly prefer sweet water to plain water. In behavior despair test, mice fight for their life and do not afraid of open space. But depressed mice became anhedonic. They do not able to find pleasure in sweet water. Thrown into the water, they much less fight for the life. You see. And are afraid of open space. And spent almost all time in dark corridor. The situation changed if mouse was treated by antidepressant, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, citalopram or imipramine. In this case, we see expected improvement. You see this and this and this. And you see that deuterium depleted water exhibit almost the same result as antidepressant in sucrose preference test, behavior despair, and OMAS test. It is almost the same. But unlike antidepressant, with a long list of side effects, including, by the way, suicide, deuterium depleted water has absolutely no side effects. We went further and found that it is relevant also for the weight and condition of the coat. We found that deuterium depleted water reduces the stress-induced undesirable elevation of transcription of 5-HT transporter. Moreover, deuterium depleted water has antidepressant-like sleep changes. So it is already proof. And of course, we continued to investigate correlation of disorders, not only depression, and the deuterium depleted based on American statistic. And saw a lot of interesting dependencies. We selected state where deuterium content was less than 140 ppm and compared with states with more than 150 ppm deuterium. And we see the significant difference. For depression, for another mental affective disease, we checked diagnosis of psychological distress, and we see a rather evident correlation. The same correlation is also obvious for the cardiovascular disorders like coronary heart disease. You see? Myocardial infarction, it's not so clear tendency, but in any case, we can see the difference. For diabetes, Pearson coefficient is 64%. It's very high, and P almost 0. It is really, it's scientifically proved that deuterium depleted water really helped with diabetes, obesity, stroke, hypertension, even tooth loss for the adults with age 65 plus. And we did not find a significant correlation for oncology, for different oncology diseases, because I suppose the effect may be seen when is used more depleted water. I think 5 or 10 ppm, like it was in some experiment shown, or also Hungarian experiments. We can see the summary. You can see the summary. And it is, I can say that almost everything we see that it is mathematically and scientifically proved everywhere. And you see that consumption of deuterium depleted water can save a lot of life, and health of the people. I ask you to think. For example, if I, like a person, and will save some life, rescue some life, I will be very happy and proud. It will shine on me for the long time. But now you and I have a chance to save a lot of people, add them life, health, and happiness to the millions. Commercialization will work itself out if we devote our efforts to such good thing. This will be one of the reasons that we do not live in vain. Thank you. Please do not hesitate to send me email, ask something. And I always open. And visit our site, drinklightwater.com or lightwater.com. Lightwater.com is library site. And my email you can see. Thank you.
Thank you, Anton. Thank you. Excellent presentation. We now move on to Petra Dorfsman. We'll get her in here in one moment. And I just wanted to add something to Anton's presentation. That was just a cross. He shared just a small cross section of all the actual studies that they did in the last 15 years. So it's quite remarkable. And like I said earlier, looking forward to repeating some of those studies in the US. So we're just waiting here for Petra. Excellent. And Petra is she's a clinician that's been practicing deuterium depletion protocols, probably the longest of anybody that I know, other than Dr. Gabor Sommelier in Hungary. And so she has a lot to share with us in terms of the actual real world experience, clinical use of deuterium depleted water and deuterium depletion as a strategy and intervention for optimal health and recovery. And that would have been great to just hand her over like that, but that's not going to happen. Just going to wait for her to get in here. That would have been a great transition. All right. We'll get there. This is the beauty of a live summit. You can experience all the technical glitches and drop balls in real time, but that's the excitement of live broadcasting. And there she is. Just gonna wait for Dr. Petra to give us her live video feed and unmute herself. And there she is. Thank you, Petra, for joining us.
Hi, Victor. How are you?
Hi, good. Good morning or good afternoon to you.
I am very well. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share some of my clinical experiences with your audience.
Awesome. Well, without further ado, I will give you the floor. And there she is.
Oops. Lost you.
You're on.
Okay, so thank you so much. Chat, maybe you can help me share the screen so that we can get switched over to my, I've lost all my little abilities to do this. Let's see. Speaker, go, no. I think I need a little assistance because I lost my, yeah.
Should be back now.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. It was all the way at the bottom. Okay, here we go. So here we go. I am excited to share with you a whole range of topics. This is what we will discuss: the main principles of deuteronomics and why deuterium is important from a clinician point of view rather than the scientists. Why now more than ever before? We will also briefly touch on why we never heard about this before, or most of you probably haven't. I want to explain how it is that we accumulate deuterium and all of the other factors are involved that we normally wouldn't think of, but that are very important to connect all together. Then I will talk about how we naturally deplete and how we can lower the excess levels that we may incur due to just living regular life. Then we will talk about the efficacy of depletion and who should deplete and where to start. So life is about recycling protons. The more effectively they move, the more efficient our bodies will function. And this is a quote that Albert St. Georgi made for almost 100 years ago. And protons, of course, are hydrogen atoms that lack electrons, and they are positively charged, so they react with oxygen very rapidly. They are what sustain us. They are our life. So this is what is crucial to our body's functioning. So the principles of deuteronomics, this is what we call this translational medical field. They are guided by a very specific set of principles. It's deuteronomics means the everything that has to do with deuterium, and there are 4 very specific pieces to it that Dr. Laszlo Boros has articulated, and I will share those here to start with. So life is this proton-driven set of organic chemical bonds that reactions for our energy production and structure formation that are compromised by deuterium. The accumulation of deuterium from nutrients is a very important disease-causing factor. Deuterium depletion may well be the most important preventative and therapeutic medical intervention, and I will share some of the findings that I have seen in my patient population. So accordingly, diets may exert therapeutic effects if the amount of deuterium entering the body is reduced via naturally depleted metabolic and nutritional ketosis, which is the physiological biochemistry profile of humans at birth and morning awakenings. So why is it so important? When a deuterium atom replaces a hydrogen inside our bodies, it changes everything. So because of the size and the weight, we've already heard about that, the properties of every single protein or every molecule really that hydrogen is normally in and replaced by deuterium, it changes the function of all of it. So even if we overload the system with too much of deuterium, these normal mechanisms that we have in place will be compromised. And so just on a basic way to look at it, if we understand that once deuterium gets into our bodies, these bonds that they form, a hydrogen with a deuterium with with a carbon bond, is 7 times more difficult to break than a hydrogen and a carbon bond. And so because deuterium atoms change freezing temperatures, thawing and boiling, it also makes deuterium deuterium atoms also make water more viscous, which is not what we want. Deuterium is a growth factor for bacteria, for yeast. It enhances virus hosting. DNA and RNA depend on it. And it's, of course, a transforming growth factor. And we also describe it as an oncoisotope for mammalian cells. So meaning it can give rise to cancer. It's interesting because a lot of my patients, when I talk about it, they say, why did we not hear about this before? Where is this all coming from? And it is actually the absence of this information in all of the biochemistry textbooks and the biophysics. It's even in the medical textbooks that I use for my education, it's simply not present. And having to relearn biochemistry, diving really deeply into all of this information, I went back to the textbooks that I used in school, and it was clear that it's simply not even in there. Oftentimes, water is left out of the chemical reactions that we have to study because it's simply assumed that it's not important because it's omnipresent and it's everywhere. So what really needs to happen, we need to get a new biochemistry textbook that can set the standard, and so we can all learn what this really is about. So ultimately, what we now know and what's becoming clear every day with all the knowledge and all the connections that people and researchers are making is that every single reaction truly is about every single reaction in the body, is truly about making sure that deuterium does not get into the mitochondria. This is so this is particularly abundantly clear in this recent paper that was published just earlier this month by a team of researchers from Florida. They, along with another set of researchers at Yale, have been looking at using deuterium labeling for imaging of MRI to see if that is something that they can use for diagnosis of specific conditions. And so what they did is they actually labeled glucose with deuterium and then injected it, and they watched. And then also at the same time, they monitored the uptake of deuterium into the metabolic water. They compared it. They also watched the glutamate and lactate. And so as you can see here on the screen, here we go. My mouse does not seem to be appearing here. But if you see here that the glucose after injection pretty rapidly spikes quite high, and then it slowly decreases. If you then look at the red squares, you see that that is the metabolic water, and it's actually uptaking the deuterium in a very linear way. Now, if you look at the next slide here, you can see that it's actually a dose-dependent and time-dependent reaction that takes place as the glucose spikes really quickly, and then it goes down, and it's the glucose loses the deuterium. The deuterium actually is taken up by the metabolic water, and this is ongoing even after all the glucose has been broken down. The deuterium levels in the metabolic water keeps rising. So how do we and I want to call it decumulate, as in deuterium accumulation. There's many ways that we do so in the body. It depends on the water we drink, the quality of it, the quantity of it, the air we breathe, the foods we eat, the sunlight we lack, and of course the artificial light that we're exposed to in excess. But what else? I have tried to make this flow sheet that incorporates all of the different ways that we can connect excess deuterium levels with all the other environmental factors that we're exposed to and metabolic processes. And if we go clockwise here, we can start with the 10 o'clock, the metabolic crowding. So if we accumulate excess deuterium, this will back up all of these biochemical processes and lead to this crowding that causes further dysfunction. I will touch briefly on, in the coming slides, on vitamin D. Electromagnetic radiations, of course, plays a role, as a proton has a very specific spin, which is sensitive to all radiation around it. This is, in fact, how we use MRI imaging. We can see the effect of a deuterium within the hydrogen atoms. It affects 1,000 of hydrogen atoms around them. I'll briefly touch on copper as well. We already heard that high levels of deuterium give rise to microbial infections and hosting of viruses. The genome is also transformed. We actually don't need mutations or epigenetics. The simple high levels of deuterium on the DNA backbone will affect how proteins are translated from those. Neurodegeneration, we know that's very much associated with this. The microbiome imbalance. Excess levels of deuterium is, of course, a growth factor, particularly for the pathogenic bacteria that live in our gut. Peroxynitride is a very potent oxidant that causes even more accumulation and mitochondrial dysfunction. And as a result, this is just a catch-22. Fat consumption and source, I'll briefly talk about that. And sunlight exposure, water quality, glyphosate, I will leave that all to Stephanie Seneff, who you'll get later today. And inorganic metals are also a huge topic. So why is that? We are exposed to many different metals. Back in 1941, iron fortification started, which was doubled in 1969 in the US. And of course, we are exposed to metals in dentistry and in imaging, supplements and functional foods, and many pharmaceuticals contain them, like chemotherapies, vaccines, and antacids. The water processing of fluoridation in itself, this obtaining the fluoride, brings along heavy metal contamination, which of course is found in a lot of people's tap water. We're also exposed by air pollution, car exhaust, and the geoengineering that's taking place in many parts of the world. Now, this is important because as the metals accumulate in our cells, it interferes with the fractionation, meaning the separation of deuterium and the hydrogen. So it becomes, the more crowded the cell gets, the more difficult these processes go, and it all is a snowball effect, if you will. A lack of bioavailable copper, I also wanted to just briefly pause at because it's such a critical component of mitochondrial function. It is in fact part of complex 4, a cytochrome C oxidase that reduces oxygen to metabolic water. And it's also present, the copper ions up to 6 to 8 atoms actually into ceruloplasmin, which is also very important for iron recycling. Superoxide dismutase, catalase, and glutathione peroxidase all require copper. They are totally dependent upon that. So a dysfunctional iron metabolism due to this lack of copper, which really directs how directs how iron functions within the body. And all of this, if this goes wrong, for all of the reasons that we can think of, a decrease of metabolic water is the result. And the slowing down of the TCA cycle that, of course, leads even to further metabolic crowning. Now, quality of water and the purity as well as deuterium level are very important. The source of the water determines that. So depending on where you are in the country, as Anton just showed, the map of America with the different levels, it is clear that that is a very important piece of it. But the fact is that truly most parts of the world, we drink water that is way above the quality, the level of deuterium that we really should be exposed to. It is understood and believed that when we evolved and biology evolved, that the levels of deuterium on our beautiful planet were about 130 parts per million. And as we now know today, in the US, they range much higher. Spring water and mantle or primary water and glacial waters are often a little bit lower in deuterium content. And we've measured a whole bunch of them, and generally they're around 140 ppm. Again, it depends on where this water comes from. The higher the mountains, the lower the ppm will be. So aside from the D content, it's also very important to just touch on the structured water versus interfacial water. And I want to just, I often get these questions from my patients as well. Structured water is the surface water. That's any water that actually attaches itself to any biological membrane. The water that is referred to as bulk water, which is, you can think of it as adherence, is the structured water, and coherence is the water that we find in the middle. So if you look at a glass of water, for instance, at the edges, you will see some rounding where the water is adhering. That is structured water. It's just an important piece to differentiate. And so often, yeah. Okay, so then the next piece is that we also have to think about the purity of the water. Most water contains, in the US, fluoride, and thankfully in Europe, they long stopped doing that. But I want to just be clear that refrigerator or Brita filters are absolutely not an adequate form of filtration. And Robert Slovak has done a lot to bring that to the greater health community. So another huge piece that I want to discuss is the amount of water we consume. Now, there truly is no widespread consensus that dictates exactly an adequate intake of water for us. And in fact, of course, we know that a lot of factors play a role: male, female, your body size, the level of your activity, sweat loss, your dietary intake in terms of sodium and protein. They all play a role. But what we've often been told is to drink 8 ounces, half of our body weight in ounces a day, is really not accurate. And in fact, many drink a lot more water than that. And it's a problem, as it is actually one of the possibly types of ways that you accumulate excess levels of deuterium. A very important hormone that we make in our body is antidiuretic hormone. And this hormone governs in our body the homeostasis of water. And some papers also have been referring to this as a hydration marker. Drinking excess water actually suppresses the synthesis of antidiuretic hormone. And that is a problem because we actually see this in many of our patients that have very low levels or they are undetectable. And that is a problem because ADH is actually very important for many reasons. It doesn't only control the level of reabsorption of this primary filtrate that we create in our kidneys. Every day we approximately filter 7,200 liters of blood that goes through our kidneys, and that creates this primary filtrate that's deuterium depleted. If we drink lots of excess water, we will forego this beautiful depleted substance and instead continue to drink higher deuterium water, again accumulating what we have in the body. So that is a very important point to understand. And the truth is, many of my patients who actually stopped drinking as much, and some of them were drinking 4 to 5 quarts liters a day, and took that down slowly, gradually, mindfully, and of course with all of the factors that we need to think about. So extra exercise, of course would want some more, but to try and restore normal levels of antidiuretic hormone is actually very important because it also governs all of your sex steroid hormones. And so if ADH is suppressed, the synthesis of all of those hormones will be lower as well. Now, of course, it also affects the rate at which you produce metabolic water. If you suppress that and you drink lots of outside water, there really isn't as much need to produce your own metabolic water. Now, what is metabolic water? And I want to touch on this because all of the papers that you look at in the research, how much we should drink, never talk about metabolic water. It's as though most people are unaware that this is one of the primary functions of our mitochondria. Because in fact, the hydrogens that we harvest from our food and the oxygen in mitochondria produce the metabolic water for us, as well as, of course, the ATP and CO2. So yes, we actually produce and recycle close to 7,200 liters a day in a 24-hour period. So it's important to realize that the foods that we take in will give us back metabolic water. And it very much depends on the type of food you eat and how much water you make. And for instance, 100 grams of fat, we produce 110 grams of water. From 100 grams of carbohydrates, we produce only 55 grams of water. So it's much reduced. It's way more efficient to consume a high-fat diet. This water that we produce is deuterium depleted, and it's crucial for all of the energy transfer and information transfer between cells. And this production of this water is also very much enhanced by infrared light. There are several important sort of red light antennas on these complexes, and it increases it, and this also makes the water less viscous. So sunlight, we know how important that is for our bodies, and there are a very important once biophotons hit our skin, they enter the molecules, and cholesterol is one of those very important circulating molecules in our blood that actually picks up the light, and the hydrogen bonds of the cholesterol start resonating. If UVB light comes along, then that is when vitamin D is produced. It's crucial for our bodies to observe the circadian rhythms and get all of the cues of the light at the right times of day. And this is how we can bring the energy from the sun deep down in our tissues and help ensure that we deplete naturally in the right rates. So this cholesterol, like I already mentioned, is a key component of this. If the levels of deuterium are high in our bodies, the cholesterol molecule will actually carry deuterons instead of hydrogens. And this is where the problem arises when the sun is supposed to resonate these hydrogen bonds. That doesn't happen. These bonds will not break, and you will have a low vitamin D level. This is really important to understand that we can't just take a supplement from a jar that has been sitting on a shelf and that probably has a rancid oil in it. The whole idea of this vitamin D molecule is that it carries this resonance that it receives from the sunlight and brings that back down in tissues. Vitamin D is even more efficient at that than cholesterol is. And so it's a process that is very much affected by high levels of deuterium. So quantity and qualities of fats. This is another crucial piece to understand, that if we consume a naturally derived fats from animals that lived sustainable lives, and unlike the modified fats, which are high in deuterium or they are deuterated, this is a crucial piece because as our body has many beautiful reactions that are able to pick out and separate out the deuterium from proteins and sugars and carbohydrates, there is no such a mechanism for your body to take deuterons off of the backbone of a fatty acid. So our fats have to be very, very high quality. it's the power of the working of a ketogenic diet to actually deplete the deuterium. And so we saw this in papers published several years ago that would say, well, there is no benefit of this particular ketogenic diet. But it turned out, if you looked at the materials and methods of the papers, they used these compromised industrial oil mixtures that were absolutely not appropriate as a ketogenic type of substrate that we could produce and be harvested for efficient and the right way of producing metabolic water. So one of those papers make that very clear. It's what to eat or what not to eat. That's still the question. This particular concept was also confirmed by the ERGO-2 trial that's still in progress, but they also very much noted that the quality of the fats are crucial. And this was specifically for glioblastoma cancer cells. We also know from measuring all of the different levels of fats that are available to us that a grass-fed cow, the butter is 160 parts per million, and the conventional butter is 124. And so lower is better, and that is what we want. And as I said, unlike for amino acids and for sugars, we cannot take deuterons off of these compromised industrialized fats. So ketone bodies, Travis Christofferson wrote a really excellent book last year called The Fourth Fuel, Ketone Bodies. It really is the first fuel, and it was just left behind. It is the ketone bodies that we actually are born in ketosis, and we wake up in it after 6 to 7 hours of sleep. The efficiency achieved that Travis wrote so beautifully about in his book is the metabolic efficiency. It goes from 10% to 25% if we compare a regular diet with just lots of glucose and insulin release versus a ketogenic diet. And then, of course, the reason that these are so efficient is that the saturated fats contain all of the hydrogens and less deuterium. And so they increase the production of deuterium-depleted water as well as ATP. Ketosis and the ketone-producing therapies, they provide the extra increase in the net hydrogens that we are exposed to in daily life, and therefore that enhances mitochondrial function as well as our health. Now, the mechanisms by which we deplete. This is important for coming up with the best ways for patients who have excess levels to understand how we do this. There are many physical, biological, and biochemical processes, but we will focus on how we do this in the body. So we do that by breathing it out. We do it through saliva. We do it through sweating, tears, through urine, and of course our stool. Our microbiome clears our deuterium for us, the deuterium that we take in our food that we consume and the water that we drink. Again, sunlight exposure is a big part of that as well. The living in coherence with circadian rhythms is also crucial. Observing the light cues, as I mentioned before. So there are many depletion therapies that we can think of. And the first and most important one is a seasonal, natural, local, if possible, ketogenic diet. The second one is the consuming of deuterium-depleted water. Fasting and both water and intermittent fasting are very, very helpful. Hydrogen gas inhalation has shown to be very beneficial, and Tyler will tell us a lot more about that this afternoon. Fever and fever-inducing therapies are known to increase, of course, through the heat production, also the creation of the synthesis of metabolic water, and can be very helpful. Same for cold thermogenesis, meaning exposing your body to either cryo or cold water immersion, which will enhance mitochondrial function as well. There are several kinds of fermented wheat germ extracts on the available that are also have shown to deplete directly by being able to stimulate the production of these endogenous fatty acids that are depleted. We know that cannabinoids can do this. There are a lot of plants that really seem to facilitate depletion as well, which is why I believe so many of them are so helpful. There are certain probiotic strains that produce sugars or mannitose or other substances that can help us deplete deuterium in the gut. And then we also know that there are very specific pharmaceuticals that do the same. Now, wellness water versus therapeutic water. As we know, the most drinking water is around 150. Let's assume that. We consider wellness water to be 125 ppm or less. A therapeutic water would contain 105 parts per million or less. Any water that is below 50 parts per million is considered a concentrate and should really be diluted. There are several papers published that show that there is something such as isotopic shock, and I don't advise anybody to just drink a bottle straight up. It's important to dilute it and as a therapy, we can use it in a very gradual way. Dr. Gabor Chaumier has many years had many practices of applying these different levels of ppm in a very organized manner, depending on the presentation of the patient and the needs of the patient. This isn't something you just want to kind of guess around. As we know, Clarivia water is available in 25 and 8 ppm, and Preventa makes several strengths as well. Light water is in 10 and in 5, and it's easy to dilute those. It's a couple of calculations. There's plenty of wonderful sheets available to look at that. There are other waters available, but I have not tested those, so I wouldn't know that. So for deuterium depleted water, I would stick to those. There are some other waters on the market that claim that they are deuterium depleted, but most of them are not below 130 or 135, and most actually at 140. If you are going to be consuming deuterium depleted water, you should really do that with according to your specific condition. It's best to try and space out throughout the day the water, not drink it all at once in the morning and then drink the rest of the day your regular ppms. Try and compensate. If you eat some foods that are perhaps higher in deuterium, you would supplement that with some deuterium depleted water in order to keep a level of deuterium in your body throughout the day. It's best to make your coffees and your teas from this as well. And for most people, it is appropriate to start at approximately 105 parts per million. It is important to drink the, the minimal effective dose to maintain a specific concentration for as long as possible. And as we know, it's a fairly expensive proposition still to start on a depletion protocol with the water, but if you do it mindfully, it can be really done. And once you understand that you can replace lots of other medical treatments with this, this actually may turn out to be the best health investment that you can make. Now, who is it important for? Basically, for everyone. Anybody with a chronic health condition should consider doing a depletion protocol or a set of implementation of a set of these measures that are able to attain for you. So if you're tired, if you're overweight, if you're depressed, if you suffer from brain fog, those are all excellent reasons to incorporate as many of these principles as you can. Athletes that want to improve their performance, as Anton showed, or actually Victor showed that earlier, and I hope you will repeat that study. That would be fascinating. Students who want to perform better in school, think clearer and be faster. It's very, very helpful to do this. Depletion and maintaining low levels is truly an innate biochemical default that we all have, and we should honor that and facilitate it as good as we can. Now, briefly, the benefits of deuterium depleted water, they've been published in the research, and it's clear that they include antioxidant properties. There are metabolic detoxification. There is much data on their role for cancer. That's in fact probably most of the research is based around that, but I can promise you it is very effective in many other applications as well. Now, another huge piece, again, this is the DNA breaks. The drinking deuterium depleted water will reduce the number of single-stranded DNA breaks, and it will also reduce any possibilities of the epigenetic expression of certain genes that you may already have. It also, we know that the deuterium depleted water will increase autophagy when needed and where needed. So all really, really, really important pieces. So where do you start? The best is first to drink only the water that you need, guided by your thirst and of course your activity level. It's very important that you choose foods that are low in deuterium. You want to focus on non-processed animal and plant-derived foods. Local, sustainable, and pastured animals are key, especially ovals. So I mean liver or hearts. Other animal organs that we often pass over are actually tremendously beneficial for us. Non-starchy vegetables of all colors, but particularly green, as the process of photosynthesis itself is a deuterium depleting mechanism. Nuts with high fat content are excellent as well. Drink water that's low in deuterium would be another excellent way to do so. Minding your circadian rhythms, go outside, watch some sunsets and sunrises. Know that the sun provides at least 40 to 50% of infrared light the whole day, every day, even when it's cloudy. And this light, again, is crucial for increasing the efficiency of how you produce metabolic water. It increases the what Gerald Pollack calls the exclusion zone. It's the structured water and the interfacial water, and that's very beneficial for our health. So become aware of the light that you're exposed to. Try and minimize all the artificial light. Go outside as much as you can. And also be mindful of the Wi-Fi environment that you find yourself in. Reduce that. If weather allows it, go and be on your bare feet and enjoy all the benefits that come from that. These are some samples that we are working on to test. Next in the planning is working on a cookbook. I'm doing that with my daughter, Sophia, who's an excellent chef. And we are keen to create meals that are balanced yet very low in deuterium. And we are testing all the specific foods that we use and the ingredients that we will make these dinners from. And it's a beautiful project in progress, and I can't wait to share it once it's done. It will be it will take a while because we're keen on using seasonal foods. So we will do the testing in batches, but it will be a very, very helpful and revealing project. So I'd like to thank my Laszlo, of course, Dr. Boros. I also like to thank James Leck at the Vrije University, Stephanie Senne for all of her enthusiasm and amazing connections that she's been making, and my colleagues, Dr. Winters and Schaffner, and Victor and Robert Slovak. Thank you so much. And of course, Sophia Dorsman, who did such a beautiful job on giving my presentations and websites this new look and better flow of all information. And hereby, I'd like to end it. I thank you for listening. And if, Victor, if you have any more questions, I happily answer those. Let's see, where are we? Taylor.
Well, definitely. Thank you, Petra. That was amazing. Thank you for all that enlightening knowledge. And there will be questions. Anybody can submit a question. We'll get to them. We'll get to them later and then post them with the recordings of the summit.
Great. Perfect. Thank you so much. I hope that was a decent overview. Everybody should know that, of course, we can't give medical advice on a situation like this. So these are all quite general, but if anybody has any questions, feel free to connect. All the papers that I reference and the data that I discussed is available on my website as well with links. So I invite anyone to take a look there and learn more.
Thank you for empowering us with this next level knowledge, and looking forward to the round table.
Thank you. Me too.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Bye. Our next speaker is Laszlo Boros. I think we have some, to cut away to before then. Okay.
Wake up, the gig's up, taking the rising sun. This time the darkness is set to run, 'cause I think the sky looks amazing. I sold my car, yeah, I'm leaving this town. I don't mind the walk 'cause it saves me. I lost my phone, it don't faze me now. My soul breaks free, I run. Yeah, I'll count the days with my heartbeat, 'cause I long to fill my lungs. They say I'm crazy, I keep moving on, 'cause I'm living my life under the sun.
If you could unmute your microphone.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Or can you see me?
And we can see you.
All right.
All right. Thank you for participating in the Deuterium Depletion Summit 2021. Had a great morning so far and just had the most amazing presentations from everybody.
Thank
And
you for covering.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear myself, yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to give you the floor and take it away.
So I just share my,
Yeah, just share
I
share your screen and whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, take it away, Dr. Laszlo Boros.
All right. Yes, I can hear you, yes. Can you hear me?
Yep.
I did. So good afternoon and good morning, good afternoon. And thank you very much for the opportunity that I can talk at this meeting. For some reason, I can hear back. There's an echo. It seems like it's getting recorded, and if I hear it back, that's almost like listening to myself. But okay, this is now fixed. So can you somehow, because I'm talking in my microphone, and for some reason I can hear myself back.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a delay. Maybe if you.
Close what? The sun is streaming or something. So I should close your connection or the other one? Yes. Mm-hmm.
That seems better. Yeah, I don't hear audio return. Let's try.
I do hear myself for some reason. Now I took my headphones out.
Is that better?
I can hear you, and then when I talk, it talks back to me.
It's a delay.
I know there is a delay, but somehow it's coming back.
I do hear myself for some reason. Now I took my yes. Is that better? I can hear you, and then when I talk, it talks back to me. There was a delay, but somehow it's coming back. I do hear myself for some reason. Now I took my yes. I can hear you, and then when I talk, it talks back to me. There was a
found it, something to boost my energy and delay the aging process. Let's talk about why you need to be drinking hydrogen water. Hydrogen is the smallest molecule in the universe, a molecule that can boost alertness, athletic performance, and metabolic health. Not to mention act as one of the most powerful master regulators to combat the aging process. The molecule is H2, molecular hydrogen, also known as hydrogen gas. A lot of people wonder, can't I just get hydrogen from my regular water? Water does contain 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen, but we must liberate the hydrogen from the water to create H2. And how do we do that? Just drop 1 active H2 tablet into a small amount of water and you'll immediately start to see bubbling action. Elemental magnesium reacts with water to create hydrogen gas. This reaction frees the smallest molecule so that it can travel into the hardest to reach areas of our body. Over 1,500 published studies on H2 tout health benefits, ranging from heart and blood vessel health, exercise performance and recovery, metabolic support, stress management, immune health, anti-aging, and more. Take 2 to 3 per day to age well and live your best life.
And good evening in Europe, everyone. My name is Laszlo Boros, and I do teach biochemistry at UCLA, and I did run metabolomics and metabolic profiling operations for a long time in the laboratory of Dr. Pauly and some other prominent investigators, and this is how I kind of earned my background in biochemistry and in metabolomics, and now very recently in deuteronomics. I think it is now very important to position deuteronomics within biochemistry and translational medicine, simply because what I'm going to talk about today is more of what is the literature, what is the peer-reviewed literature entries, and what are the discussions, current day discussions about deuterium, deuteronomics, diagnostics, and so on. And just as a short overview of my talk, I'm going to talk a little bit about fractionation and discrimination of deuterium, especially in the scientific literature, yet the presenters before me have covered this topic. I'd like to devote some time to deuteronomics in radiology, and this is because very recently novel efforts appeared in diagnostics trying to establish deuterium scanning as a visual diagnostic tool, and I'm going to talk about the challenges in that area, and that relates to deuterium depletion or depletion, as you can imagine. And I'm going to go through the literature, current citations of deuteronomics and deuterium science in clinical and in translational literature, so we are up to date as far as where we are in clinical applications. So, and I'm not going to talk about hydrogen and deuterium much, but from our perspective, as Mr. Slovak was mentioning in the beginning of this very interesting, valuable conference, is that this change in weight or mass from protons to deuterons is 100% change. So it's doubling the size and the weight or the mass of a very active biomolecule or atom, if it's in a atomic form. Hydrogen, or it can be a molecule. Hydrogen gas is also produced in gut by gut bacteria and many other ways in our body, but it seems that protons are the key elements of our biology. And if we make them twice as heavy, twice as big, because the nucleus, it's the atomic size of hydrogen and deuterium may not be dramatically different based on the electron clouds, the electron cloud, but the nucleus of the deuteron is actually twice as large as well. It's not only twice as heavy, but it's also twice as large. So any procedure that uses protons, and there are many of them in our mitochondria, in our system, without the electrons, protons have a positive charge. The size of the proton, deuteron couple is also 100% different, meaning that twice as large, twice as heavy isotope is deuterium. And it also has a different chemical relationship or relation with the oxygen atom that hydrogen or deuterium binds in water molecules. And these, Mr. Slovak already covered this, but light water, semi-heavy water, and heavy water are different both in molecular weight and also the chemical bonds between oxygen, hydrogen, and deuterium are different. And first of all, the distance is different between oxygen and hydrogen. If hydrogen is replaced by deuterium, those bonds are usually shorter. And the other very important difference between the two bonds is practically the resonance, or the atomic kind of wiggling around oxygen. If it's hydrogen or deuterium, there's a difference in frequency. Now, you may not think this is much, yet it is a big difference as far as breaking chemical bonds. How durable, how sustaining those chemical bonding structures are in physiology and biochemistry. Those are very important elements, and obviously our research, especially with colleagues in radiology, involves those kind of arguments of how hydrogen can be replaced by deuterium, and when that happens, what is the general impact of this event in radiology images and enzyme activities. I'm going to cover these topics a little bit, but the main message is that deuterium behaves very differently from hydrogen in chemical bonds. It has a different relationship with other atoms, and it has a different resonance and interference or interaction with energy or light per se. So for that matter, hydrogen deuterium exchanges are very critical. And this was also covered in previous talks, clinical talks by Dr. Dorson, for example, yet he talked about, Dr. Olgun also talked about the concentration or the abundance of deuterium in our system, but practically deuterium is the highest, even though it's a relatively low concentration in nature compared to hydrogen in organic molecules. It is because water and hydrogen is so common, and hydrogen containing compounds are so common in our system. Deuterium is very concentrated or very high. It's about 12-14 millimole per liter in our circulating blood, which is several fold higher than all other inorganic or organic elements like glucose. In our body, about a 75 kilogram person would contain about 1.5 grams of deuterium. There are very fundamental and very critical papers to read to understand the field. And these papers were inspiring and very important to Dr. Gábor Somlyai, who is a very good colleague and friend of mine, who started practically the assessment of deuterium in biological systems, especially cell proliferation and cell transformation. But I think the very first and very interesting paper that caught Dr. Somlyai's eyes and my eyes as well is a paper from the 1990s, exactly from 1990. It appeared in Fab's Letters, and it states that the study investigates the role of deuterons in ion transport. And deuterons cannot replace protons in active transport in yeast. Yeast has these ATP-dependent nanomotors that pump hydrogen out from the cells, but in the meantime, as deuterons don't fit in these nanomotors or these ion pumps, deuterons remain in the cells. So there's going to be a disbalance between hydrogen and deuterium in and within yeast cells, and as a result of that, they proliferate and grow in an unlimited fashion, and they produce lactic acid and various other alcohol, for example, fermentation products. But the fact is that they actually fight, they chew deuterons, they can retain deuterons for their own growth. So that's practically a very important element of hydrogen versus deuterium. Simply, they don't participate in transport mechanisms, and also they don't participate in energy producing mechanisms in cells. Now, what is also important is that it's not only the hydrogen or the deuteron transport that is affected, but also the co-transport or secondary symport mechanisms are also affected by deuterium. So it's very important to look at the global picture or the big picture when it comes to deuterium, because many biological processes depend on moving hydrogen. That's true of the nanomotors that Mr. Segarovsky showed very excellent animations about, but it's also important that you move protons when you move proteins. You move protons when you hydrolyze DNA, RNA. Every biochemical process involves protons one way or another. So if a twice as heavy and twice as large nucleus of hydrogen arrives in the form of deuterons, those processes, those biological processes will be affected. So much that in 1988, there was a paper in Nature that described mammalian cells. Now we are talking about mammalian cells, not yeast cells. But what they learned was that if they transfect the yeast proton pump, which retains deuterium in the cells, they transfect this proton pump into mammalian cells, they become tumors, they become cancers. And these are fibroblasts. I think they were isolated from mice, and these mice fibroblasts which were transfected with the yeast proton pump, which retains deuterium and pumps out hydrogen, those cells, because of the excess deuterium, they change their pH, they become more alkaline. And because, as Dr. Ogum was mentioning, that deuterium has a lower coefficient, dissociation coefficient from any chemical bond. So if the cells increase their deuterium content, deuterium like to stay in its chemical bond, especially with oxygen. So for that matter, the pH will increase in the cells because there's less free protons available. So besides that, these cells become cancerous, and their biological behavior is pretty dramatically different from wild type fibroblasts as their growth pattern goes. Deuterium in cells also involves Gabor's work, Gabor Shomer's work, and he also published a very crucial, very fundamental paper in FABS Letters. FABS is the Federation of the European Biochemical Societies in 1993, and this is a groundbreaking paper, because this paper shows that naturally occurring deuterium is essential for the normal growth rate of cells. So Dr. Shomer, in his in vitro cell growth and in vivo animal experiments, he established that cell growth is a deuterium-dependent process. And since then, we know it's not only the cell growth rates are deuterium dependent, but also their transformation. And I'm going to talk about those scenarios a little bit later. So this is what happens. Here's a cell where you can see when they are treated with deuterium oxide or heavy water, they retain deuterium and they pump hydrogen out. Yet if there's a decrease in hydrogen concentration with an increase of deuterium in the cell, these cells, if they are mammalian cells, differentiated cells, they become cancerous. And I just want to remind everybody before, and this was covered in talks before, Dr. Dorson just talked about sugars, carbohydrates, and their high deuterium content. So practically, you can feed cells with the heavy water, or you can feed cells with carbohydrates or high deuterium containing compounds. The fate of deuterium is going to be the same, which I'm going to cover too based on the paper that we already saw in Dr. Dorf's presentation. But I'm going to talk about the data a little bit more details. So I think after all the background and all the scientific history that goes into deuterium depletion was eventually explained to me by Dr. Olgun's paper, which was published in the Theoretical Biology and Medical Modeling, because he showed that actually ATP synthase, as an example, is sensitive to deuterium availability or deuterination. And this paper was very important because this finally explained to us why mitochondrial functions, for that matter, why cell transformation is the result of deuterium incorporation or retaining deuterium in cells. And this actually explains cancer to a certain point. So a bunch of previous art, a lot of papers that I read until then and dealt with deuterium kind of got explained based on Dr. Olgun's paper. And we started looking at the TCA cycle mitochondrial functions more thoroughly, simply because we figure that this has to be a very important piece of the puzzle. We do know that cancer cells have limited mitochondrial functions. Actually, tumor cell formation is a highly dependent process on mitochondrial dysfunction, and Dr. Seyfried is going to talk about this later. Yet simply, I just wanted to remind everybody that mitochondrial damages of various forms can rise from various mechanisms. Deuterium accumulation in cells is definitely one of them. Obviously, lack of oxygen, lactic acid environment, or inability to circulate tumors very efficiently, blood flow, and so on. They all limit oxygen delivery. So after all, water formation in tumor cells as a biochemical and mitochondrial process is very important to preserve a differentiated phenotype. Once mitochondria break down, then the cells may transform into a malignant phenotype, and it's just practically a matter of time, as we know it by now. Mitochondrial depletion or mitochondrial deuterium depletion processes have been for a long time part of our work, yet we just learned and we just repositioned deuterium depletion into 13C carbon labeling studies, which we have performed quite extensively at Harbor UCLA Pediatrics and LA Biomed, now it's the Lundquist Institute for Biomedical Innovations, and the UCLA Translational Science Institute. We have modeled and we have studied very, very many models with Dr. Parley. He was more involved in physiology type of research, and I became, with his leadership, I became interested in drug effect and phenotype profiling using 13C labeled glucose. Now, once you know the metabolic network based on 13C labeling, then you can actually perform deuterpretation or interpretation of the data from the deuterium point of view. Unfortunately, deuterium is in metabolic substrates. Deuterium is really not a reliable labeling isotope because of deuterium depletion. Deuterium get lost very easily, very rapidly in biological systems, and deuterium ends up in water. So you cannot really label with deuterium, you cannot really label intracellular deposits or metabolites or intermediate metabolites, because deuterium will end up in water, in your metabolic water. And we're going to talk about this in more details. But practically this work started at UCLA. We already, Dr. Dawson already covered vocabulary. I'm just trying to give you with italic fonts, like how we created with colleagues with these terminologies or terms for deuteronomics. Deuteronomics is practically the autonomic deuterium discrimination in nature. And you have to think about this as a constant, continuous, and overwhelming process that takes place in any process where or when water gets moved, or water gets into a gas phase to evaporation, and when it condenses, especially when this process repeats. It's just a continuous process separating hydrogens from deuterium, and then they mix again because physical forces, especially in the oceanic water. And usually the way I tell this to my students is that deuterium is practically like a wedding gown. You know, it's just like you pull it on the floor and it follows the bride, but it kind of, you know, makes kind of slow turns because it's heavy, it's sticky, it's attaching to surfaces. So practically it just kind of decays as long as biological processes and water is moved, or hydrogen is moved for that matter, because of the size and weight differences in deuterium. Depletion or deuterium depletion is the process when you decrease the amount of deuterium compared to hydrogen. Deposition is deuterium deposition into molecules and tissues, and the accumulation is deuterium accumulation into, for example, water compartments or various nano compartments in our cells, especially mitochondria, because they actually stay there. Deuterium may stay there, especially when it comes to metabolic water formation and interfacial water layers. They might stick to the wall of mitochondria, proteins, hydrophilic surfaces in cells. Deuterium may get stuck to them, so deuterium may accumulate in certain parts of the cells. Depleted water is deuterium depleted water. Practically, we just use these terms so we can actually talk more efficiently, faster with colleagues who are involved in deuteronomics. Now, my research in biochemistry goes back all the way to Dr. Albert Szent-György's work, who won the Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine in 1937. And usually when we ask people why he got the Nobel Prize, the first Answer is usually because of the discovery of vitamin C and then biological combustion or biological oxidation, but very few people would know that actually, and in my view, or from the deuterium depletion scenario, the most important discovery of his biochemical research was the catalysis of fumaric acid. And I'll tell you why this is so important, and I'll show you why. Because this fumaric acid recycles, fumaric acid is formed in the TCA cycle, and fumaric acid recycles a metabolic water molecule in the mitochondrial matrix that's supposed to be deuterium depleted. This is how malic acid is formed in mitochondria. And to oxaloacetate and citrate formation, this metabolic water, this supposedly deuterium depleted metabolic water, gets recycled to power the nanomolecules. And this scenario for biochemists and my colleagues is very important because finally biochemistry is getting kind of understood. We didn't know why, for example, glycolysis needs 10 enzymatic steps to break a 6-carbon molecule, which is glucose, into 2 3-carbon molecules, which are pyruvic acid or lactate for that matter. One enzyme does the cleaving or the cleavage process, cleaving of glucose into 2 3-carbon metabolites called aldolase. And all the rearrangements or the enzymatic reactions are practically to check every hydrogen and replace every hydrogen to metabolic water as hydrogen in the cells, simply to make sure that if the incoming hydrogen or proton is a deuteron, simply because there was an exchange somewhere in nature, then in the cells, before this substrate gets oxidized completely in the TCA cycle into metabolic water and carbon dioxide, has no deuterium on it. And with Tyler, we did some interchange and interconnected some biochemical pathways to find out why these steps are so important, but practically that's what TCA cycle does. That's why TCA cycle has so many steps, simply because it's a cycle or reactions that return the same metabolite, oxaloacetate, yet it's not the same oxaloacetate. Carbons have been switched, and water, hydrogen, protons have been switched on these molecules. And because we did so many 13C labeling, we could, with Dr. Pauly and other colleagues at UCLA, we could actually see these reactions as they occur and how these molecules are remodeled. And bringing protons in, it just makes this animation or modeling even more fun to play with, simply because you can see how hydrogen is replaced, or potential deuteriums are replaced with hydrogen in the matrix, and how oxaloacetate is recycled or returned after a complete cycle. So it's really a very, I would say, for a biochemist, it's just a feast just to look at these reactions and how they remodel the hydrogen architecture, getting rid of deuterium and swallowing or scavenging deuterium into water. We'll talk about this a little bit more. Now, I think the ultimate proof that I need to talk about of how oncology or cell transformation became clear to us based on deuterium exchange reactions was a collaboration with Dr. Marshall Linehan. He's the chair and director of the Urology Oncology Service at the National Cancer Institute, Bethesda, Maryland. And he was calling me to find out why a cell line they isolated in a lab in a very aggressive cancer, from a very aggressive cancer profile in a patient, why this patient had such a different course of disease compared to others, and there was actually a mutation in this fumarate hydratase gene, which recycles metabolic water, for which Dr. Senyordi got the Nobel Prize back in 1937. So the same enzyme reaction that catalyzes fumaric acid and recycles metabolic water, one of the steps in the TCA cycle that recycles metabolic water, was actually mutated in this patient. And in a kidney cancer, which takes about 2 to 3 years to develop into terminal disease, this patient unfortunately died in less than 6 months, I believe. And Dr. Linehan wanted to know why this happened. And since I've been involved in biochemistry and I was kind of the go-to guy to ask these type of questions, we started working on this project. So here's the TCA cycle. Don't look at details, please. Just look at the cycle itself. And here, the big X shows you the step that Dr. Senyordi discovered, earned him partially the Nobel Prize, fumarate hydratase, or the catalysis of fumaric acid. And this reaction recycles water, metabolic water. And to the right, you can see here this mice with this with these tumors in its flanks, and you can see that the growth was pretty intense. Yet these mice also died in about 30 days after tumor inoculation. So these were clearly very aggressive cancers. And Dr. Linehan, before we talked, he published a paper in Cancer Cell, which is a very prominent biochemistry journal, and he was describing this scenario when they restored fumarate hydratase activity. These cells regained their normal phenotype. So wild-type fumarate hydratase genes, that's what the FH means here, wild-type fumarate hydratase cell lines, once they restored fumarate hydratase function, these cells became normal again. So this shows, again, this slide shows again the TCA cycle, and now here you can see there's no cross here at fumarate hydratase or fumarase, and this metabolic water, which is produced in the mitochondrial matrix, as Dr. Olgun was describing this, is getting recycled into the TCA cycle. And the mice looked happy. So even though they inoculated these tumor cells with restored fumarate hydratase action in these animals, they did not grow tumors. And we published this paper, we published our results in PLOS1 in 2013. Now, at that time, I knew, and I started working with Dr. Somja in Budapest when this paper came out, and we felt the need of truly looking at the TCA cycle as a water exchanging, deuterium depleting biochemical hub, for that matter. And we started discussing to write a paper about this with the involvement of scientists from Arizona, Florida, State University, and Johns Hopkins. We published a paper in Medical Hypothesis, and we were talking about these deuterium depleting water exchange reactions of the TCA cycle. I'm not going to talk about this paper because it's been covered by Dr. Grossman before. So we documented the importance of fumarate hydratase as a water recycling enzyme in the TCA cycle to preserve mitochondrial activities, mitochondrial functions, and mitochondrial morphologies. And for that study, we have earned quite a good reputation simply because we could clarify with prominent investigators in the metabolomics field how these water exchange reactions are so important. This is the paper in Medical Hypothesis, and then we started talking and giving talks about the deuterium depleting scenarios, more specifically positioned in biochemistry. So the way you want to position deuterium depletion in biochemistry is practically everywhere. Biochemistry is, after all, deuterium depletion, or regulating deuterium concentrations in metabolites, in intermediate metabolites, in products, and also in water, in metabolic water. And because of these very interactive, interconnected, and interrelated pathways, these have to be considered at the same time, mostly using biochemistry arguments, but again, translational and clinical practices are also critical to understand how to use deuterium depleting biochemical scenarios or biochemical reactions to understand certain cellular phenotypes. And at this talk, actually the first talk that I gave about deuterium depletion at UCLA was in December 2013. It was a Science Fridays. Here's the link. This is really a historic talk. We actually talked about the reference ranges of deuterium, like half food, and what kind of deuterium levels you will find in food. Oceanic water has 155 ppm, flour has 150. These are from Dr. Shormia's data. Cottage cheese, the dry has 136, and then when you slip into the fatty acids, oil, fatty acids pool, then you're going to see lower and lower deuterium levels. The lowest that we saw were certain bonds in capsaicin 95 ppm, but I'm sure there are lower. Deuterium containing specific bonds in unsaturated fatty acids, which again has a whole literature. But the bottom line is, since fatty acids are also always formed from citrate through the citrate shuttle, and this is how melamine coenzyme, cytoplasmic melamine coenzyme, is formed from citrate, because citrate can only come from mitochondria. For this reason, fatty acids are always deuterium depleted if they are natural fatty acids, or if they come from a natural source. And here comes, I believe, one of the most important clinical applications of deuteronomics. We talked about science so far, mostly science or translational science, so science that leads to the bedside. And I think, after all, the current stage or the current phase of deuteronomics in practice and in medical literature started in 2017, when we published a paper with Dr. Shomya and Dr. Collins in neuro-oncology, in response to an article, and we talked about food or nutrients, and like back in the Shakespeare's times, what to eat or not, what not to eat. That is still the question. That's practically relates to a failed ketogenic dieting protocol published by Yale investigators who actually fed the animals with artificial industry kind of generated fatty acids, which we know have high deuterium levels, and thus the diet failed. Did not reduce tumor growth in animals, and we had to address these questions. So we described, I think, in this paper very well the fundamentals of deuteronomics, because in the discussion we were talking about ketogenic dieting experimental protocols that have to use fat sources with known deuterium content and ratios. This is very important because fat is not like glucose or not like amino acids. Fatty acids can shoot straight into the mitochondrial matrix. They just need transporters, and those transporters fatty acids don't go through metabolic processes that like glycolysis. Hydrogens are not checked on fatty acids. Not each and every hydrogen is checked on fatty acids. Practically, as they come, they can make it into, or may make it into mitochondria through transporters, like the carnitine path. So there are many ways, after all, that you can use fatty acids through beta oxidation in peroxisomes and also mitochondria. But the bottom line is that their deuterium content is what it comes with, and it cannot be exchanged with metabolic water, deuterium, or protons, simply because there are no biochemical reactions that kind of do a head count just to check out each and every hydrogen that comes in a molecule. So ketogenic diet experimental protocols are very critical to know exactly what type of fat the animals or the humans are getting, simply because it's very important to have low deuterium on it. And only when natural deuterium depleting potential fatty acids upon oxidation is available, then we should call these experiments or these trials as ketogenic dieting protocols, simply because then we know that these ketone bodies or these fatty acids would in fact deplete deuterium, and the result of the oxidation of the natural fatty acids would be deuterium depleted water for cytoplasmic hydrogen exchange reactions. Those need to be incorporated into dieting protocols. So practically, either deuterium depleted water or deuterium depleted fatty acids are the source of water for metabolic purposes. This is the bottom line of deuteronomics. And deuterium depleted water is to achieve more favorable clinical outcomes based on deuterium depleting biological principles currently entering contemporary medicine. Now, this sentence is very important because we published this in 28 February 17, and about a year and a few months later, in 2018, the same team, Dr. Feider's team from Mayo, came back with a paper, because after we suggested deuterium is important and critical, they started actually scanning deuterium in tumor cells for metabolic imaging, and they call this technology deuterium metabolic imaging, or DMI, for MRI, magnetic resonance based imaging technologies. And they published their paper about a year and a half after we exchanged ideas with them about deuterium and the importance of deuterium. And it looked good, especially when you look at the potential of labeling intermediate metabolites or products with deuterium in substrates, then especially glucose, it looked good. Yet, again, because of this paper, once they started deuterium scans, they published a figure in this paper. It was figure 1, and here you can see the A panel with red brain in vivo with a certain water size, and then you can see the increase of deteriorated water in these cells after glucose is deteriorated. So obviously it was pretty clear to us that deuterium gets into water. And what we did with Esther did a visual peak integration scenario. So she was able to tell us how much more water or deuterium, deteriorated water there are in cells. And based on the algorithms she wrote, we were able to count or quantitate the deuterium's accumulation into metabolic water after the animals were fed with glucose with hydrogen on them. So with deuterium on them. So this was the first quantitative. So here you can see how different Mrs. Heister got to the task is practically she measured the same baseline, and the peak size, you can see the peaks are higher after deuterium labeled glucose are introduced, or we're introducing the cells, and they are wider. And these also, these represent these various peak forms or shapes. They represent bulk water and also interfacial water. Mitochondria only has interfacial water, which is very interesting for that matter. But you can see that once the animals were given glucose, deuterium labeled glucose, then they started increasing their deuterium containing water size or peak as well. And we quantitated this data. So it was quite significant. From 1600 we went up to 2100 and 2300 peak size pixel numbers under integrated area curve type of studies. And interestingly, on the D panel here, you can see when acetate was labeled with deuterium, it didn't really contribute much to either net or bulk water or interfacial water in mitochondria, simply because acetate can only label water in the mitochondria, and those water molecules get recycled, or they also become target of proton destabilization, which I'm not going to talk about today, but mitochondria process water differently than the cytoplasm. So glucose was able to increase intracellular deuterium water peaks. Acetate was not as efficient. It did some change to mitochondrial interfacial water. You can see with this little green symbol here or line here, but that's practically the remodeling of water, and deuterated water in the cells was pretty obvious based on this study. So we published a paper or an e-letter in connection with Dr. De Feiter's and his colleagues' paper, where we actually stated that deuterium and metabolic water matter, very important. And the question is what this means biochemically and clinically. We describe this scenario in the paper itself. So it's worth reading both papers, the radiologist and our papers, because our comment or e-letter, because it's very important. Now, the Yale team was working on and enhancing their they were enhancing their deuterium metabolic profiling studies, and they learned very quickly that glucose loses deuterium when lactate is formed, and they were not clarifying exactly where and how glucose was lost, but some of the deuterium labeling was lost. Almost half of it was lost, especially when they were looking at glutamine formation in the TCA cycle. And for the acetate tracer, there was also significant loss in glutamine as far as deuterium goes. So deuterium simply just disappeared somewhere. We know it was water because we measured and calculated that, but it took another study by the Florida deuterium depletion team or deuteronomics team. Dr. Mahar and Dr. Merritt's laboratory published a paper about deuterated water imaging of the red brain following metabolism from glucose. So now they kind of, started to play the card game different, because they labeled glucose, and glucose was supposed to enter the cells and yield deuterium labeled intermediary products or intermediary metabolites and products. But instead, since water got labeled, they started scanning water or started imaging based on deuterium water formation. And what's really surprising about this, and even though I was looking for the ultimate evidence of how robust this process is, from glucose to deuterium like labeling in metabolic water. I think this paper, after all, showed it all, simply because you can see here with the blue line, you can see here the deuterium labeled glucose as it, this is the close to like 5 minutes, there's an injection of deuterium labeled glucose into the tail vein of these animals, and you can see in a few minutes there's a quick, robust increase in deuterium labeled deuterium glucose in the body fluid of these animals, and also in the brain tissue of these animals. But what's really important and interesting is that as soon as you inject the glucose with deuterium, the deuterium labeling, and this is the red dots here, or the red squares here, immediately deuterium deuterated water or deuterium labeling in water start increasing. So you can see here there's a linear relationship between the decrease of deuterium labeling in glucose and the increase of deuterium labeling in water. And in the meantime, in the bottom here, you can see that neither lactate nor glutamate got labeled very efficiently from deuterium glucose, even though glucose is the substrate and lactate and glutamate are the products that are formed from glucose. Especially lactate. Lactate is supposed to have abundant deuterium because it's mostly formed from glucose. So obviously, deuterium was dropped into metabolic water. The relationship was linear, and it didn't cease until the end of the experiments. You can see here almost like 3 hours, and deuterium in metabolic water is still increasing in these animals. So obviously the reservoir or the pool where deuterium ends up, and it doesn't matter what we eat, it can be some industry-based prepared food, fatty acids or glucose, it doesn't matter what it is, it's going to drop off its deuterium content, deuterium load to metabolic water. And when that happens, because of the intensity of water metabolism in our cells, and because of the water exchange or hydrogen exchange reactions through hydrolysis and various other processes in biochemical reactions, these can actually damage these deuterium atoms can damage DNA, proteins, and transport mechanisms. Now, I'd like to cover some of the papers that there are in the medical literature now, which we can actually we can send and we can talk and we can cover to various colleagues and investigators who are interested in deuteronomics. One paper appeared in Metabolomics in March 2016. They talked about cancer surviving metabolic signatures in lung cancer in particular, and these patients who survive longer, they had higher fatty acid content in their plasma. And in the discussion, these authors would spell out that one possible explanation for the segregation of metabolite pools between those prognostic for survival and those indicative of progression may lie in compartmentalization of biochemical processing and possible mitochondrial dysfunction. And these mitochondrial function lead to various cell transforming events, and they continue as metabolites from our study related to survival or long chain fatty acids, which may result from oxidative processing in peroxisome or from dietary sources. So, and these are ketogenic substrates which are lower in deuterium content. So metabolic literature now is dealing with deuteronomics if it's necessary to bring into the discussions of data and papers. The second example comes from Dr. Gross' team. They used personalized treatment response assessment for rare childhood tumors using a calorimetry method. But what's very important is what they did. They inhibited carbonic anhydrase and also aquaporin, which actually brings in environmental water into cells. So once you inhibit the deuterium-loaded water entry into the cells, in the discussion, they cited our paper, meaning saying that Borosh et al. Have proposed that mechanism similar to the inhibition of carbonic anhydrase can inhibit growth tumor cells by limiting uptake of deuterated water, deuterium-containing water from the environment. And that's the same with the aquaporins. And these authors that would cover us further suggested that this mechanism might result in metabolic changes of translational impact. So now the medical literature has several entries about how important mitochondrial functions and on urinary organic acids, on sex development in children especially. This is a cross-sectional study in the International Journal of Molecular Sciences from a team in Italy. And they are talking about the TCA cycle and their intermediates, which could be linked to an imbalance between cell differentiation versus proliferation, triggered by matrix recycling, matrix water recycling of deuterium depletion via hydratase reactions. And they cite some of our papers. Indeed, hydrogen-deuterium ratio in cells is considered responsible for growth signaling and growth signaling and regulations, growth signaling regulations. So practically here we go back to Dr. Shomia's work, and we go back to previous work, simply just citing that in fact it seems that deuterium is very important and mitochondria are also very important in physiology and in development, and especially in cell differentiation and normal cell growth. The Nature Scientific Reports published a paper which is very interesting, that it's a network-based metabolic characterization of renal cell carcinoma, and they cite our paper simply because we worked with renal cell carcinoma with Dr. Linehan from the National Cancer Institute, as I was showing you. And so these authors write about defective mitochondria in renal cell carcinoma, and it can impose tumor formation by deuterium-heavy hydrogen localizable accumulation. And therefore, extracellular deuterium depletion or depletion can act as a metabolic therapeutic adjuvant, and depletion can be initiated via diet and potables in integrative to therapeutic settings. So practically what we described in new oncology, they followed up with this particular cancer type. And there's one other interesting paper in colon cancer, in colorectal cancer, where you can see the influence of deuterium in the discussion, or the importance of deuterium in the discussion, simply because they are looked at ketogenic branched-chain amino acids that can yield acetylchoenzyme, and they are from a ketogenic source, so they are deuterium depleted. And because of their participation or their limited use, it may backfire and make these cells more transformed and biologically more aggressive. And I think the last paper is also very interesting, because it's been recently was shown in Nature Scientific Reports that lipid acid accumulation, not only ketogenic amino acids, but also fatty acid accumulation in stromal cells or mesenchymal transition during mesenchymal transition is very important in breast tissue. So it seems that in the medical literature, there are 5 different cancer types that now are discussing deuterium. With Dr. Shomyai, we just got a paper accepted in Cancer Control, which is coming out probably in a few days, related to pancreatic cancer. We have treated pancreatic cancer cell lines with deuterium depleted water, and with favorable growth response and survival of patients. Maybe Dr. Shomyai can talk about this study after it's published. We published this in San Diego in 2014, I believe, at the American Association for Cancer Research meeting. But it seems that the list of cancers that address deuteronomics or deuterium biochemistry are growing, and more papers are coming out with these particular arguments. And these authors are also talk about the cell transformation in the breast, and they show that once these cells are unable to oxidize fatty acids completely, produce depleted metabolic water, then tumor growth supporting stromal cell formation is evident. So actually, tumor cells are not able to have ketogenic substrates simply because the stromal cells retain them. They don't oxidize them, they deposit them. It's a metabolic disaster for tumor cells simply because they are not able to deplete deuterium. And the stromal cell function is also related to this metabolic switch, which makes these cells less capable, less capacitated to deplete deuterium. And they draw attention to potential links to several regional contributions within which depleting metabolic markers have been demonstrated clinically, and these involve the cancers that we already discussed here. So the literature is getting reviewed in connection with these cancers. And there's a growing field, what is referred to deuteronomics, which is consistently now shows the increased significance of deuterium depletion via natural cellular ketogenic sulfate oxidation to preserve cellular health. So I'd like to conclude with a few remarks. Deuterium is a critical non-radiating stable isotope with significant regulatory properties in cell proliferation and transformation. This is Dr. Shomyai's and previous investigations. As a result, now it's used in translational and experimental medicine, and also in diagnostics and radiology. And I guarantee you there's going to be a new field in medicine where they scan water, deuterium-loaded water, and they get the deuterium in the cells through, for example, glucose, but the target molecule that they scan is going to be water. Deuterium content of nutrients, including solids and liquids, is a critical information to assess food safety with therapeutic implications. This is very critical. What we eat, what we put in our mouth, is going to end up in water if it's deuterium, and deuterium labeled water, deuterated water is a very, very damaging factor, maybe just detrimental to cellular functions. Deuterium is not a harmless isotope, so don't believe that if you label water for lactating women, then it's not going to have effect on milk production and also on the babies. Actually, there's data now in the literature, especially in the review process, that address this problem, but deuterium is not a harmless isotope. And I'd like to thank Dr. Shomyai from Los Angeles Cancer Challenge Operations, and Dr. Paul Lee and other colleagues who have helped me, and I mentioned them in my talk. And I thank the Harbor UCLA Pediatrics, Gabor's company head, Clarivia, Lightwater, everybody who was kind enough to help us along the way with various ideas, water and experimental protocols. We thank them. SIDMAP is the company where we did most of the metabolic profiling. And this enzyme here is fumarate hydratase. This is the one that recycles water in mitochondria. This is the enzyme whose switch function earned Dr. Sanger the Nobel Prize in 1937. And then with that, I'd like to thank for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Boros. A lot of amazing information.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Stephanie Seneff, Dr. Stephanie Seneff. And oh, by the way, if anybody has any questions for Dr. Boros, you can just send them to us, and at a later date, we will add answers to the questions. And right now, we're waiting for Dr. Seneff. We get it right on one of these transitions. Okay. Is she in? Okay. Yeah, I see her.
Wake up, the gig's up, taking the rising sun. This time the darkness is set to run, 'cause I think the sky looks amazing. I sold my car, yeah, I'm leaving this town. I don't mind the walk 'cause it saves me. I lost my phone, it don't faze me now. And my soul breaks free, I run. Yeah, I'll count the days with my heartbeat, 'cause I long to feel my lungs. They say I'm crazy, I keep moving on, 'cause I'm living my life under the sun.
Hi, we're here with our next speaker, Dr. Stephanie Seneff, coming to us from Hawaii today. Thank you for being here with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm so delighted to be here. So honored.
Thank you so much. Well, I'm just going to give you the floor here, and you can give us the latest, greatest new information that you have. Looking forward to your talk, and you can. You're going to do slides, right? Let me make sure.
Yes. Shall I try share screen, see what happens?
Yep, you're ready to go. Take it away.
Okay. Great. And you can see my slides. Okay, great. So my topic today is mitochondrial dysfunction, deuterium, glyphosate, and viruses. And I want to say thank you to all of you for inviting me to participate in this summit. I'm so thrilled to be here, so honored to be among so many experts in deuterium. It's been wonderful for me to listen to all the talks, and I'm learning a lot. And again, thank you so much. If anyone wants to look at these slides, they can get them from my web page at MIT. And this is the address. Unfortunately, it's quite a long thing, but it's a lightwatercentf2021.pdf and .pptx. I like to start my talks with a quote. So men occasionally stumble over the truth, but most of them pick themselves up and hurry off as if nothing had happened. And that's Winston Churchill. So this is an outline of my talk. I'll start with an introduction, and then I'm going to talk quite a bit about NAD. It's been mentioned in a couple of the earlier talks, really, really important molecule with regard to managing deuterium and supporting the mitochondria. Then I'm going to give a talk about a section about glyphosate, glycine, and flavoproteins. Flavoproteins play a critical role in depleting deuterium in the mitochondria. And then I'm going to get into the virus, SARS-CoV-2, and the deuterium role, the role that I think deuterium is playing in causing very bad outcomes for people who get sick with SARS-CoV-2, and how glyphosate is playing into that. Fascinating topic to me, which is really relatively new, how to fix the mitochondria through disease. And that's what I think is going on, not only with the infection with the virus, but also with many, many chronic autoimmune diseases. I think they involve mechanisms the body has figured out to try to sidestep the problems that it's having with maintaining the deuterium, the low deuterium in the mitochondria. And finally, talking about healthy lifestyle and a summary. So introduction, everybody knows by this point, hydrogen's got 1, deuterium's got 2, one's neutral, no charge, twice as much weight, and very, very different behavior. So deuterium is a natural rare isotope of hydrogen, distinct physical properties. Exposure to very high concentrations, abnormal concentrations, is life-threatening. It'll kill the rats. You'll see that in a moment. Living organisms have developed very sophisticated mechanisms that involve many of their enzymes to deal with deuterium. Mitochondria require very low deuterium water to function properly. Glyphosate, this is the new topic, disrupts deuterium homeostasis and causes symptoms of deuterium intoxication. I believe this quite strongly at this point, and it's been a wonderful year for me ever since Laszlo Boros introduced me to deuterium and its issues in health back a year ago, December. Was a game changer for me, and I really kind of dropped everything else and started reading everything I could about deuterium, because it was clear to me, it made a lot of sense that glyphosate would disrupt deuterium management, given what glyphosate does to proteins, and given the new knowledge that I had acquired about how the body copes with deuterium. So I think that the severe reactions of COVID-19 are a complex response that is designed to restore mitochondrial health to the immune cells so that they can clear the virus. And that will be a major topic of this talk. So deuterium, heavy hydrogen, we all know now, 1 proton, 1 electron, hydrogen, extra neutron in deuterium, twice as heavy. Ocean water concentration, 155 parts per million. Present in the blood at 5 or 6 times the concentration of calcium. So it's a very important.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, good. Has distinct physical and chemical properties compared to hydrogen, and it disrupts the ATPase pumps in the mitochondria. So deuterium management in the body involves, I think there's 2 processes to it. One is trapping deuterium in the hydrogel, which is, most of the water in the body is gelled, and I think it plays an important role in depleting deuterium out of the fluid water, and then invoking specialized enzymes that choose hydrogen over deuterium for their reaction in order to fuel the mitochondria with hydrogen rather than deuterium. So ketogenic diet, we all know in this group that it's important to eat a high-fat diet because fats have low deuterium. And of course, deuterium depleted water in the mitochondria is essential for them to work properly. It's very interesting to hear about the people in Russia living up north who live over 100 years. Many people have a very long life expectancy, just it looks like just because they're drinking deuterium depleted water naturally from the glaciers. That is just really cool to me. And deuterium depletion maintains strong hydrogen bond numbers in DNA, which keeps it stable. And then deuterium depleted water inhibits tumor progression, and a ketogenic diet is a deuterium depleted diet. Now, this is all work by Laszlo Boros, who was just the preceding talk. This paper was really the first paper I read after Laszlo talked to me that really turned me on to deuterium. Wonderful paper. I encourage everybody to look it up and read it. So this is, I started looking at studies on deuterium intoxication, and most of them, all of them really were done back in the 1960s. You know, they were interested in deuterium for the war, for the bombs. And then they were able to make really high deuterium water that was basically D2O rather than H2O. And then they just decided what would happen if we fed it to these animals. And it was extraordinary what happened, just absolutely extraordinary. These were mice, they received 5% dextrose solution of pure D2O water. And what happened was they got ferociously hungry. They were gorging on food, and they got very, very vicious, and they started savagely attacking each other. Within 24 hours, it happened. They changed their behavior. And then as days progressed, they got one by one, they got really weak, and they just basically let the ferocious mice destroy the ones that were no longer able to get up out of bed. And so they all died. Within 6 to 10 days, all of them were dead. Now, this is just quite remarkable because deuterium depleted water, deuterium water apparently tastes pretty much like water. You can't taste deuterium, which is quite extraordinary given its importance in health. And of course, this is totally artificial. You'd never see water like this in nature, but it does show you how critical it is for the mitochondria to control the deuterium. And this, of course, was talked about at length in one of the earlier talks. Lovely paper showing, really surprising to me, that just by looking at the water, the amount of deuterium in the water of each state, and comparing that to the rate of depression, and to see the remarkable correspondence that there is between those two. Who would have guessed that something that subtle? I mean, it's really small numbers, like it's 150 to 152 is the lighter brown, and then 152 to 155 is the darker brown. Just to say that small difference in the amount of deuterium you're getting in the water could make such a difference in terms of depression. And of course, this has also been talked about in the previous talks. Deuterium levels are variable in the fluids. Antarctic glacier water is probably the lowest deuterium in terms of natural water, 89 parts per million, 155 in seawater. And of course, the people who get their water from glaciers live longer. And I'm now suspecting that's a reason why the people in Iceland are so healthy, because people have found Icelanders have very good health. And even when they moved to Canada and kept a very similar lifestyle and ate the same food, they no longer had the benefit of Iceland just by moving to the coast of Canada rather than living in Iceland. Deuterium is higher in rainwater at the equator. That's also very interesting. As the rain comes down, it evaporates. And when it evaporates, it loses hydrogen more likely than deuterium, because deuterium is heavier, harder for it to leave the liquid phase. You end up with a higher deuterium level in the water that's gotten from the rain at the equator versus the poles. And the body also selects for deuterium in different ways in the body. And so the saliva has high deuterium compared to the blood, and breast milk has low deuterium compared to the blood. So it's pretty clear the mother is trying to feed the baby low deuterium water, which makes sense. Salivary glands actively secrete deuterium, and that's probably an important role that they play. And breast milk, then, of course, is a low deuterium nutrient. Oops. Okay, glyphosate. The big picture with glyphosate. Glyphosate is the active ingredient in the herbicide Roundup. It's the most used herbicide on the planet. It's pervasive in our food supply, and it's considered to be safe. So the US government, most of the governments don't really worry about glyphosate contamination in our food. I think it's a very serious problem. Possibly, in my opinion, the most dangerous chemical in our environment today, because it's perceived as being non-toxic. People use it carelessly. It's available, you could just go down to the garden store and buy some Roundup and use it on the dandelions in your yard while your child is playing there. People don't realize its toxicity. And so it's causing a whole lot of health problems. And you see that because the countries that use more glyphosate have more chronic disease, things like diabetes, obesity, cancer, and various gut problems, gut dysbiosis, all these problems that are showing up, even autism and Alzheimer's, I think, are all. Glyphosate is a major contributor to the epidemic that we're seeing in these diseases today. It kills the weeds by suppressing an enzyme in the shikimate pathway called EPSP synthase. And what the claim is, because our cells don't have that enzyme, it's safe for our consumption. But our gut bacteria do have that enzyme, and they use that enzyme to make essential amino acids for the host. And those amino acids actually play a critical role in deuterium. So that's one link that we'll see with glyphosate and deuterium. And so there are strong correlations between the rise in glyphosate usage in the United States and the rise in a number of different neurological, oncological, autoimmune, and metabolic diseases. And I recommend you look up this paper because it has over 30 figures, incredibly strong correlations between glyphosate usage and all these diseases. I want to announce my new book. It's going to be released in June of 2021. It's available for download, pre-order on Amazon right now. And it presents extensive data on glyphosate toxicity to animals and to humans. And the key story in the book is my belief, my argument that glyphosate is insidiously cumulatively toxic through a unique diabolical mechanism, which involves it replacing the amino acid glycine by mistake during protein synthesis. And I'll have a few more slides on that in a moment. And I think this is the unique feature that explains how one chemical could be causal in so many different diseases. So now we get into NAD, nicotinamide adenine dinucleotide. It's kind of a mouthful. An extremely important molecule, and I think central to the management of deuterium in the body. It's an essential cofactor in oxidation reduction reactions. And you see it in the body in 4 forms. It basically either does or doesn't have a phosphate, that's the P, and it does or doesn't have an H, a hydrogen, that's the H. So NAD plus, NADH, NADP plus, NADPH, 4 different forms. And these enzymes, many enzymes bind to this NAD molecule and move that H, either providing it, turning plus into H or turning H into plus and delivering hydrogen to some other molecule. And those enzymes are all, I think, involved in managing deuterium. And the H on NADPH and NADH is almost always hydrogen and not deuterium because the enzymes are specialized, especially designed to do that, to keep away deuterium. And so the mitochondria, these organelles inside the cell that support energy in the form of ATP, are critically depend on a proton ATPase pump that needs to be protons and not deuterons. And we've already heard a lot about that in the preceding talks, and I will have some slides here as well. And so those protons that are pumped into the intermembrane space are usually, many of them are derived from NADH and NADPH. So these H's here are really important that they're not D. They're providing those deuterium depleted water in the mitochondrial intermembrane space that's keeping that pump healthy. So deuterium gums up the pump. I like to think of it as sugar in the gas tank. And glyphosate likely interferes with the supply of NADH and NADPH to the organism and to those mitochondria. So this is just a picture of mitochondria. Here's your intermembrane space, this lighter blue. The matrix is in the interior. The ATPase pumps are lined mostly along these little infiltrations here, these villi, or whatever you want to call them. That's where the ATPase pumps, and the hydrogen gets poured in and back into the matrix, pumped into the intermembrane space, and then naturally flows back to create the energy that drives ATP synthesis. Electron transport chain. So this is just a diagram of the membrane. So the cytoplasm is over here. This is the intermembrane space in here. The pumps are lined up on the inner membrane. This is the outer membrane of the intermembrane space, the inner membrane, and this is the matrix over here. And so all this activity is going on in the matrix with NAD, and there's another molecule, FAD, that I'll be talking about in a moment, that is also important as a holder of electrons, of protons, electrons as well. But the protons are being, this H2 on the FAD and the H on the NAD are both going to be depleted in deuterium. And so we have just basically the hydrogen getting pumped in from these molecules, and then the hydrogen pours out through the ATPase pumps to generate ATP. And of course, it's producing deuterium depleted water at the same time. So here's this picture, which I think you saw in one of the earlier presentations. Cytoplasm on the outside here. Here's the intermembrane space. This is the lineup of ATPase pumps. There's lots and lots of these pumps in each mitochondrion. They get stalled when deuterium comes. And so that's just kind of giving an image of this story. And then this is a really nice paper here by Olgun, who was one of the presenters this morning. Excellent talk that he gave. Deuterons disrupt the ATPase pump. So there are about 15,000 ATPase pumps in a single mitochondrion. The numbers are just mind-boggling. The proton force rotates the pumps at a rate of 1,000 cycles per second. And then when the deuterons come in, they resist letting go and they stall the pump, producing a stutter. And then they also disrupt proton-coupled electron transport, which is based on proton tunneling. And this causes a decreased production of ATP and also increased production of reactive oxygen species, which are going to damage the pumps. And so it's quite a mess if you've got deuterium. So that's why the body works so hard to keep it out. So glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase is a very important enzyme. It's actually the most mutated enzyme in the human species. Many people have mutations, and this enzyme makes it defective. And this enzyme is really critically important in order to maintain a high supply of NADPH. And it also has the ability to choose H over D so that it ends up assuring that this H is going to be high quality. So it's restoring NADP plus to its reduced state and making sure that in doing so, it avoids deuterium. So NADPH is also the largest source of hydrogen in fatty acid synthesis, which is a reason why fatty acids tend to have low deuterium, because they're made from, essentially from the H's that they pick up are made from NADPH, or are derived from NADPH. And so some organisms are better than others at making sure that it's not deuterium. And E. coli and Bacillus subtilis produce what I would call depleted, using Laszlo's words, depleted fatty acids, which are due to a high dependency on G6PD to produce that NADPH. So when G6PD is producing NADPH, it's going to be low deuterium, and that's going to produce these healthy fatty acids. So photosynthetic organisms like the algae chlorella produce highly deuterium depleted fatty acids. And I think that's why the people are finding chlorella as a really healthy nutrient to take as a supplement. So fatty acids are a preferred fuel for the mitochondria because they are deuterium depleted. Okay, glyphosate, glycine, and flavoproteins, my next section. The big picture, flavoproteins are an important class of proteins that transfer hydrogens to and from NADPH using flavins, FAD, FMN as intermediaries. So these proteins are all involved in making sure that the mitochondria get deuterium depleted water. So glyphosate's disruption of the shikimate pathway in the gut microbes leads to deficiencies in tryptophan. That's one of the outputs of that pathway, one of those aromatic amino acids, and that's a precursor to NAD. So when you have disrupted your gut microbes that can't produce enough of these aromatic amino acids, you can end up with a deficiency in NAD. And tryptophan is also a precursor to serotonin, which is the feel-good hormone that protects you from depression and violent behavior and obesity. And so serotonin deficiency can cause those conditions, and those conditions are all going up in step with the rise in glyphosate usage on core crops. And so both glyphosate and excess deuterium deplete serotonin and cause depression. My research strongly suggests that glyphosate suppresses enzymes that bind phosphate. This may be the most important piece of my talk today. NADP, FAD, and FMN all contain multiple phosphate anions. And glyphosate specifically likes to replace glycine in proteins at the place where they bind phosphate. This is what I believe is happening to explain how glyphosate is so insidiously dangerous to our health. So these flavoproteins all contain many essential glycine residues at all the places where they bind phosphate, which gives them a tremendous susceptibility to glyphosate's mischief through glycine substitution. So just have this kind of schematic of glyphosate substituting for glycine. I assume most people know about the DNA code. We have here a protein being assembled from by pulling in amino acids according to the code. This is the code for glycine, GGC. The machinery is working on this particular protein to add another amino acid to it. It sees a glycine code. It tries to find glycine. It finds glyphosate instead. This part is glycine. This part is the extra piece that's attached to the nitrogen atom that makes it glyphosate. It sees a match and is fooled by it and puts the glyphosate directly into the protein. And then that causes all kinds of trouble with respect to how the protein behaves because of this extra stuff. And so any proteins with conserved glycine residues are likely to be affected in a major way. When you see a highly conserved glycine, that means the glycine is very important, especially if it's in this situation where I suspect glyphosate can comfortably fit, you're in trouble. And so just to show this schematic, there's your glyphosate in this protein that's kind of shaped around a particular active site where it wants to put a substrate. Glyphosate has comfortably filled the substrate space with its extra stuff, which now prevents the substrate from fitting into the active site and destroys the protein's ability to do its job. And so this explains how glyphosate disrupts EPSP synthase in the shikimate pathway, because multiple bacteria have developed resistance to glyphosate by replacing a highly conserved glycine residue at the active site. They replace it with alanine, and now they are completely resistant to glyphosate at any concentration. And that's what they use as the basis for the GMO Roundup Ready crops. Okay, so my hypothesis is that glyphosate disrupts proteins that bind phosphate specifically. It kills the plants by suppressing EPSP synthase, it blocks EPSP synthase binding to the phosphate in PEP. That's exactly the site where it disrupts it. And glyphosate has this extra methylphosphonate unit attached to its nitrogen atom, which looks a whole lot like phosphate. So this is the methylphosphonate of glyphosate, and this is a normal phosphate. These two are very, very similar. So glyphosate is able to fit into that place where glycine goes because there is extra room that the enzyme is maintaining in order to be able to allow phosphate to bind. Glyphosate fills up that space, and now the substrate can't fit. And so the binding site for PEP has a highly conserved glycine residue that when it's swapped out for alanine, the enzyme becomes completely insensitive. So I think that really is very easily explained if you assume that glyphosate is substituting the glycine in the protein. And I should say this is a theory that has reached a lot of resistance from the chemical community. And so I've had a very hard time getting this message across to people because Monsanto, of course, is very eager to reject this concept. But when you look at the research literature, and I have a couple of chapters in my book that are devoted to explaining all the evidence that we see, much beyond what I've told you here, to support the idea that this is how glyphosate is disrupting this protein. And I said that already. So just to get back to the physics of these wonderful enzymes, these flavoproteins, they actually are really cool because they have this hydrophobic region in their cell, in the organization of the protein, the way it folds, that allows just a handful of water molecules in. And those water molecules form a line. And when the reaction happens, the hydrogen that's passed off, this pulled from the NADPH, for example, that hydrogen is passed along to a bunch of water molecules in between, and then eventually arrives at the place where the substrate is. It's going to receive the hydrogen, but it's not the same hydrogen that's received from the one that comes in, because this Grotius effect is so fantastic that the water molecules grab a new hydrogen, and then they drop off another different one, and down the cascade chain. And what happens is, if they do happen to have a deuterium, they're going to prefer to drop off the hydrogen rather than the deuterium. So they'll hold on to their deuterium. When you go through the chain, you get a much less likely chance of ending up with deuterium at the end of the line. So it's a way to assure the health of the hydrogen that arrives to the product of the flavoprotein. Now, this is a sequence of each of these letters stands for an amino acid. So this is the entire sequence of a particular protein called class A flavoprotein monooxygenases. This is a member of this class of flavoprotein monooxygenases. And these are really important proteins that add molecular oxygen to compounds that are water insoluble, fat soluble compounds, which are often xenobiotics, meaning that they're toxic, like toxic drugs that need to be broken down, or toxic chemicals. And it makes them soluble. By adding molecular oxygen, it makes them soluble so that they can be released through the urine. So very, very important for detoxing various toxic chemicals. And these monooxygenases have, this is from a paper here that shows that highlights these three spots in the molecule as being the important parts that are involved with binding to the various ADP. The ADP has phosphate, FAD, of course. ADP is inside FAD with the phosphate that binds here. It binds the riboflavin of the FAD here, and it binds pyrophosphate in both FAD and NADPH. So all these guys are really critical for binding phosphate. And you can see this GTGLAG. This is a GXGXXG motif that is common to all of these flavoproteins. And then these are also very common to the flavoproteins. So you have all of these Gs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that could be susceptible to glyphosate substitution. And this paper talks about how you can find new flavoproteins by using a motif that looks like this, which is basically a combination of two motifs, both of which require glycines. Glycine is really the only amino acid that's emphasized, except for this optional alanine here, which is the closest match to glycine. It could be alanine here, GXXG or GXXXA, that stabilizes the helix. And this pattern, it stabilizes the binding to the phosphate in either NAD or FAD. So in both of those sites, it's going to have these three glycines that are essential. So then you put these two motifs together to get this super motif that's got this GXXG motif and then this GXXXGA motif here, joined together in a sequence that you can use to find new novel flavoproteins. So this is really cool because it shows you all these essential dependencies that these flavoproteins have on glycine. So succinate dehydrogenase complex 2 is the only enzyme in the mitochondria that is intimately involved in both the citric acid cycle and oxidative phosphorylation. And it's a flavoprotein, so it binds FAD. It extracts 2 protons from succinate and embeds them in the membrane by converting ubiquinone to ubiquinol. So that's coenzyme Q10, which of course is very important for mitochondrial health. And genetic mutations in this enzyme are associated with many different cancers. You can see this list of all these different cancers that are linked to genetic mutations in succinate dehydrogenase. So this is a super important enzyme in the mitochondria that protects mitochondrial health. And this enzyme has a GXG motif with 4 glycines. It realizes this GAG sequence in succinate dehydrogenase. These are really nice graphics that you can get out of this website here. I use this a lot to find these places where the protein binds. So this is the protein sequence represented by these figures of sizes of the letters represent the distribution of the different possibilities at those places in the proteins that have this sequence. But you see here, you have this FAD, and these are all phosphate-containing molecules, and binding the phosphate here is binding the phosphate right here where these glycines are. And this is the molecule itself with these 2 phosphates. So these phosphates are binding to the protein at this site where there are these glycines. Glyphosate is occupying the space so the phosphates won't fit. And now there's been several papers that have shown that glyphosate suppresses succinate dehydrogenase, which doesn't surprise me at all. There was a lovely article on E. coli that found various proteins that were suppressed, and it found that these 3 to 4-fold suppression of 3 different components of succinate dehydrogenase complex. A study on rat liver mitochondria in isolation exposed them to both Roundup and glyphosate, and they found the evidence of succinate dehydrogenase suppression only with the Roundup, not with the glyphosate. But they suspected that the surfactants were allowing the glyphosate to transport across the mitochondrial membrane. So the glyphosate was unable to get in, and therefore it didn't have the effect without the support of the Roundup, which is acting as a surfactant. And then another paper analyzed the mechanism of glyphosate suppression, suggesting that it was disrupting the binding of succinate dehydrogenase to FAD, which is exactly what I'm saying with this mechanism. This is a paper on glyphosate formulations inducing apoptosis and necrosis in various human cell types, umbilical, embryonic, and placenta cells. And they pointed out that the key mechanism was through suppression of succinate dehydrogenase. This SD here is succinate dehydrogenase. And then this is a paper that showed that glyphosate suppresses another really important enzyme, NADPH reductase, another flavoprotein, which supplies NADPH to aromatase in order to convert testosterone into estrogen. This is really critical. In fact, it plays a role in autism. This enzyme also, aromatase is a member of a large class of enzymes called cytochrome P450 enzymes, and glyphosate has been shown to suppress many cytochrome P450 enzymes, which is really messing up a lot of liver function in terms of also detoxing toxic chemicals and producing bile acids. And it could be disrupting all of them through this critical NADPH reductase effect due to a substitution for glycine. So then I've just been looking through the research literature, finding enzymes that have been shown to be suppressed by glyphosate that are phosphate binding enzymes or flavoproteins. I've found several different ones. We've talked about aromatase, cytochrome P450, NAD transhydrogenase, which transfers hydrogen from NAD to NADP, glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase, the one that is highly mutated. And interestingly, Rubisco, I found more than one paper talks about suppression of Rubisco, which is critical for photosynthesis in plants, and it's the most common enzyme in the world. Okay, SARS-CoV-2, deuterium, and glyphosate. The big picture: people who suffer from acute symptoms from COVID-19 are immune compromised due to system-wide defective mitochondria. The virus invades the lungs and proliferates there, inducing an inflammatory response. And that's because they can't clear the virus because your immune system is sick. And this allows lipids in the viral membranes to get metabolized by an enzyme called lipoxygenase, which is producing deuterium-depleted water in the lungs. It's been shown that there's a sharp upregulation in bradykinin in these severe cases. which causes a dramatic drop in blood pressure and causes water to infiltrate the lungs, and also brings in macrophages and all kinds of other immune cells into the lung alveoli. There's a massive overproduction of a molecule called hyaluronan, which makes gelled water, and it creates a hydrogel, which encasing the hyaluronan, it fills the alveoli and it traps deuterium. I believe this is what's going on. And the signaling cascade causes myeloid cells from the bone marrow and platelets to infiltrate into the lungs and release their mitochondria into the medium, which is rich in deuterium depleted water. So these other cells in the bone marrow and the platelets from the blood are releasing their mitochondria into the deuterium depleted water and supplying those mitochondria to the immune cells, which then revitalizes them. So this is the theory that I'm developing around the disease. Just to give you a brief introduction to the immune system, it's a hugely complex thing, but you can sort of say there's these cell types that are involved in the innate immunity, which is a rapid response, doesn't require any kind of specific adaptation. And then the adaptive immunity, which is where you get the antibody responses. This is what the vaccine is inducing, the adaptive immune system to make antibodies that will be very specific to that particular immune invasion. And so the innate immune system normally is very powerful if it's healthy. And I believe that if you have a healthy innate immune system, you don't need to worry about COVID-19. You won't even get sick from it. At most, you might get a cold. If the innate immune system can't clear the virus, then the adaptive immune system has to get involved, and it causes all this reaction that causes all the trouble that makes you feel like you can't breathe, and eventually can cause severe organ damage and all kinds of horrible things as inflammatory cytokines become completely out of control because of the fact that your innate immune system is too weak. So a bit of anatomy, the lungs have a unique design to optimize the uptake of oxygen into our red blood cells and the release of carbon dioxide. So they do the reverse of what you normally get. The arteries come in with oxygen reduced blood, and then what comes out of the veins is oxygen supplied blood because it's picked up the oxygen in the lungs. The exchange takes place in these capillaries that are near the alveoli, and the fully oxygenated blood leaves the area through the pulmonary vein. The bronchioles are these air-filled tubes that bring the air into the alveolar sacs. So this is an alveolar here in this picture. These are macrophages. Whoops. These are macrophages. This is the lung. So we're in the lung. Here's a capillary. And then the virus comes in through the air, right? There's the virus. And it activates these macrophages. And the result of that is a cascade reaction. The macrophages aren't able to clear the virus because they're sick. The virus starts proliferating through the endothelial cells. The macrophages send out alarm signals, which draws in more macrophages, causes the capillaries to be leaky, blood pressure drops, fluid begins to fill up. And that fluid is actually being produced in part through the production of deuterium depleted water by these enzymes that are going to be triggered by this cascade. Person feels as if they're drowning because their lungs are filling up with fluid. So this is a paper called Is a Bradykinin Storm Brewing in COVID-19? There's lots of papers about COVID-19. I've been reading many of them. They're quite fascinating, and they really give me a picture of what's really going on there. And I really think it's central. Deuterium is central to the problem with COVID-19. So hypertension is a risk factor, but hypotension is what develops during the disease process. This ACE2 receptor is what the virus binds to. And it's upregulated by almost 200-fold in the lungs in severe cases of COVID-19. And ACE, its counterpart, ACE, is downregulated. So ACE would normally clear bradykinin, but because ACE is downregulated, you get an excess amount of bradykinin, which is the signaling molecule, that then the receptors get upregulated by nearly 3,000-fold. So there's huge changes going on. And the bradykinin is what induces the vasodilation, the leaky blood vessels, and the drop in blood pressure. And then the inflammatory cytokines start coming in, and they cause a capillary leakage. They inhibit the fluid reabsorption, which then gives you the alveolar flooding of water. So the whole point is to bring water into the lungs. And people don't seem to be curious about why you want water in the lungs. I believe every disease process has a purpose beyond just making you sick, that there's a goal that's being achieved. And in my opinion, the goal is to try to fix these mitochondria in the macrophages. So this is a paper, bradykinin-induced hyperpermeability of the lung capillaries causes formation of hyaluronic acid, hydrogel, that inhibits the gas exchange. So this hydrogel is this gelled water that's produced by this hyaluronic acid, which is upregulated by like 1,000-fold. It traps the water. It traps the deuterium because it especially holds on to deuterium, leaving behind deuterium depleted water in the interstitial area where all the inflammation is happening. So it's creating an environment where it can produce healthy deuterium depleted water. And then SARS-CoV-2 causes massive overproduction of this hyaluronic acid. So it can trap roughly 1,000 times its weight in water. And it creates this hydrogel with its stiff, viscous quality similar to Jello. So that's just where you're trapping the deuterium in that gelled water. And then the enzymes that produce hyaluronic acid are massively upregulated. I said 1,000-fold, but actually it's 9,000-fold. For this one, HAS1, 500-fold for HAS2, 30-fold for HAS3. So there's tremendous amounts of hyaluronic acid being produced to pull that deuterium out of the fluid water. It's associated with pulmonary thrombosis, ground glass opacities, which are showing up in this disease, and also this acute respiratory distress syndrome. And so then they're saying this viscous hydrogel is going to negatively impact gas exchange, which is true. It's going to prevent the oxygen from getting in, but that's part of the point because you want to induce a hypoxic environment in order to shut down the mitochondria so that they can be rebooted. So this is sort of a theory that I've developed, how the virus responds, how the viral response attempts to repair the deuterium problem. So the virus actually is quite fascinating because it contains these pockets that can trap linoleic acid. That's a very common fatty acid in the membranes of the human cells. As the virus emerges from the cell, it traps linoleic acid in its membrane. And linoleic acid can be modified by lipoxygenase it's very, very interesting because lipoxygenase changes linoleic acid into these products called leukotrienes. And leukotrienes are powerful signaling molecules. They are produced by extracting two hydrogens from the fatty acid and making deuterium depleted water from that, and then giving an oxygen to the fatty acid to make this interesting leukotriene formation of that molecule. So the leukotrienes are being produced by the lipoxygenase, and at the same time as the leukotrienes are being produced, it's also producing deuterium depleted water in that space in the lungs where the water is fluid. And so basically, I think the macrophages come in and quote unquote drink the sweet nectar that's supplied to them by this activity of both the trapping of the deuterium in the gelled water and the production of deuterium depleted water by the lipoxygenase. Lipoxygenase is an extremely interesting enzyme because it's not a flavoprotein. It doesn't bind heme. Those are two susceptibilities that I see to glyphosate. It doesn't have them. So I think lipoxygenase is actually safe. It's a safe choice to get yourself to have some deuterium depleted water that doesn't involve enzymes that are susceptible to glyphosate damage. And so then you fix the macrophages by supplying them with the deuterium depleted water that can empower them to clear the virus. So the virus traps linoleic acid in its membrane, which then gets oxidized by lipoxygenase to make DDW. So this is just a picture of the membrane. This is a paper talking about how the virus actually has these pockets that fit very nicely with the linoleic acid. It looks like it's trying to put linoleic acid into its membrane. And then also patients who have severe cases of COVID-19 have reduced levels of fatty acids, I think because their fatty acids are being modified into these leukotrienes and getting lost in order to make the deuterium depleted water. And so interestingly, I found this paper that shows that viruses are stabilized by excess deuterium. And it makes me wonder whether viruses themselves are able to trap deuterium in the same way that hyaluronic acid is able to make structured water that can trap deuterium. So it turns out that, in fact, the viruses are very fragile and they're sensitive to temperature right around the degree of the body. So 95 degrees Fahrenheit is where they start to get in trouble. They start to fall apart, the viruses. And they're completely denatured at 131 degrees Fahrenheit. So I think when you have a fever, it's a natural defense against the virus that you can hope to destroy the viruses through heat. But if they take up deuterium and trap it in their coat, then they are going to be less susceptible to being destroyed by temperature. So very interesting that if you have too much deuterium in your blood, the virus takes advantage of that to become more stable, which then prevents the virus from being killed as your temperature rises. So COVID lungs alveoli, early stage, severe stage, here's a picture of this. The hyaline membrane grows large. That's this thing here. This ground, you get these ground glass opacities that are characteristic of the disease. And it's reminiscent of what's going on in these premature newborns that have issues with their lungs with the hyaline membrane. So respiratory burst in immune cells, NADPH oxidase pumps electrons across the membrane and releases protons into the cytoplasm. And the protons are pumped separately across the membrane. Ultimately, DDW is produced in the vacuole by myeloperoxidase. So this is just an interesting chemistry where the NADPH oxidase plays an important role in fighting infections. And it produces superoxide, which then gets converted into water through the protons are sent in separately, and those are going to be deuterium depleted protons. And then I think I have a couple of, this is the place where it's interesting what's happening. You've got superoxide going to hydrogen peroxide going to water. I think this is a very, very common process in producing deuterium depleted water right here. And then, that's basically, there's protons. There's all these protons coming across through different mechanisms, all of them probably deuterium depleted, creating this deuterium depleted water environment inside this vacuole. And there's your DDW. So rebooting the mitochondria. A mouse study shows link between mitochondrial dysfunction and virus susceptibility here. Aged mice had dysfunctional T cells, reduced mitochondrial capacity, and their immune response is skewed towards the Th1 type response, which is where you get this incredible inflammatory response that can have damage to the tissue due to an overreactive immune system. The aged mice had a weakened immune system, and when they were exposed to a mouse pox virus, all the elderly mice died, but none of the young mice. And so they call this term inflammaging, which predicts susceptibility to cardiovascular disease, neurodegeneration, frailty, and multi-morbidity. So this is where I got really interested in this whole concept of mitochondrial transfer from one cell to another. So I think there's a bunch of cells, particularly the platelets and the cells that come out of the bone marrow, that are support cells to supply the innate immune cells with healthy mitochondria when their own mitochondria are in distress. And so this is talking about these mesenchymal stem cells, which transfer their mitochondria to the macrophages. And it happens both in vitro and in vivo. And the donation results in enhancement of the macrophage phagocytosis potential. So that means that it improves the macrophage's ability to clear viruses by virtue of having acquired mitochondria from these other cells coming out of the bone marrow. Really, really fascinating concept. This is another one, exosomal transfer of mitochondria from airway myeloid-derived regulatory cells to T cells. Again, these are the bone marrow cells, and they come into the inflammatory side, such as in asthma, and of course, such as in COVID-19. And they release these reactive oxygen and nitrogen species that contribute to the inflammation. The inflammation is needed, I think, in order to make the superoxide that can go through the process to become deuterium depleted water. And these bone marrow cells transfer mitochondria to the T cells via these exosomes that are released. These are little particles here, exosomes that are released from one cell type delivered to another. And then intercellular communication is essential for resolving the inflammation. So this is all, they're having a big party in there where these cells are coming in and helping to supply the mitochondria to the macrophages in order to keep them healthy. And this is just a lovely picture of a tunneling nanotube. It's actually fascinating that these cells can actually have an entire tube that travels along from one cell to another to transfer useful products to the unhealthy cell over here that needs to be fixed. And the platelets are also playing a really important role, and I'm finding them to be really fascinating. Each platelet contains a handful of mitochondria. There's millions of platelets, so they've got a tremendous ability to donate mitochondria to the cells that need them. And the platelet mitochondria are actually very sensitive to oxidative stress. It causes the platelets to become activated, and then they can form these blood clots that can lead to disseminated intravascular coagulation, which is a major problem with multiple organ failure. You see that in the most severe cases of COVID-19. The mitochondria get released into the circulation from both the platelets and the immune cells. So everybody's trying to help supply mitochondria to the cells that need them most, which are the ones that need to fight off the virus. And so I just think that the localized environment of deuterium depleted water that's created by things like the hyaluronic acid and the lipoxygenase is taken advantage of by these mitochondria to help to fix them as they transfer from one cell to another. So sepsis and coronavirus, revisiting mitochondrial dysfunction and pathogenesis, aging, inflammation, and mortality is quite a mouthful. But so the idea is a dysregulated host response to an infection leads to sepsis, which is a massive failure of the blood. And you have profound persistent hypoxia, profuse blood clots, lactic acidosis, multiple organ failure. I mean, all kinds of terrible things happen. It's more likely to happen in old people, and they're more likely to have impaired mitochondrial function. They have a depleted level supply of glutathione, which is also important for maintaining deuterium depleted water in the mitochondria, and that weakens their antioxidant defenses. The damaged mitochondria release their DNA, and that upregulates HIF-1 alpha, which is very interesting because this molecule is another signaling molecule that causes a signaling response beyond what's going on in the lungs, something that becomes systemic in the blood. And insufficient supply of NAD plus is critical to impede recovery. So I think there's an NAD deficiency, there's a glutathione deficiency, and of course there's excess deuterium in the mitochondria. So heme oxygenase plays an important role in COVID-19. Normally, it actually leads to resolution. So when you get to this point where the lungs haven't been good enough to fix the problem, you've got the systemic situation. Heme oxygenase is released because of signaling from the HIF-1 alpha, causes a tremendous upregulation of heme oxygenase, which is an extremely interesting protein. It actually takes heme and converts it into biliverdin. But at the same time, it produces a lot of deuterium depleted water. So for every molecule of heme that it converts to biliverdin, it produces 3 molecules of deuterium depleted water from oxygen and from NADPH. And so heme oxygenase, I think, is an important, plays an important role in supplying deuterium depleted water to the sick immune cells. Now, what's really interesting about heme oxygenase is it has a very bad susceptibility to glyphosate substitution. There's a critical glycine residue in heme oxygenase where it binds to heme. And if that glycine is mutated into something else, almost any other amino acid, certain ones worse than others, there's several papers that talk about this, and I've got one here. If it's mutated something else, it converts it into a rogue version of itself, a pro-inflammatory enzyme. Usually it actually resolves inflammation, heme oxygenase. But in this situation, when that glycine is substituted by glyphosate, for example, it will turn it into a version that is worse than, is going the opposite way. It doesn't convert heme to bilirubin. It gets blocked because it can't bind heme. And unfortunately, it makes iron Fe+4. The iron is supposed to be Fe+2, which can be managed quite well. But this +4 ferrol iron is extremely toxic. And that causes all kinds of reactive oxygen species to take off, which destroys the blood vessels and causes a highly destructive positive feedback loop. So it's been shown in papers that show people who have defects in this enzyme have this problem that it can't resolve inflammation. In fact, it makes it worse, and you get into a positive feedback loop where you're increasing the production of heme oxygenase by the signaling, but it's not working. And so it just spirals out of control and you end up dying of sepsis. So recapitulation, innate immune system in the lungs is impaired due to chronic exposure to glyphosate and other toxic chemicals. Macrophages can't trap and clear the viruses because they're defective. Viruses proliferate and cause a strong reaction from the adaptive immune system. And the inflammatory response leads to a complex cascade causing a cytokine storm, which eventually damages the systemic circulatory system. Heme oxygenase is upregulated, intending to fix the problem, but it turns rogue because glyphosate is messing it up. It produces this ferrol iron that causes destruction of blood vessels and then organ failure, multiple organ failure, and death. So the plant response has a goal of temporarily shutting down the mitochondria so that they can be, this is the heme oxygenase, HIF-1 alpha is acting like there's low oxygen, and there is low oxygen because the lungs are flooded with water. You're shutting down the mitochondria because you need to not have them be working while they're being fixed. They need to be shut down, sort of like booting your computer, so that they can be supplied with deuterium depleted water obtained through the direct assistance of the viruses. And it backfires when many of these proteins are disrupted by glyphosate. So now healthy lifestyle, I have not much time left. We'll go through this quickly, but it's pretty easy stuff. You already know butter, lard, and coconut oil are among the foods with the lowest detected levels of deuterium among foods tested. And of course, because fats are made from NADPH, which has this wonderful low deuterium H, it makes really healthy eating is to eat these, especially animal-based fats. Here's just some pictures of various foods going around the clock like this is decreasing levels of deuterium. So flour and sugar have more cottage cheese in the middle. Then you get into olive oil, butter, and of course, organic butter has even better than organic grass-fed butter is even better than regular butter. Ghee is also low, and coconut oil is, I guess, among the lowest that you can find. Deuterium foods and mast cell activation syndrome. This is an interesting article on the web here about mast cells releasing histamines. Deuterium increases histamine release, and we do have an epidemic in this mast cell activation syndrome problem. Plants get rid of deuterium by storing it in sugar and starch. Leafy green vegetables, animal fats, and plant fats are all good sources of low deuterium. Grass-fed beef and the dairy products derived from pastured cows are excellent sources of low deuterium fat. Foods high in niacin will give you NAD, so it's important to eat these kinds of foods. They're all delicious. Avocado, peanuts, whole grains, mushrooms, green peas, and potatoes. Also meat, fish, and poultry. Riboflavin is a source of FAD, and foods high in riboflavin include the ones pictured here: fish, mushrooms, pork, spinach, almonds, avocados, etc. You all know about deuterium depleted water. I've been drinking it myself. I've been finding it's great. I think it's a terrific product, and I'm so glad that it's available. I know how hard it is to make it, and I appreciate the work that people are doing to give us an opportunity to buy it. Hydrogen water is also very interesting because I think the hydrogen gas is going to be deuterium depleted just simply because deuterium wants to stay in the liquid phase. So that's a cool way to get also a source of good deuterium depleted hydrogen. Of course, this is glacier water, which is naturally depleted in deuterium. Flavonoids and polyphenols, all these colorful fruits and vegetables, those are very helpful because they're similar to FAD, the flavin binding proteins. You need those flavins that are natural products of plants. So when you eat a lot of processed foods, you're missing these really special ingredients that the fats produce, that the plants produce, and especially herbs and spices. Go organic. I can't emphasize this enough. This is a picture of our kitchen table. We buy 100% organic when we shop at the grocery store, and I would encourage you to do the same. We have found tremendous improvements in our health as a consequence of doing this, and we've been eating certified organic now for probably at least 8 or 10 years, and I really highly recommend it as really the best thing you can do to improve your health. And finally, conclusions: glyphosate is a pervasive contaminant in our food supply. It plausibly has an insidious cumulative mechanism of toxicity that involves substituting for glycine by mistake during protein synthesis. And I think especially in proteins that bind phosphate at sites where glycine is essential, those are especially susceptible, and that's where the flavoproteins come in. Glyphosate exposure causes systemic mitochondrial dysfunction due to an inability to maintain low deuterium in the mitochondrial water, and they may be primarily due to disruption of the flavoproteins. A weak innate immune system results in an acute reaction cascade to SARS-CoV-2, which is ultimately aimed at restoring mitochondrial health to the immune cells through the creation of deuterium-depleted water. And an organic diet emphasizing nutrient-dense whole foods is the best path towards good health. And thank you very much for listening. And we are done. Great, I finished in time.
Wow, that was great. A little under time. Thank you, Dr. Senf. That was a lot to. I'm glad we have the recordings of this available so we can.
I always am kind of a fire hose. That's the MIT way, you know.
A lot of very detailed and important information presented. Thank you so much. And of course, you will be back later in the day with our roundtable. And next we have Dr. Thomas Seyfried. Let's see if he's here yet.
You can't get cancer if your mitochondria are healthy.
Right.
In general,
Right.
If you keep your mitochondria healthy, you might get other disease. You might get hit by a car. You might, fall down. But the probability of you dying from a malignancy would be far rare. Be very rare in my mind.
Yeah, because I'm keto adapted. I
Yeah.
primarily go without. Yeah, exactly. I've kind of flipped the way my body makes energy to more to ketones versus glucose and break down a protein. So, and that, the benefit of that, other than being really healthy, is to not being hungry. You know, I can go days without eating if I have to. So that's a profound thing that you don't experience when you're, you know, when you you know, when I was younger and eating a lot of fruits and sugars. You know, you get into that pattern where you get hungry, you get hypoglycemic. You know, so.
Well, this is one of one of our biggest challenges in the cancer management area that I work in, is many of the cancer patients are so addicted to sugar, glucose.
Sure.
It's extremely difficult for them to get into the state that you have just described.
We're here with Dr. Thomas Seyfried, and he's our next speaker. Doctor, I'm just going to give you the floor, so take it away.
Okay, well, thank you, Victor. Let me get, how can I share the slides that I need to go to, right? You want me to just, okay, a share, let me just get them up here. Okay, I got it right here. Here we go. Do you see anything yet? Okay, let's get the first one going here. All right, let me put that on the. Okay, can everyone see that one? So it's okay. So would you like me to start the presentation at this point? Oh, okay, great. Well, listen, thank you. Thanks, Victor, for having me here on this, you know, kind of raw, dark evening here in Boston. But you know, it's what we have to deal with. All right. So what I'd like to do this evening is to share with you some of the information we have on cancer as a metabolic disease and how we use that information to develop new therapies that can be more effective in managing cancer than the therapies that we presently have. I don't have any financial relationships, and I will not discuss any off-label stuff. All right, so bottom line is what we're looking at here are the cancer statistics from the US from 2013 to 2021. The 2021 projections are from the American Cancer Society. So they follow these projections year in and year out. And I think the easiest thing you can see is that there's a constant increase. Every year we have more and more cancer deaths. You know, 1,600 people a day, the 12.5% increase in new cases, 4.6% increase in deaths from 2013 to 2021. And this is never ending. It never seems to drop. It continues to go up year in and year out, despite the billions of dollars that we spend on these on this endeavor from both the academic and pharmaceutical industries. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, why do we not get any noticeable drop in the death rate from cancer? The most important thing is dropping death rates. And it has to do with a fundamental misunderstanding of the nature of what the disease is, a fundamental misunderstanding. And this was a paper that came out late last year. New cancer drugs are not working. The Food and Drug Administration approves all these kinds of drugs. And, you know, it's very interesting. The drugs seem to shrink tumors, but they only keep you alive about 2.4 months longer. So what's going on? You know, why? It's kind of weird, right? You spend billions of dollars on these drugs, and patients are spending an arm and a leg for these drugs, and you just get a little bit longer survival. And the reason for that is very clear. All of these drugs that are developed from 2000 to 2016, FDA approved, are all based on the fact that cancer is a genetic disease. And if cancer is not a genetic disease, none of these drugs will ever work. You hear them advertised in the evening, Opdivo, Yervoy, chance to live longer, this and that, 2.4 months longer. I don't consider that effective. So conflicting views. And as I said, the reason why these drugs are not really effective in providing long-term management is because the disease has been misunderstood. And there is conflicting views on the origin of cancer. Once you understand the origin of the disease, then you can develop a strategy for managing the disease. And I'll present evidence that cancer is primarily a mitochondrial metabolic. It's not a genetic disease. And I'll emphasize that, and I'll present hard data for you to see that. So the mitochondria are laced, it's like a spaghetti network through the cell, the nucleus. We have damage in cancer nuclei, and I'll show you that, of course. There's mutations, broken chromosomes, and all this kind of stuff. But there's also abnormalities, number, structure, and function of mitochondria. What happens with that is a chronic disruption of energy metabolism leads to the production of reactive oxygen species, ROS. The ROS damage the nucleus. The nucleus is an downstream epiphenomenon of the damage to the mitochondria. Once the energy metabolism in the cell is disrupted, the cell falls back on its default state, which is unbridled proliferation. So to control cancer, we need to know what causes it. And then once we know what causes it and look at the ramifications, we can effectively manage the disease. Okay, so let's look at, let's put this whole cancer thing in perspective to previous discussions of theories. So a scientific theory is simply an attempt to describe the facts of nature. Reality is based on replicated facts. These facts are replicated over and over again, whereas the interpretation of the facts is based on credible theories. So we know that the heliocentric theory, that the sun is the center of the solar system, could explain better the movements of the celestial bodies than could the geocentric theory. And this was the work of Copernicus, Galileo, and Kepler. They were the ones that reconfigured the organization of the solar system. Louis Pasteur's germ theory could explain better the origin of contagious diseases than bad air, black air, miasma theory. The miasma theory was originated with Hippocrates and Galen, back in the Greek and Roman times. The Darwin-Wallace theory of evolution by natural selection could better explain the origin of species than could the theory of special creation. It's important to mention that nothing in biology makes sense except in the light of evolution. Nothing in cancer biology makes sense except in the light of evolution. I'm sorry to have to say that the majority of people working in the cancer field lack knowledge on the fundamentals of evolutionary theory. So the question we have is, can the mitochondrial metabolic theory explain better the facts of cancer than can the current dogmatic view of the somatic mutation theory? And I'll present strong evidence to show that it can. So, and as I show many times, the current dogma, cancer is a genetic disease. This is on the NCI website, National Cancer Institute website, all the textbooks of biology, biochemistry, cell biology. This paper by Doug Hanahan and Robert Weinberg, one of the most highly cited papers in all of the biological literature. It's over 45,000 times cited. Hallmarks of cancer, next generation. Bottom line, cancer cells carry the oncogenic and tumor suppressor mutations that define cancer as a genetic disease. No questions, no alternative views. It's a ideology that has indoctrinated several generations of scientists and physicians into this worldview. And let's look at it in a little bit more detail. The somatic mutation theory. Don't forget, all those drugs that basically don't work were based on the supposed correctness of this theory. Mutations in genes inhibit or stimulate cell division and contribute to the development of cancer. The definition of cancer is cell division out of control. That's the textbook definition of this disease. And according to this theory, there are mutations in tumor suppressor genes which prevent them from stopping their division, and abnormalities in proto-oncogenes which stimulate them. So they have no brakes and they're accelerated out of control. And that's based on the somatic mutation theory. And we look at it a little bit more. It's the accumulation, let me emphasize this, random mutations cause the development of a cancer cell. The normal cell collects random mutations in some sequence, whatever that is. And you go from a normal cell into this malignant cell that oftentimes has a mesenchymal dysmorphic phenotype. And according to Dr. Vogelstein of Johns Hopkins, we now know very precisely what causes cancer. A sequence a series of alterations in well-defined, and we parenthesize this, driver genes. And this is the bedrock for the somatic mutation theory. And as the consequence of this theory, we have developed personalized therapy, what we call precision medicine, these kinds of things. You hear these terms, yeah, personalized therapy. And that means when we take a piece of tissue from your tumor, we're going to look at the genetic abnormalities, and based on these gene mutation abnormalities, we're going to suggest a particular diagnosis or treatment based on this information. And and of course, the information is taken from biopsy material in the patients to get a readout. And of course, this would be really important if genes and these mutations were in fact responsible for the disease. I will present evidence that they're not. It's largely a waste of time, and it's mostly irrelevant information. And not only that, you put the patient at risk. By taking that, you stab the particular tissue and you create the possibility of inflammatory oncotaxis, putting that patient at risk for the spread of the disease throughout their body. So not only is the procedure hazardous, the information is useless. Now, whenever you challenge a dogmatic ideology, whether it's a religion, a political affiliation, or whatever, people who are of the opposite side, they don't want to hear about it. They don't want to look at it, talk about it, or hear about it. And basically, what they do is ignore it. It's too painful for someone to realize that what they thought was real is unreal. So let's look at the evidence for the rational mind to consider the facts that are associated with the somatic mutation theory, the support of the. So this guy, a very distinguished scientist, Theodore Boveri, who was anointed as the originator of the somatic mutation theory. But if you read his original essay in 1914, he was remarkably apologetic for his ignorance of cancer. He never studied cancer. And the essay that he wrote, suggesting that chromosomal abnormalities may be the origin of cancer, was purely speculative. And he was so apologetic. He said, I'm an interloper in this field, and probably everything I'm saying is wrong. Despite that, he was anointed as the originator of the somatic mutation theory. But now, more and more deep sequencing and analysis, there are several papers that are showing things that are unexplained. And what that unexplained is that there's some cells, cancer cells, that have no mutations, despite the analysis on deep sequencing. This is kind of strange. How could you say the disease is caused by somatic mutations if there are some cancer cells that have no somatic mutations? Then there's more recent evidence from several major papers in Nature Science papers showing that these driver genes that are supposedly the genes that make the dysregulated cell growth are now being found in many normal tissues of our body that never develop cancer. So how is it possible to have some cancers with no mutations and normal cells with driver mutations that never develop cancer? Does anyone ever stop and think about the implications of these observations? Then we know that some carcinogens like asbestos do not cause mutations in cancer mutation test systems. What we look at now is the rarity of cancer in chimpanzees. Chimps are our closest biological relative. They share about 98% of our gene and protein sequences. Chimps rarely, if ever, get cancer. The number one killer of females worldwide is breast cancer. There has never been a documented case of breast cancer in chimpanzees, and they're under constant surveillance by veterinary medicine in all these different zoos. What's going on here? It's diet and lifestyle. Chimps don't eat and live in this. They don't do the same things we do, despite the fact they're genetically very, very similar. We also know that metastatic behavior can occur without mutations, and if these cancer drugs based on the somatic mutation theory are so precise, why they have so many off-target effects? And many people die from the off-target effects before the cancer kills them. Very, very imprecise. It's not precision medicine, it's imprecise medicine. The strongest evidence against the somatic mutation theory comes from the nuclear mitochondrial transfer experiments, and I'll show you those just briefly. All right, I published this paper in 2015, and I summarized. Basically, I went back and looked at all these data from nuclear mitochondrial transfer experiments and reinterpreted the data simply in terms of the two competing theories, somatic mutation theory and the mitochondrial metabolic theory. The nice thing about this is that people were naive to the concept of the two different theories. They were locked into thinking that their observations have to be forced into the somatic mutation theory, and they were all left, groping. But it was interesting, different kinds of tumors, different protocols, strategies, all of these things. And many of them came out to a similar observation that normal mitochondria can suppress tumorigenesis. So this is what my students and I put together some years ago to kind of encapsulate the dozens repeated experiments by all kinds of labs throughout the literature, and encapsulated this as a summary slide. So normal cells beget normal cells. So the normal cell has a normal nucleus with an integrated genome, and they have good mitochondria. They generate energy through oxidative phosphorylation. And these cells are growth regulated, and they don't have any dysregulated cell growth. Tumor cells beget tumor cells. So the tumor cells most of them have all kinds of genetic abnormalities in the nucleus, but they also have all kinds of abnormalities in the mitochondria, number, structure, and function. So the question then becomes, and these cells are growth dysregulated, proliferation out of control. So is it the mutations in the nucleus or the abnormalities in the mitochondria that lead to the dysregulated cell growth? Well, the nuclear mitochondrial transfer experiments clearly answered this. If you take the nucleus, enucleate the cancer cell, and put that tumorigenic nucleus in a normal cytoplasm, you get growth-regulated cells. Sometimes tissues are formed. Sometimes a whole mouse or a frog can be cloned from the nucleus of the tumor cell, and the mutations are still there. This is they're not driving the abnormality; they're still present. And the opposite series of experiments have been done, where you take the nucleus out of a normal cell and put it into the cytoplasm of a tumor cell, and you either get dead cells or tumor cells. You don't get normal cells. This is just the opposite, absolutely the opposite of what you would have expected. I just don't understand why so many people ignore the results from these findings, and they do that. And also, if you collect and purify mitochondria from normal cells and put them into the cytoplasm of a tumor cell, you also get growth regulation. Normal mitochondria suppress tumorigenesis because the origin of the disease resides in the mitochondria and not in the nucleus. So somatic mutations are not the origin of cancer. How do cancer cells arise? Well, Otto Warburg showed this many years ago. I mean, he was absolutely convinced, and we've documented and showed that Warburg is absolutely correct in his original ideas. Cancer arises from a chronic damage to the cellular respiration. Okay, energy through fermentation gradually compensates for insufficient respiration. This is important. So fermentation is compensating for abnormal respiration. Cancer cells continue to ferment lactic acid, even in the presence of oxygen. And this is referred to as the Warburg effect. The people hear that, the Warburg effect is, and he said, don't waste time thinking about this. Very interesting. Yet the cancer field focuses on something that Warburg himself said was a waste of time to think about. It's the fermentation mechanism that's responsible, and that comes from the defect in the respiration. So Warburg had a lot of controversy, tumor cells suck in oxygen, therefore they must have normal oxidative. Wrong. We showed that. The oxygen consumption by tumor cells is not linked to oxidative phosphorylation. And we just recently showed with my colleague Christos Giannopoulos in Semmelweis University in Budapest that cancer cells ferment the amino acid glutamine, produce succinic acid. And we call this the Q effect. This was the missing link in Warburg's theory. Hopefully, we can now eliminate so much of the controversy. So you get the Warburg effect. Q is the singular letter for glutamine. So you're fermenting two fuels of a sugar and an amino acid. Okay, a sugar and an amino acid, and that amino acid is glutamine. Well, I ask you the question. Enhanced fermentation is the signature metabolic malady of most, if not all, cancer cells. Okay, it is this. Every cancer cell that we look at has a different constellation of gene mutations. Does it make more sense to target the common metabolic problem in all these cells rather than the unique individual differences that each cell within the tumor has? Makes no sense to do that. It's unclear to me. I find it astonishing that people would continue to target epiphenomena rather than the key problem that all the cancer cells have. Breast cancer, colon, as I'll show you, all the different cancers, they're all the same. They all have fermentation as the primary fuel that drives them. Now, shows cancer cells synthesize ATP through mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation in the glutaminolysis pathway. Mitochondrial substrate, this is the new thing, mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation. So let's look at it. I know, listen, all of this stuff is published in our big papers in ASN Neuro and iScience. We explained all of this, right? Listen, without ATP, nothing lives, period. You don't have energy, you die. So cancer cells need to have energy. Where are they getting their energy from? Okay, they're not getting it from oxidative phosphorylation because oxidative phosphorylation is defective in cancer cells. They take in oxygen, they blow out reactive oxygen species, not linked to ATP. Now, in the Embden-Meyerhoff-Parnes pathway, most cancer cells have the pyruvate kinase M2 isoform. They're not making ATP, but they're producing metabolites for the growth. Where's this ATP coming from in the cancer cell? It's coming out of the mitochondria, yes, but it's not coming out of oxphos. It's coming out of glutamine to glutamate, to alpha-ketoglutarate. This is the glutaminolysis pathway linked into part of the TCA cycle. Bam, here's the energy right here. The energy is coming from glutamine, mitochondrial substrate level phosphorylation using glutamine as the fuel, dumping out succinic acid. Now let's look at the evidence to support this. Mitochondria are abnormal in glioblastoma, they're abnormal in all the cancers. So here's a normal mitochondria. Those stripes are called cristae. They contain the lipids and proteins responsible for the function of the electron transport chain and the ability of the cell to generate energy through oxidative phosphorylation. This is an electron micrograph of a glioblastoma mitochondria, very aggressive brain cancer. They have crystallysis, ghost mitochondria. In biology, evolutionary biology, we know that structure determines function. If the structure of the organelle is defective, the function of the organelle will be defective. These mitochondria will not be able to produce energy through oxidative phosphorylation. These are human tissues, okay? Now here's more evidence. Mitochondria are abnormal in cancer, breast cancer and colorectal cancer. Here's a normal cell of the breast epithelium. You see nice stripes, nice cristae. Here's the mitochondria of the breast tumor. Look at all vacuoles all screwed up. These cells aren't going to be able to make energy through oxidative phosphorylation. Colorectal cancer, look at all the ghost mitochondria. In biology, structure determines function. Evolution conserved tenet. How is it possible that so many people in the cancer field don't understand these fundamental aspects of biology? I don't know. Now, this is what we did in the iScience paper. What are the major cancers that have problems in number, structure, and function of mitochondria in human tissues? Well, we got bladder cancer, breast cancer, colorectal cancer, all the different gliomas, kidney cancer, leukemias, the blood cancers, liver cancer, hepatic cancer, lung cancer, melanomas, neuroblastoma, osteosarcomas, ovarian cancers, pancreatic cancers, prostate cancer, rhabdomyocyte, all of these have defects in mitochondria. You're not going to be able to generate energy through oxidative phosphorylation. Therefore, these cancers are going to have to depend on fermentation for energy. Is that complicated? I don't understand how people don't understand this. All right, so, and I say this because if you read the literature, all these papers say that cancer cells have normal mitochondrial respiration. This is what blows your mind, right? All right, so energy metabolism in normal cells. So we have the glycolytic pathway, the Embden-Meyerhoff pathway, right? Produces pyruvate. Pyruvate is fully oxidized, and these are in normal cells. So we get most of our energy from oxidative phosphorylation. We're all breathing, we get energy. Waste products, CO2 and water. Okay, blast. Here's the big blast of energy, keep our cells alive. Yeah, these ancient pathways, these are ancient pathways, substrate level phosphorylation. These are the pathways that evolved before oxygen came on the planet. They're still there, but they're very minimal in generating energy for normal cells. But we look at a cancer cell, they get most of their energy from these ancient pathways, substrate level. Why? Because the mitochondria are defective. I just showed you clear evidence. If you want more evidence, go back and look at the micrograms from those previous cancers, and you will be convinced. So you can get some energy. This depends. The amount of energy coming out of the Embden-Meyerhoff pathway depends on the pyruvate kinase isoform. All right, so that they can vary, but you can get some energy from the substrate level phosphorylation in the cytoplasm. But majority of energy is coming from the glutaminolysis pathway at the succinyl-CoA ligase step, and we're blowing out, the cancer cells are blowing out lactic acid and succinic acid. All right, they're not generating water and CO2 for the CO2, yeah, but not water. for the most part. Most of this is these fermentation fuels. So here's from the iScience paper. Look at this. Okay, here's a normal mitochondria, and here's most of our energy is coming from oxidative phosphorylation. Now, cancer doesn't happen overnight. There's a gradual chronic degradation of ability of mitochondria to generate energy. And as they lose their ability to generate energy through OXPHOS, they have to compensate with fermentation, which is substrate level phosphorylation. And you can see here's the mitochondria at the end result. These guys aren't going to be producing any energy through OXPHOS. They're fermenters. And the more they ferment, the greater is the malignancy. The more they ferment, the greater is the malignancy. This is documented in all the major cancers. So people always ask me, you know, how do I get cancer? Oh, how do you explain? How do I get cancer? You can get cancer from anything that will cause chronic damage to the mitochondria in some population of cells in a tissue. Carcinogens, radiation, intermittent hypoxia, chronic inflammation, rare inherited mutations that will damage the mitochondria. If they don't damage the mitochondria, they don't cause cancer. The RAS oncogene, oncogenic viruses, age, all of these things, any of these things can cause cancer. Why? They cause chronic damage to the ability of that organelle to generate energy through oxidative phosphorylation. It's called the oncogenic paradox. Everybody's confused. People are still confused about this. We've explained it. We defined, we showed people. You know, I can't, you know, it's like dragging the horse to the water. I don't know what to say. So the mitochondria become defective. They lose their ability to generate energy through oxidative phosphorylation. Through a signaling system, they signal to the nucleus. Nucleus has to upregulate fermentation. Where is this upregulated fermentation coming from? It's coming from oncogenes. The oncogenes are facilitators, enablers of cells to get energy through fermentation. Very simple. You put a new mitochondria in there, all that stuff shuts off. The mitochondria are controlling this whole process. All right, so then we go back to the hallmarks of cancer from Hanahan and Weinberg. The first three hallmarks are all related to growth destabilization, dysregulated cell growth. Why is that happening? Because the cells are entering their default state, the state they were in before oxygen came into the atmosphere 2.5 billion years ago. So the cells grew unbridled proliferation. Albert Szent-Györgyi clearly showed that, the alpha period, and they're dumping out lactic acid and fermentation waste products into the microenvironment, very clearly related to a defective mitochondria. Now they're dumping out these lactic acid, succinic acid, right? Okay, what does that do? It creates a wound, angiogenesis. Where's the angiogenesis coming from? It's coming from the crap that the cells are dumping out into the microenvironment. It's just related to the HIF1 alpha. All this stuff is all these oncogenes, right? You're all driving the fermentation metabolism. People say, well, why are the cancer cells resistant? You can't believe how many papers are published in the literature why cancer cells are so resistant to these cancer drugs and radiation and all that. They bypass apoptosis. The control of cell death is controlled by this organelle, the mitochondria. The mitochondria defective, the kill switch. If the kill switch is broken, they're not going to die, and they're resistant to the drugs because they're fermenting. It's just that simple. And so many papers that show this. I don't understand why people have to keep asking themselves why the cancer cells are resistant. Because they're fermenting. Why are they fermenting? Because the mitochondria are defective. Okay, now let's look at metastasis. Oh, don't forget the ROS. I forgot the ROS are causing this, the reactive oxygen species. The ROS are carcinogenic and mutagenic. Oh, so they're going to cause the mutations in the nucleus, right? They're going to cause the mutations, further damage the mitochondria, and the cells are locked into a fermentation metabolism. But the big dog in all cancer is metastasis, right? I mean, obviously, if the tumor starts to spread through your body, people call you, terminal and all these different names. And that's because the cells are moving now from their primary site of origin and starting to spread through the body. So we have a metastatic cascade pointed out by Isaiah Fiddler and others. It's a very stereotypical cascade, regardless of the tumor that you have, colon cancer, breast cancer. There's a local invasion. The green cells break through the basement membrane and they start to invade outside of their domain. They intravasate. That means they enter into the bloodstream. All of these are very sophisticated biological processes, impossible to happen by a random event. They're the immune system survival. And I will show you that these metastatic cells that enter into the bloodstream are part of our immune system. They are derived from macrophages and other immune cells. They are immunosuppressive because they are macrophages. They move through the bloodstream and they extravasate. What does that mean? They leave the bloodstream. They set up colonies of tumor cells in different organs. So if you have a breast cancer, it's going to go to your liver, it's going to go to your brain. If your lung cancer, it goes to your liver and brain. So this is distance spread. Secondary tumor formation. Now let me ask you this. I always ask myself this. The somatic mutation theory says random mutation. How are random mutations going to produce a non-random event? And then they fall back on this epithelial mesenchymal transition. Non-random metastasis makes, if you think about it and look at the evidence, it makes absolutely no sense. No sense, this EMT. So now let's look a little bit more closely at how we get metastasis. And this information will not only let us know how we get metastatic cancer, but also tell us how to kill it. So here's epithelial cells. You can name the tissue, whether it's breast, whether it's colon or whatever. So one of the factors in the environment, in the cascade, in the the oncogenic paradox, whether it's carcinogens or mutations or whatever, or hypoxia or whatever, causes a disturbance. The cells start to grow. They start to proliferate. They throw out lactic acid. They form what we call an unhealed wound. Cells of our immune system, the red cells, are macrophages. They're naturally programmed to go in and heal wounds. So the signals are coming out of these cells, bringing our immune system to try to heal the wound. Everybody knows that cancer behaves as an unhealed wound. Now, what happens, macrophages are extremely fusogenic, right? They like to fuse with each other, and they fuse with other cells in the environment. They will fuse with these tumor cells. And if you look at carefully, what's happening is the cytoplasm of the immune cell, the macrophage, becomes diluted by the cytoplasm of these neoplastic cells. These cells can't move. They're going to be localized. So how do they develop the capability to spread through the body and kill you? Okay, because they don't have the genetic architecture to do that. But these guys, the red cells, do. The red cells become corrupted because their cytoplasm becomes diluted with abnormal mitochondria from these cells. Now these cells are genetically programmed to spread intravasate, extravasate. The problem now, they become rogue. They're no longer regulated in the appropriate way. They proliferate, they can enter and exit bloodstream, set up secondary sites. This is what macrophages are programmed to do. But when their mitochondria become screwed up, they don't do it right. And they proliferate. And we know the cell of origin of metastasis is the macrophage. The question now is, what do they eat? How do they grow? They are glutamine hogs. They consume large amounts of glutamine. This will be very important for our understanding of how we resolve cancer. So if most cancer cells obtain energy through fermentation, what therapies can we use to prevent the disease? Obviously, take away the fermentable fuels. So we did this using water-only fasting, calorie restriction, ketogenic diets, and these kinds of things. The cancer cell is driven by glucose. I have hundreds of papers showing you that the higher the blood sugar, the faster your tumor is going to grow. Lower the blood sugar, and then you transition the body over to ketone bodies. It's an alternative fuel to glucose. Ketone bodies are non-fermentable. Let me say it again. Fatty acids and ketone bodies are non-fermentable. You need a good mitochondria to generate energy from ketone bodies and fatty acids. Cancer cells have abnormal mitochondria, can't use ketones. And if people want to say, listen, I'll explain to you exactly why they can't use fatty acids or ketone bodies. So the question is, the normal cells can use ketone bodies and fatty acids, but the tumor cells can't. So they become metabolically marginalized, okay? They become metabolically marginalized. Push those sugars down as hard as you can, and these tumor cells are not going to be able to grow as fast. We developed an index calculator, very simple. All this stuff is so simple, just to give the cancer patients an opportunity to know whether or not they're in therapeutic ketosis. So people say, can I eat this? Can I eat that? I don't care what you eat, just as long as you keep your GKI low, the millimolar glucose to ketones. The tumor cells are not going to be able to survive if you push those sugars down. And this little calculator lets you know if you're in the zone of therapeutic efficacy. And then based on that, my colleagues and I, Dom D'Agostino, Joe Maroon, and others, we built the Press Pulse Therapeutics. It's the framework by which we can manage most, if not all, cancers using metabolic approaches. So what does that mean? Guy comes into the clinic, he's got metastatic cancer. All right, he's in bad shape. All these guys have all kinds of diabetes. They have many other things besides cancer. What we do is we simply put them into a new metabolic state. We use ketogenic diets, ketone supplementation, pound down that glucose, elevate the ketones. We manage stress. Stress management is important because stress elevates sugar. And then we use specific drugs at low doses to specifically target glucose and glutamine. The cancer cell cannot live without fermentation fuels. Glucose and glutamine are the prime fuels to fermentate. There's no other fuels. We clear all this stuff. Then we use hyperbaric oxygen as an alternative to radiation therapy. So where we are right now is doses, timing, and scheduling. Guy comes in, we manage his cancer, bring him into a state of management. Okay, he's starting to look a little better, a little bit healthier. And then we gradually degrade the tumor until he gets into the state of long-term management or resolution. Dosage, timing, and scheduling, not that complicated. Now, how do we know this? Because we did experiments on this. We published papers showing the strategies actually work. This is a major paper that we published at end of 2019 with my colleagues. And what we use is calorie-restricted ketogenic diet to push the glucose down. And then we use this glutamine inhibitor drug, diazoxynorlucine, which is DON, powerful drug, off patent, works really great, especially under restricted, when you're in therapeutic ketosis, the toxicity also it delivers to the blood, goes right through the blood-brain barrier, and 3 times faster when you deliver the drug under therapeutic ketosis. Unbelievable. So here's our survival. I mean, listen, it all comes down to survival. You can look at all these different gene expression profiles. You can look at this and look at that. It all comes down to how long you're going to live, right? Bottom line, how long are you going to live, whether you're a mouse or a human? Nobody cares about all this other stuff. They care about, bottom line, how long can I live? It just makes sense, right? So look at this. If we give mice, these mice have a glioblastoma in the brain. If you give the mouse the high carbohydrate, look how fast they die. They just drop out so fast, unbelievable. All right, then you look at the ketogenic diet restricted. Oh, they do a little bit better, but they're still, they still die. Then we use DON by itself. This is the standard diet, high carb diet with DON. And, DON does pretty good. It's only when you combine the glutamine targeting drug DON with the restricted ketogenic diet, you get long-term survival. Now we're pushing these lines way out. We push them out in both humans and in the preclinical systems. We're going to push to the point where we can get resolution, and we're going to get there. So how do we try? Okay, let's try it on a human. Okay, let's, people talk about bed to, what do they call it? Bench to bedside, bench to bedside. This is what we do every day, bench to bedside. We take people that want to do this, and we test our ideas, our preclinical concepts on humans. All right, this guy was a corn farmer from Egypt. He came in, the whole left side of his body was paralyzed. He was huge glioblastoma. So immediately, instead of doing standard of care right away, we put him on fasting ketogenic diets. Ahmed El-Saka, the attending at the time, restricted. We pushed off the debulking, awake cradiotomy for 3 weeks while we shrunk the tumor down. Then as soon as the debulking was over, we put him on fasting, restricted ketogenic diets. We used EGC. We didn't have DON, so we used EGCG. I don't know. It's a weak glutamine, very weak glutamine inhibitor. But we pushed off the radiation as long as we could. Look at that, 3 months. Usually they start irradiating people as soon as they recover from the surgery. And I said to them, I said, why are we irradiating this poor guy? He's doing really well. Oh no, we have to do that. Anywhere you go on the planet, you have to do standard of care. What is that? It's radiation plus the toxic drug temozolomide, and usually they give you steroids. We use no steroids. Steroids elevate blood sugar. The guy did pretty well. He did the standard of care. He survived. He went back out, worked in the farm, worked on the cornfield. He was a corn farmer. Then we published the paper 2 years after the onset, 24-month follow-up. But then at about 29 months, the guy was complaining of headaches and lethargy and all this kind of stuff. And he passed away at 30 months of age. My colleagues did an autopsy of the brain and found out that he died from radiation necrosis liquefaction. The radiation liquefied the guy's brain. So, this got me really angry. We started looking into this more. And, when you look at survival, here's GBM patient survival under current standards of care. This is a 5-institution. We have a problem in science today. Less than half of the stuff you publish in Cell, Science, and Nature can't be reproduced in other laboratories. One thing that's absolutely reproducible anywhere in the world is the abysmal survival of people with glioblastoma. Okay, we got one institution here, this black line. If you go to that institution, you're going to die faster than these other institutions. But the bottom line is, very few people beyond 40 months of age, beyond 40 months, you don't live very long. And this is in most institutions throughout the world. So we published this paper, provocative question, should ketogenic metabolic therapy become the standard of care for glioblastoma? You know, the NIH loves provocative questions, but they would never ask a provocative question like this. Should you dump one of the major forms of treatment for people with glioblastoma as an alternative and start doing metabolic therapy? So it's my opinion, we just blasted the whole field. Why are you doing this to these poor folks? Why are you taking people and irradiating them, poisoning them and doing all this stuff? You saw they don't live. It's my opinion that replacement of standard of care with ketogenic metabolic will improve progression-free survival, overall survival. I'll show you evidence for that. This guy here, we're getting ready to write up a big case report on Pablo. He was diagnosed with a glioblastoma in August 2014. His family was into natural therapies. He didn't want any radiation, chemo, or steroid. He saw you're looking at the angel of death. You're looking at the Grim Reaper when you go to the standard of care. He said, I don't want that. So he went on ketogenic metabolic therapy. He also had the IDH1 mutation, which is an anti-cancer gene. It's unbelievable. IDH1 mutation targets both glycolysis and glutaminolysis together with ketogenic metabolic therapy. The guy is still alive. And I just talked to him today. In fact, we were having a conversation today. He's 78 months out. So his tumor is still growing slowly, but he's lived far longer, 78 months. Are you kidding me? So, and we're working up a case report on him. And this is a group that from New Zealand, and they're managing a metastatic thymoma, which is a very deadly cancer, spreads very rapidly, kills people. The person in this case report is doing really, really well. Never took standard of care, radiation or chemo, just metabolic therapy. The authors were very, very excited to tell me about how well this person is doing. We published a major paper on how we're going to manage breast cancer doing this. All the cancers are the same. They're all fermenters. Okay, if all the cancers are fermenters using glucose and glutamine, the strategy to manage cancer is crystal clear. You take away glucose and glutamine. All right, it's not that complicated. But we have a paper coming out it's being submitted soon on breast cancer. This woman was given up, a woman from Ohio. And she was considered hopeless. They said she can't live but more than a month or two, and they weren't going to treat her anymore. Well, she went to our group in Istanbul, Turkey, and did metabolic therapy. And now she's out like 25 months. And she just went to Aruba with her husband on vacation. People say, oh, these are anecdotal things. Where's the case? Where are the clinical? Who's going to do a clinical trial on this? Okay, step forward. I want to talk to the guy that wants to set up the clinical trial on this. I'll be happy to design it. No, you get crickets. Nobody wants to do this. So the conclusions, most if not all cancers are a metabolic disease, not a genetic disease. I don't know how long, how many more years, decades. You know, when you have an ideology, it's very, very hard to change an ideology. It's just entrenched into the neural circuit systems in people's brains. It's just incredible. I mean, it's more powerful than any gene that we could ever imagine. Ideology, dogma, it's just like unbelievable. You have to dump the idea that cancer is a genetic disease, and we're going to move forward. The cancer cells have to have substrate level phosphorylation to generate their ATP. It's the metabolic hallmark of most, if not all, cancers. So they all have the same problem. They can't grow without energy. That energy comes from fermentation. So you have to restrict the availability of the fuels that drive their fermentation. Glucose and glutamine are the two fuels that are driving the fermentation. They're not doing oxidative phosphorylation. They're doing fermentation. So that there's only a few fuels that can drive this. It's glucose and glutamine. We tried all these other things. They can't replace glucose and glutamine. So you know what we have to go after. The press pulse metabolic therapy, non-toxic, cost-effective strategy for the possible management of most cancers. I think this is going to be it. We got to, at some point, people have to realize that if they want to live and they want to have a life that's not so debilitated, poisoned and irradiated and all this stuff, they're going to have to come to this realization. Now, the idea is that who are we doing? Okay, I thank all my colleagues from the United States, from all over the world. We're doing this in different labs. We're setting up. We're trying to set up a global society for metabolic therapy. People are very excited and trying to do this. And then, of course, we have to thank those. It's not easy to get money. You can get a lot of money if you want to do gene sequencing and you want to do these like heat maps and all this kind of crap. That stuff is wonderful and great, but it's not going to cure your ass. the thing of it is, you got to get money. We know what to do. We know how to do it. The problem is it's hard to get money, but I want to thank the Foundation for Metabolic Therapies. This is Travis Christofferson's foundation, the George U Foundation, Dr. Joe Maroon, big supporter, Mr. Edward Miller, big supporter, Kenneth Rainin Foundation, CrossFit organization, Children with Cancer United Kingdom. We're working we're keeping these, managing childhood brain cancers without toxicity, my university, and in the past, the NIH. And I will stop at that point now. Thank you. Show. Can anyone hear me? I don't even know if there's anybody out there. I mean, it's just like you're just like talking to yourself.
That was amazing. That was phenomenal, and thank you for sharing your work with us, and the simplicity and the brilliance of the approach, and probably a lot of things that many of us didn't really know, and certainly if we did, it's reinforced now. So thank you, Doctor, for that. Our next speaker is Tyler LeBaron. I don't think he's here yet, so
okay.
We can.
Do we have anybody to ask questions or anything, or how does this?
What we're going to do is people will submit their questions, and we're going to film them separately. So,
okay.
Because there just simply wasn't enough time to get all the speakers in, and so yeah, anybody is welcome to submit questions for any speaker, and we'll conduct a separate interview with the speaker and have those questions answered for you.
Okay, so I can shut down the slides now, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Vic,
Robert,
can we make a remark to Thomas?
Please, do you mind turning on your camera?
No problem. Let me get you.
And actually, there was a question I wanted to ask.
I just wanted to say that Thomas's presentation was so crystal clear. There is no need for anyone to answer the question. The directions are there on the cereal box, the cereal without any glucose or glutamine in it. But wow, I just cannot I really can't believe, and of course I followed this, the metabolic causes of cancer for decades. I just can't believe it doesn't have infinite traction. And maybe he can comment on this. I mean, is it just simple as a conspiracy by Big Pharma?
Well, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. It's the ideology. And if you look at the history of science, ideologies are largely, responsible for the failure to move fields forward.
Exactly.
What we're saying is the way forward, but it's, people are saying, well, those drugs that you're using, they're already off patent. We can't use them. So, but I'm looking at the lives of people. Are you going to tell cancer patient we can't treat you and save you because the drugs that we need to use are off patent, we can't use them? It's a very frustrating thing, but it's part of science. The argument here, though, is that the evidence that I've accumulated and put in books and papers is overwhelming, and it's still ignored.
Absolutely.
It's still ignored. So you have to ask yourself listen, I've spoken to people at some of the highest levels of the pharmaceutical industry and have come to my lab to ask me, which I thought were going to be academic questions. But instead, they asked me, what drugs should I take? I have a particular cancer. What do you think I should do to save myself? And they're the guys running the pharmaceutical companies, right?
Oh, no, go ahead.
It's just, I think it's a combination of many things. There's three things that stand in the way. Number one, If you go to most oncology clinics and tell them what you heard from me, they've never heard it before. Number two, they're so locked into the gene theory, no matter what you tell them, no matter how clear you present the evidence, they can't believe it. And probably the singular most important thing is that my salary depends on me not being able to accept what you're saying.
Yes.
You put all three of those together and you have no progress.
I mean, have you seen any exceptions in Russia or Germany or whatever, Ethiopia,
No.
somebody who just really?
No, well, the first thing, I went to India and I thought they would be open to this. They irradiate and poison people there just like we do here. It's the standard of care has taken a lock hold. Now, what some hospitals are doing now is they're saying, okay, we'll do standard of care. When the tumor recurs, we'll do metabolic therapy. And I'll say, well, you're already blasted this poor guy. You weakened his body. You did all kinds of things. And now you're going to try to ask metabolic therapy not only to correct the damage from the standard of care, but try to resolve the cancer. And in some people, they do a lot better. But man, we could do so much better if we didn't. How are we treating people? I mean, you're sick, right? You have a problem, and now you're going to use toxic radiation and poisonous chemicals to make you healthy? It makes absolutely no sense. It's just
No sense whatsoever, obviously.
no sense. And the paper that came out shows you it's not working. It doesn't work. It's just beyond my comprehension. I guess, you just have to say, what the hell? Are we living in reality or in a fantasy land?
Really, I really understand your reaction to it. It's remarkable failure that the likes of which I never anticipated it was this bad.
Well, you saw the 1,600 people a day dying every day from this disease.
Correct.
That's the bottom line. I said, there's your evidence. It's at work. You get all these dead people, right? And not only that, the people that are treated with radiation and chemo become patients for a new field of medicine called cancer survivor medicine. So these poor people have neuropsychiatric problems, digestive problems, hormonal problems. You have all these other problems but if they take people off the street and irradiate and poison them, they're going to be sick. You're going to have them as patients for something else.
Come on.
So, it's all these things. It's all these things together that present the problem.
May I ask one last question? Are any of the traditional, Mexican clinics utilizing metabolic approach to cancer?
Yeah, they are. But, they seem to sidestep the reality of what we really need to do. They'll sprinkle in breathing, they'll sprinkle in this, they'll sprinkle in that. But for whatever reason, they don't want to go right for the throat of the disease, which is just target the glucose and glutamine. Listen, I was at a big meeting one time, and these guys from the pharmaceutical industry, and they had a drug that was going to block glycolysis. And I said it would work much better if you used your drug with metabolic therapy. And they said, we can't do that because we won't know if the success is due to our drug or the metabolic therapy. I said, what about the patient? I said, what about the damn patient? They don't care about the patient. The idea is to make a drug that's going to make money. Oh, and by the way, if the patient does well, they'll feel. You saw what it is. 2.4 months longer in survival is considered a success. Can you believe that? That's bullshit.
Wow.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. So, but yeah, we just have to all slug ourselves through it. Listen, if I got cancer, I know what to do.
Exactly.
That's the bottom line.
Well, thank you very much.
You're quite welcome.
Well, we're excited because you're going to run some tests with water and deuterium depletion in the lab there.
Well, we'll see what happens. Don't get your hopes up. But I've shot down so many things. But every now and then, the squirrel finds the nut. So it can always work, and we won't know until we look at some things. So we'll just have to wait and see. I don't know if it'll be as powerful as targeting glucose and glutamine, but it could be a facilitator of the process and make it a little bit easier. We'll have to wait and see about that. But we'll just. Do
you ever utilize do you ever incorporate with any patients the common glucose control formulas like metformin, berberines, etc.?
Yeah, well, we use the glucose ketone index because everybody responds a little bit differently to some of these things. You know, I
Okay.
might respond differently. So that's why we use the GKI, glucose ketone index, because it lets people to know whether this particular drug or that diet or this thing is keeping the blood sugar under control.
Got it.
And then, of course, there's no diet that will target glutamine. It's the most abundant amino acid in the body.
Right.
So we need drugs on that, but we have to know how to use those drugs. And if you use them too aggressively, you can harm the patient.
Yes.
So we need to know how to strategically use them. That's why we pulse them while under therapeutic ketosis. It'll work because I've seen it work on patients. We're getting people to live far longer than they were ever expected to live.
I'm sure.
And they're healthy and they enjoy their quality of life while the time they have left. And a lot of time that's for much longer than they would have ever expected.
Of course.
And you can't do a clinical trial like the pharmaceutical company. You can't do double-blind crossover. And it's also immoral to do a double-blind. What are you going to do? Take the person and give him something that's going to make his tumor grow faster?
Exactly.
I mean,
Exactly.
the high glucose group. You want to be in the high glucose group? Not me.
Very good.
Anyway.
Well, thank you.
Okay, great.
Absolutely valuable information.
All right, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Seyfried.
You're quite welcome.
Okay.
Close this.
And our next speaker, we have Tyler. We're going to set you up 1 second.
I found it, something to boost my energy and delay the aging process. You need to be drinking hydrogen water. Hydrogen is the smallest molecule in the universe. A molecule that can boost alertness, athletic performance, and metabolic health. Not to mention act as one of the most powerful master regulators to combat the aging process. The molecule is H2, molecular hydrogen, also known as hydrogen gas. A lot of people wonder, can't I just get hydrogen from my regular water? Water does contain 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen, but we must liberate the hydrogen from the water to create H2. And how do we do that? Just drop 1 active H2 tablet into a small amount of water and you'll immediately start to see bubbling action. Elemental magnesium reacts with water to create hydrogen gas. This reaction frees the smallest molecule so that it can travel into the hardest to reach areas of our body. Over 1,500 published studies on H2 tout health benefits, ranging from heart and blood vessel health, exercise performance and recovery, metabolic support, stress management, immune health, anti-aging, and more. Take 2 to 3 per day to age well and live your best life.
We have our next speaker here. Hi, we have our next speaker here. It's Tyler LeBaron. He's the creator and the director of the Molecular Hydrogen Institute. Tyler?
Hey, all right.
Hey.
Nice to be here. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us here at the summit, Deuterium Depletion Summit 21. I'm just going to give you the floor now, and it's all yours.
Okay, great. So let me try to share my slides here. Let's see. Okay, are you able to see my slides now? Okay, let's see here. Okay, great. Yes, so I will talk about the science and use and potential of molecular hydrogen. So first, there are a lot of things when we talk about hydrogen because there are a lot of confusion. There's different forms of hydrogen. There's different isotopes of hydrogen. So I first want to discuss some of the confusion and ask the audience some questions, rhetorically speaking, to help explain exactly what it is that we are talking about. Because there is, like I said, a lot of confusion. People hear molecular hydrogen or hydrogen water, they think of a pH, or they think of H4O or hydrogen peroxide or a whole bunch of different things. So I first want to ask this question, true or false? Molecular hydrogen is related to the pH of water, I should say to the pH of water. And the answer is false. It is not. Okay, how about this one? True or false? Molecular hydrogen easily disassociates into electrons and protons. The answer is false. It does not easily do that. It would have to have some sort of a catalyst. How about this one? Molecular hydrogen refers to A, the H in pH, B, the H- ion or hydride ion, C, the diatomic gas, or D, the H+ cation or the proton. And the answer is C, the diatomic gas. Molecular hydrogen primarily enters the cell via what method? The hydrogen transporter, red blood cells, simple diffusion, or inducing ionic or electrical and pH gradients. And of course, the answer is simple diffusion. Last one, true or false, molecular hydrogen is key for mitochondrial ATP production. And the answer is false. Completely different form of hydrogen. Oh, last one, how about this one? Molecular hydrogen quickly combines with oxygen in the body, which therefore could cause hypoxia. And the answer is false. It does not quickly combine with oxygen. Okay, so let's talk about the different forms of hydrogen. We have the hydrogen cation, which is simply hydrogen that has a proton in the nucleus, right, and does not have an electron. That is the hydrogen cation, or the proton. That is what drives mitochondrial ATP production. That is what so many of the presenters have talked about already, is the protons in the inner mitochondrial membrane. We also have the hydrogen atom. If we simply took the hydrogen cation, the proton, and add an electron, we would have a neutral hydrogen atom. And because it only has one electron, therefore it's unpaired, and it makes it a very reactive free radical. So the hydrogen atom is neutral, but it's a very reactive molecule because it is a free radical. Then you have the hydrogen anion. So now you could give it 2 electrons. So now it's not going to be a free radical anymore. But this hydrogen anion, or hydride, is going to be extremely reactive as well. It's a very strong base. It reacts with reacts with so many things. We use it in organic chemistry for reduction of ketones and aldehydes and a whole bunch of different things. I mean, you'd have to have a pH of like 33 to have some hydrogen anion in solution like this. So that's that form. And then lastly, we have hydrogen gas, right? This is the molecular hydrogen. This is the type of hydrogen that we are really talking about, that my research is focused on, is this hydrogen gas, molecular hydrogen. Now in the middle, though, I have hydrogen in various compounds. This is another major confusion that I see people have, is when they think of like water, for example, as H2O, then they think, oh, water already has hydrogen in it. So what do you mean you're adding more hydrogen? Well, again, in this case, you can see from the picture, the hydrogen are attached to the oxygen. And so it's very different than the structure I show of hydrogen gas. So that's a very different form of hydrogen. Same thing with hydrogen peroxide, ammonia, or methane. Those are different forms. The hydrogen is making different compounds, very different than hydrogen gas. So I wanted to clear that up from the beginning. And then I want to talk about the different isotopes of hydrogen, right? So we have protium. That is the form of hydrogen that we are researching that has shown to have some biological therapeutic effects. Really has nothing to do with the deuterium science or the deuterium depletion. There might be some connections, which I'll discuss later, but it is totally a different form of hydrogen. We are just talking about the protium, not deuterium. Deuterium, of course, has a neutron, whereas protium has no neutron. And then tritium is radioactive and is another isotope of hydrogen. So a little bit about deuterium. So as most everyone here knows already, deuterium makes up around 0.015% of the hydrogen element. So it's a very small amount, really. But because it has a neutron, that means it's going to weigh about twice as much as protium, the light hydrogen. And that is going to cause this kinetic isotope effect, right? The different weight or mass of the deuterium is going to make it have a significant kinetic isotope effect, which is simply the different speeds of how the different elements react, or in enzymes or catalysis or just normal chemical reactions. And as an example, I show here carbon-13. That only has an 8% more mass than carbon-12, the other isotope of carbon. But that's going to give it a corresponding of a 4% faster reaction when it's involving the carbon-hydrogen bonds, when C13 is compared to C14. Now compare that with Deuterium, all right, also written as superscript 2H, right, represents, that's 100% increase in mass because it has a neutron in it. But when this reaction rates involving the carbon-hydrogen bonds corresponds to the protium being 600 to 1,000 times faster than deuterium. So it's a very significant effect when we talk about the difference between protium and deuterium. Okay, now this is a very important slide also because I see this confusion a lot when we're talking about hydrogen concentration in ppm, because there's different ways to use ppm. There's weight per weight or there's mole per mole, for example. So in deuterium, we know there's about, for every 6,400 hydrogen atoms, there's going to be about 1 deuterium. So this is where the 156 ppm or parts per million come from, okay? Because if you take, in this case, ppm is a ratio of molecule per molecule or mole per mole. So simply take 1 divided by 6,400 and you get 0.000156. Take that number and then you multiply it by a million and you get 156 ppm or parts per million. Okay, and that is a mole per mole ratio or molecule per molecule. That's what the ppm means, 156 ppm. Now, you could give a different concentration of what the deuterium would be if you use the density of water, which is about a gram per milliliter, and 55.5 molarity, then you're going to equate to about 17.3 millimolar or 34.6 milligrams per liter of deuterium in water. Okay. Now with hydrogen gas, molecular hydrogen, this is when you at SATP or standard ambient temperature and pressure, the saturation level is considered to be 1.6 ppm. But in this case here, ppm is a ratio of mass. It's like gram per gram, right? Written as weight per weight. So 1.6 ppm weight per weight is equal to 1.6 milligrams per liter. So based on the molar mass of H2, right, 2 grams per mole, that's going to be 0.8 millimolar. And then 0.78 is more what the saturation is. But 0.78 or 0.8 millimolar is going to be the same as 1.6 ppm weight per weight, right? Because 1.6 ppm and 1.6 milligram per liter is going to be the same when it's weight per weight. But that's also equal to 19,400 ppm when you do volume per volume, or it's 14 ppm when you do mole per mole. So this is why ppm for most type of measurements is not really the best unit to use because it could be weight per weight or mole per mole or volume per volume. So we typically want to talk about in molarity, so millimoles or moles per liter, or milligrams per liter. So I think that's important because when you talk about hydrogen as being 1.6 ppm and deuterium as 156 ppm, that is an apples to orange comparison because you're explaining those differently. To compare them, you would say that deuterium is 156 ppm mole per mole, but that equates to 34.6 milligrams per liter or 34.6 ppm weight per weight, which is now you can compare that to the 1.6 ppm weight per weight or 1.6 milligrams per liter for molecular hydrogen. So I just wanted to explain that because that's one of the questions I get all the time about the differences between hydrogen and deuterium and concentrations and units and things. So again, now going back to molecular hydrogen. So this is the molecule we want to discuss a little bit to shed some light on some of the new research and developments that's going on. So first, we need to consider that there are actually a lot of different gaseous acetylene molecules. So it shouldn't be so surprising that molecular hydrogen can have biological effects when we know things like oxygen, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitric oxide, superoxide, ozone, radon. Many of these other gaseous molecules have biological effects. And it turns out recent research has shown that hydrogen gas also has some biological effects. And we're interested in understanding the mechanisms for that. So I call this a revolution, right? A dramatic and far-reaching change for how we use something or of thinking and behaving. This is actually a picture I took when I was in Tokyo, Japan, and just kind of showing the revolution. Instead of using hydrogen just for an alternative energy source, maybe we can also use it therapeutically. And then the last picture, that's me at a clinic in Shanghai using hydrogen inhalation therapy. So it's quite interesting. So there are different methods of administering hydrogen. You could simply inhale the hydrogen gas, or there's hyperbaric hydrogen chamber even. That's myself in a chamber in Japan. You could do hydrogen-rich saline injection. You could take a hydrogen-rich water bath, or you could simply ingest hydrogen-rich water, which is simply water that has dissolved hydrogen gas in it. And with that, I want to clarify again that when you add hydrogen gas to the water, the hydrogen does not dissociate into electrons or protons. It doesn't change the pH. It doesn't change the structure of water. Water is simply the carrier for the dissolved gas. You drink the water and you get the hydrogen. In fact, here are some pharmacokinetics following the ingestion of drinking hydrogen water. And you can see within 5 to 15 minutes or so, depending on the dose of hydrogen being administered, you get a peak exhalation in breath ppm and of molecular hydrogen, and then it goes back to baseline, within an hour to 2 hours or so, depending again on the dose of hydrogen that you ingested. So when we talk about molecular hydrogen, we need to consider its bioavailability. So it has a very high cellular bioavailability. Well, that's because the things that dictate bioavailability are things such as the size, polarity, and the charge. Well, hydrogen is the smallest molecule in the universe. I mean, it's smaller than oxygen is. And so that's going to allow it to diffuse right through the cell membrane. That's one reason why. Another thing is it has no charge. Okay, so other ions like sodium ion, for example, it's just one ion, but because it is charged, it has to go through a protein carrier. So we show here like primary active transport. There's also facilitated diffusion. Most drugs and supplements have to go through these types of transports, but molecular hydrogen does not, just simple diffusion. Another thing is hydrogen is nonpolar. So if you remember the water molecule I showed earlier, that is a very polar molecule. Even though it is neutral, it also cannot simply diffuse through the cell membrane very easily. It has to go through a protein channel called the aquaporin. But again, molecular hydrogen, it doesn't have those problems. It can simply diffuse right through the cell membrane. So when we look though at various gasotransmitters, there are accepted gasotransmitters that have a specific mode of action, and we understand their production, what they do. There's certain criteria, 6 or so specific criteria to explain certain gasotransmitters, such as nitric oxide, hydrogen sulfide, and carbon monoxide. Molecular hydrogen does not qualify to be considered a gasotransmitter, but it would be considered a gaseous signal modulator, for example. And it is interesting when you compare hydrogen to other gasotransmitters, because with hydrogen sulfide, for example, we can see the chemical structure. We know why it would have biological effects. It has, for example, S-sulfhydration. It can react with the different proteins. We have nitric oxide, which is extremely polar. It's also a radical, does nitrosylation. It binds the iron and the guanylyl cyclase. Carbon monoxide induces the HIF1 alpha or heme1 oxygenase. But then molecular hydrogen is this nonpolar molecule that doesn't really have the chemical properties that we would normally think from a biochemistry perspective that it should exert any biological effects. So it's quite surprising that it actually does. So I want to just talk about some of the mechanisms involved, the potential mechanisms involved with molecular hydrogen on its biological effects, and then I'll go into some of the studies and clinical studies, animal studies that has been done so far. So first, there is the selective reduction of hydroxyl radicals by H2. This article was published in Nature Medicine in 2007 and suggested that the biological effects of molecular hydrogen could be attributed to this mechanism where molecular hydrogen reacts with hydroxyl radicals and you form water. It sounds great because, of course, the hydroxyl radical is the most damaging, toxic, harmful radical. It's so reactive. And so to have something like molecular hydrogen that can essentially selectively react with this radical is truly a game changer. So a lot of interest is driven into this thing. But there are some problems with this mechanism. And I did some differential, second order rate laws about molecular hydrogen and the reaction rate constants. And when we look at them, most radical reactions are going to react on the order of 10 to the 10th or 10 to the 9th, for example. But molecular hydrogen reacts much slower, about 3 orders of magnitude slower, 4.2 times 10 to the 7th per mole per second. So it's going to be problematic in terms of really being able to react with that hydroxyl radical before the hydroxyl radical reacts with other nucleophilic molecules in the cell. And in fact, I did a little graph to show this a little bit based upon different assumptions we don't need to get into, but even at relatively high concentrations of hydrogen, 800 micromolar, which is saturated, right? That's 0.8 millimolar or 1.6 milligrams per liter. Also, some people say 1.6 ppm, but we talked about the problems with that. But even at that high concentration, you're still clearly less than even 0.01% of being able to react and scavenge these hydroxyl radicals. So there's this equation we use to come up with this. So now to understand some of the mechanisms and the biological effects of hydrogen, first we have this all of this antioxidants that's marketing to us all the time, the benefits of antioxidants, because we know free radicals are very damaging. Free radicals cause oxidative damage to DNA and proteins and cause all sorts of problems. So we want to take a bunch of antioxidants at high doses to prevent this from happening. So goes the story. However, that's not necessarily what happens. In fact, conventional antioxidants may negate the exercise benefits. Antioxidants prevent health promoting effects of physical exercise in humans. Again, this is taking high doses of antioxidants. There's a lot of things we could get into, but the fact is many research studies have shown that taking high levels of antioxidants chronically can increase mortality, or you die faster compared to those on placebo, for example. So it's not really being effective antioxidants in general. And it would make sense when we consider the benefits of ROS, or reactive oxygen species, because they are involved in things such as signal transduction, in immunity, and vasodilation. I mean, look at nitric oxide, right? That is what does vasodilation. But it, by definition, is a free radical. We don't want to neutralize nitric oxide. That would be very problematic. Of course, we don't want too much nitric oxide either, because that's also very problematic, right? So it's really about this homeostatic range of ROS. That's really what we need. Now, it seems though that hydrogen acts more as this gassy signal modulator. And here are various transcription factors or proteins that hydrogen is able to influence one way or the other, but the primary mechanism of how it's necessarily doing this is still needs to be elucidated. But one thing we see is how hydrogen gas can help to suppress some of the oxidative stress. This is something that has been demonstrated in numerous animal and clinical studies, that hydrogen is really quite effective compared to many other antioxidants at suppressing oxidative damage, or severe oxidative stress. And there's several reasons of how this happens. One of those, we found that molecular hydrogen influences various mRNAs, as well as it can activate the NRF2 pathway, and it also activates PGC1 alpha. But if we talk about the NRF2 pathway, so if you remember, NRF2 is a transcription factor that's involved in over 200 or so different cytoprotective proteins and enzymes. And when it's activated, then it induces the transcription of many of these, such as superoxide dismutase and catalase, because the NRF2 binds to the ARE, or the antioxidant response element. And so you get the production of a lot of these antioxidants, such as, like I said, superoxide dismutase, which can then decrease oxidative stress. And then we're also seeing effects with molecular hydrogen on inflammation and areas, which I will discuss shortly. But interestingly, not only does hydrogen gas suppress oxidative stress when it's too much, but it also seems to act as a mitohormetic effector. So in this study, for example, using mitosocs, it was shown that molecular hydrogen could slightly increase the production of mitochondrial superoxide production, which could then, just like small bouts of exercise or many other oxidative therapies, have very important therapeutic effects, likely mediated through reactive oxygen species. Signal transduction through reactive oxygen species is a major area of research right now, and hydrogen seems to have this effect, acting as this mild hormetic pro-oxidant within the mitochondria. So here's another example showing hydrogen gas. So it can lead to maybe a little bit of oxidative distress, but then when we have just a mild amount, then we can activate the KEAP1 NRF2 pathway, which talked about, which can then activate superoxide dismutase, glutathione peroxidase, all these phase 2 detoxification enzymes. And as well as many phytochemicals can do this as well. So hydrogen is just doing the same thing that many important phytochemicals can also do. But then sometimes you can have things like lipopolysaccharide or different injuries that can activate things like NFKB, which is a transcription factor that when it goes into the nucleus, it induces a bunch of inflammation, lots of cytokines, activates INOS, for example, and that's going to lead to serious problems. And hydrogen gas has the ability to suppress NFKB activation. And so by so doing, you're going to be able to help to suppress the disease progression and promote health. So we have this dysregulation of inflammation. This is really a problem with the body in general, because aging and disease is really associated with this dysregulation of pro and anti-inflammatory mediators, which contributes to age-related pathologies and their associated morbidity and mortality. So as you age, for example, then you get this dysregulation where you might have a chronic low-grade inflammation all the time. So your joints are going to be sore. You're not going to. You have all these aches and pains. There's just a lot of problems. So that's like a lot of just chronic inflammation all the time. But then when you get injured, for example, or you get a virus infection or something like this, then you have this delayed response, this delayed inflammatory response to increase the rate of healing or fighting off the infection. And so it's this dysregulation inflammation. So we don't want to just stop all the inflammation, right? If you take high levels of anti-inflammatories, I mean, these drugs have so many side effects, taking them chronically all the time. And in fact, even in sports, we find that if you're taking like high doses of anti-inflammatories, you could essentially negate some of the benefits of exercise training because you are preventing the production of the inflammatory mediators that would otherwise cause the muscle cells to recover faster and to get stronger. In fact, one ergogenic supplement in that for athletes is supplementation on arachidonic acid, which promotes it results in the production of pro-inflammatory eicosanoids. But yet this can be anabolic because of the signaling that is happening. So point is, we don't want to decrease the amount of inflammation above what it should be. We want to keep it in this range of homeostasis. And this is really what hydrogen seems to be able to do in many ways. It's not a wonder molecule or drug or something. It's just wonderful, but not a wonder one. But the way it can work on some of these is because it regulates many inflammatory mediators. So you have HMGB1, NFKB, NLRP3, NFAT, many of these transcription factors. It actually can increase them or decrease them and modulates them, and different temporal profiles show different effects. And that in turn is going to influence, the cytokines, for example, interleukin-2, maybe it can increase interleukin-4, so anti-inflammatory. In some cases, we see mild increases in interleukin-6 in the short phase, which is pro-inflammatory, and then other times it'll decrease interleukin-6, in the long run. And then a lot of these MIP1s, CDs, TNF-alpha, so it modulates so many different inflammatory mediators. So it's really quite fascinating. So I want to talk about some of the clinical and animal studies that we have demonstrated, and of course many other researchers in this area. So I just talk about like metabolic syndrome for a little bit. This is has this visceral obesity, insulin resistance, hypertension, hydroglycerides, and this low HDL cholesterol. And this of course leads to the development of so many other diseases, this condition. 20 to 25% of the world's adult population has this, and it increases the risk for diseases, like I said, cardiovascular disease, stroke, diabetes, cancer, and many neurological disorders as well. In an animal study, it was found, published in Obesity, that hydrogen in water suppresses obesity. So in this study, these two rodents, well, there was more than two, but this is just a picture of them. But one group just drank hydrogen water, and the other group did not. They just drank normal water. So this water was infused with hydrogen gas, and you can see the results was quite significant in terms of the body fat accumulation. And they also found that ingestion of molecular hydrogen increased PGC1 alpha, and then later increased FGF21, which is fibroblast growth factor 21, which induces energy expenditure. And it was in more of the study was actually found that just drinking hydrogen water was essentially equivalent to about a 20% caloric deficit. And there was also an additive effect when you do a caloric deficit as well as drinking hydrogen-rich water. So animal studies, it really worked quite well. How about in some of the clinical studies? Okay, so first with NFLD, again, up to 30% of the population in industrialized countries have this fatty liver disease, but treatment remains elusive. It's directed towards correction of the risk factors like diet, sedentary lifestyles, and metabolic impairment plays a major role in NFLD pathogenesis. So we actually published a study that, again, this is a small study. It was a while ago. It was like 11 patients or so, but we found that hydrogen-rich water reduces liver fat accumulation and improves liver enzyme profiles in patients with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. So here's some of the figures from that study. And we can see that the liver fat accumulation in these areas of interest were significantly decreased by just drinking molecular hydrogen. So it does appear to have at least some translational effects from the animal to the clinic. Also, we published this article in Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome and Obesity just last year, so it's still quite recent. The effects of 24-week high concentration hydrogen-rich water on body composition, blood lipid profiles, and inflammation biomarkers in men and women with metabolic syndrome, a randomized controlled trial. In this case, we had 60 subjects, and we did it for 6 months, and they simply drank hydrogen water. And we found some pretty positive results. When it comes to our primary outcomes, for example, total cholesterol, there was a significant reduction, right? 187 to 169. You have improvements in triglycerides, in C-reactive protein was a little bit there. Fasting blood glucose was significant, 121 to 103, so maybe it could be good for that. And lower HbA1c levels. Even some of their secondary outcomes, such as their BMI, was lower from drinking hydrogen water. Also, inflammatory marker like the TNF alpha or interleukin 6, these markers of inflammation were also lower. T-bars was not the trend to be lower, but it wasn't so much. However, another oxidative marker, MDA, was lower. And we also had another marker that I didn't put here that for an antioxidant marker was also lower. I have to look at the paper again. Okay, another very different area, but post-cardiac arrest syndrome. This is a big one. This is very interesting. So when you have doing a surgery or something, or you have a myocardial infarction and the heart is stopped, so you can get, when you start the heart back up, then that's going to be good. You want to do that. But when the heart is not beating, or you don't have blood flow going there, that's going to cause hypoxia. That's going to be problematic. Hypoxia, low oxygen, no nutrients there. But what seems to be even more damaging than the hypoxia is the reperfusion injury, which is simply when you start the heart back up and then you have a rush of nutrient-rich, oxygen-rich blood goes to the cells, and now you're going to have a burst of reactive oxygen species and oxidative damage and so on. So one of the ways that is used in the clinic to help with this post-cardiac arrest syndrome is to use hypothermia. So just therapeutic hypothermia is what TH stands for. And in this animal study, it found that with the control mice, so when there was no therapeutic hypothermia or anti-intervention, you had about 43%, survived. But then when you use therapeutic hypothermia, the survival rate increased to 77%. So it's quite significant, which is why it's done. Now, interestingly, when used molecular hydrogen, the survival rate increased to 92%. So much higher, very interesting. And then when you combine the two, there was actually 100% survival. So there was actually quite a number of these types of studies that have been done. And so they have been applied in clinically as well and found some rather favorable results. And so now they're working on doing a major clinical study with 20 different hospitals, multi-center hospital, 360 or something patients. And they've actually received the approval from the Japanese government. So hydrogen inhalation is now classified as a class 2B medical substance, and they're able to do this major clinical trial. And it seems like they're having the early results so far are quite positive. So it's quite interesting to see something like something so simple and safe, really, as molecular hydrogen can have such dramatic effects. Another interesting study, again, this is in patients. There was hydrogen gas inhalation for the treatment in acute cerebral infarction, so just a stroke basically. And there were 50 patients in total that met all the criteria. And then there were 25 patients in each group. And so what they did is in one group, they gave them the normal approved medical drug, edaravone, for cerebral infarction. And then they compared that to simply inhalation of molecular hydrogen. And we see the results here. So we have the changes in the National Institute of Health scores. And we see with the hydrogen group compared to the control group, well, the hydrogen group is actually more effective in all of these areas. And we see the same thing with the MRI signal intensity, that the inhalation of molecular hydrogen was more effective than the approved medical drug, edaravone. So again, this is a small study, it's only 50 subjects, but still it suggests that maybe some of these studies from the animals are truly translatable to humans. So it's quite fascinating indeed. We published this article in Reactive Oxygen Species. It was featured on the front cover. We talked about the potential use of molecular hydrogen as an adjunctive therapy for the COVID-19. It sounds, they have this pandemic going on. It's only fitting to talk about it and some of the potential research for molecular hydrogen. So molecular hydrogen also has some very interesting effects with nitric oxide. So we published this article also, and this is really quite interesting. I want to talk about this a little bit. So here we have this crosstalk. There seems to be some crosstalk between molecular hydrogen and nitric oxide. So on the one hand, molecular hydrogen can effectively suppress oxidative stress, and the oxidative stress can happen for many reasons. For example, when you have too much superoxide production, then superoxide can be converted to hydrogen peroxide, and then to the hydroxyl radical. There's the Haber-Wey's and Fenton reaction, for example. And as that happens, then you start causing antioxidant depletion. So you have lower levels of glutathione, superoxide dismutase, catalase, glutathione peroxidase, and so on. The other problem is when you have high levels of superoxide, that will combine nearly instantaneously with nitric oxide to form peroxynitrite, which is literally the very harmful, lethal molecule. It's not technically a free radical, but it is extremely unstable, and it's very reactive, and it produces hydroxyl radicals. It causes nitrisation, so it's lots of problems, and it can probably be even more damaging. Peroxynitrite could probably be more damaging than hydroxyl radical because it is more stable, so it actually can last longer. It can be protonated, so it can make it neutral, so it can then diffuse through the cell membranes, for example. It can travel further and cause lots of damage. So peroxynitrite is really a problem in this area. And you can see when you have the COVID-19 disease, for example, you get infected, and this is of course applicable to many different diseases, not just COVID-19. But what can happen is you can cause inflammation, and so you have the cytokine storm like interleukin-6, TNF-alpha, all of these cytokine storms, right? And those can then activate things like NOx, the nitric oxide, or NADPH oxidase systems, right? NADPH oxidase systems. And the way NADPH oxidase works is it takes normal oxygen when it's activated and it converts it to superoxide. And that's important because it can be used to kill pathogens, and it's important for the immunity and so on. However, when the NOx gets too activated, by these NOx enzymes are too activated, you produce way too much superoxide. And so you can see you're going to form a lot more hydroxyl radicals. You're going to react with the nitric oxide to produce peroxynitrite. And at the same time, you're also activating nitric oxide synthase, specifically inducible nitric oxide synthase. And now that's going to give you higher levels of nitric oxide, which is a bad thing in this case. And like I said, superoxide and nitric oxide, they react immediately with each other. I mean, there's the only thing that prevents them from reacting faster is the rate of diffusion. And so as soon as they touch each other, it forms peroxynitrite. So this is very problematic. And then when you do form all this oxidative stress, you're going to activate NF-κB, which is a transcription factor, as we talked about, that will actually increase the amount of pro-inflammatory cytokines. And so we have this vicious cycle going all over the place. Well, again, going from the top, then molecular hydrogen and nitric oxide, that can lead to actually the suppression of inflammation. So you don't have for example, NF-κB activation. And if you don't have NF-κB activation, then you're not going to have as many pro-inflammatory cytokines. You're not going to have as much of that. They're not going to activate the NOx enzymes or iNOS, and therefore you're not going to create as much free radicals. And so it helps, early on by regulating the reactive oxygen species production and the inflammation, which are tightly linked together. Molecular hydrogen can regulate both of these, and it has this crosstalk with nitric oxide. Now, but the other important thing with, and I wanted to mention this earlier, with molecular hydrogen, because it is such a stable molecule, like I said, it doesn't just combine with oxygen gas. I mean, it does like in rocket fuel, right? But then you have like a catalyst, you have a flame, right? A fire, an explosion. That is what is required for the activation energy to lower that, to overcome the activation energy so you can have hydrogen reacting with oxygen. But because hydrogen is so stable, if you put hydrogen together with nitric oxide, there's no reaction actually. So hydrogen gas does not neutralize or react with the important biological signaling molecules. And this includes things like superoxide, which again is very important. Hydrogen peroxide, which is not a ROS, but it's not a free radical, but is a ROS, reactive oxygen species. And so hydrogen gas, when it's together with these reactive oxygen species, does not react with them. It's not going to neutralize them, but it can regulate them. It regulates them because it can activate the NRF2 pathway. And by doing that, it can increase the levels of superoxide dismutase, glutathione, and so on. So that's one of the key things about molecular hydrogen is, again, it's very different from conventional antioxidants because it does not react with normal reactive oxygen species that are very important. And if it can react with anything, it would only be the hydroxyl radical. But as we talked about, that's probably biologically insignificant. But instead, it regulates many areas in the levels of free radicals, oxidative redox regulation, as well as the inflammation. So that's another good area to consider. And so now there have been, let's see, maybe 8 or so clinical studies using molecular hydrogen therapy for COVID-19. Several of those have been published now, and they have shown some favorable effects with this, and more are ongoing, and larger ones as well, whether it's inhalation or even, again, drinking hydrogen or hydrogen-rich water. Okay, and now I want to talk about this article because Of course, I like exercise, and this is an article we published in the Journal of Physiology and Pharmacology. And I just want to explain this graphic a little bit. I think it helps to illustrate how molecular hydrogen works a little bit. So with the first box, we have disease or noxious exercise. And this is often, these disease or noxious exercise is mediated by ROS inflammation. And when I mean noxious exercise, I'm talking about the kind of exercise that either A, elite athletes will sometimes do, where they're training for hours, every day, and they're not enough time to really recover. Maybe, people like marathon runners who are doing, over 100 miles every single week, all the time. That's going to be too much exercise, and it can cause a lot of problems. Or you also have noxious exercise the other way, is people who are not adapted to exercise, but then they go play, on the weekend, 3 hours of basketball, or they go just hike the Grand Canyon, or, they just do something very vigorous, and they're not used to it. Well, that is very damaging on the body, because the body's not used to it. It doesn't have the DNA repair mechanisms that are as upregulated, doesn't have all the antioxidant enzymes that are ready to protect from all that damage. And so that's a form of noxious exercise. And there's some really interesting parallels between disease and noxious exercise, because some of the same biomarkers and some of the same pathologies that you see in disease also occur with these forms of noxious exercise. And this disease noxious exercise can influence the things like NFKB, NFAT, caspases, NLRP3, cortisol even, and it's mediated through this ROS inflammation. Whereas the antioxidants, NSAIDs, they don't really have a direct or clear influence, and sometimes it can even make things worse. So now this with the NFKB and NFAT, well, that can lead to, with showing this arrow, it lead to an increase in oxidative stress, an increase in chronic inflammation, diseases, and injuries, as well as lead to a decrease in the speed of recovery, a decrease in athletic performance, decrease in endurance, and decrease in health. Now, when you compare that to health, so the bottom corner, health or regular exercise, okay, this is frequent, regular, good exercise. Now, again, same thing, it's going to be mediated through ROS inflammation, but instead of activating NFKB and NFAT, you actually do a little bit still, but you're also going to activate these other areas of NAD plus, NADH, increasing that ratio, sirtuins, AMPK, PGC1 alpha, NRF2. All of those are activated by regular exercise, and by so doing, you're going to decrease oxidative stress, decrease chronic inflammation, decrease disease, injuries, and increase the speed of recovery, athletic performance, endurance, and health. And well, molecular hydrogen, as we see in many animal and human clinical studies, has these same effects where it can activate these same molecules. So in so many ways, hydrogen appears to mimic mild bouts of exercise, acting as maybe a mild hormetic effector, for example. Maybe increases ROS a little bit, but only transiently, and then it's going to activate many of these different biomolecules. The NAD plus NADH ratio, many people talked about that. That is very interesting, because molecular hydrogen does have the ability, several studies have shown this, to increase the NAD plus NADH ratio, and so that can help. Well, everyone knows the benefits of NAD plus NADH. So it is very interesting. Hydrogen has this ability also, probably because hydrogen has some very interesting effects in the mitochondria. For example, it is able to induce the mitochondrial unfolded protein response. And so that's going to in turn activate like heat shock protein 60 and some other ones. And that's going to have effect on mitochondrial respiratory activity. And so in these cases, maybe that was why we can see some transient increase in superoxide production. So there are a lot of these benefits of hydrogen are mediated through the mitochondria. And we, when we talk about deuterium, well, as has been discussed, it appears that if deuterium, too much of that gets into the mitochondria, and especially the nanomotors, for example, which are very susceptible to these deuterons, then that's going to be very problematic. Well, molecular hydrogen because it can increase things like PGC1 alpha, which is a marker of mitochondrial biogenesis. Then you have more mitochondria. It improves the function of the mitochondria. So you're going to have better to make mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation, all of these areas. So by so doing, you're going to be better at deuterium depletion, for example. Now, this is just all hypothetical, just going on the idea that the mitochondria are considered deuterium depleting organelles. And because molecular hydrogen has these beneficial effects on the mitochondria similar to exercise, then it may also have these beneficial effects on the level of deuterium. So it'd be interesting, maybe we could do some research in that area as well, see what the connection really is. So let's see. Now, we still do need some more studies though, because this is very fascinating, all the things we've learned about molecular hydrogen, but we still need to elucidate the molecular mechanisms. Again, like I said in the beginning, it's still quite strange that this inert, essentially biologically inert, non-polar molecular hydrogen molecule can have so many biological effects. And we don't know exactly the primary targets of, the protein receptor, if that could even exist. So it's probably something to do with metal ion cofactors, something with d orbitals, where you can have some electron associations or something. We need these types of studies to understand the molecular mechanisms more, as well as which diseases is the most effective. And that goes along with the different dosing protocols and strategies, as well as with other medical gases even. Because hydrogen could be used in conjunction with ozone, for example. Again, hydrogen does not react with ozone, so it could be used simultaneously even. And then we have to figure out the different concentration of what concentration is going to be more effective, as well as comparing the methods of administration. So inhalation versus drinking, or intravenous, or bathing in hydrogen water. It is interesting because, of course, when you inhale hydrogen gas, you are getting a lot more hydrogen gas than you could possibly dream about getting from drinking hydrogen water. Think about it. If you drink 1 liter of hydrogen gas at 1.6 milligrams per liter, or 0.8 millimolar, that's going to be about 18 milliliters of hydrogen gas you're going to consume. However, if you were to inhale hydrogen gas, typically it's about let's say a 4% concentration of hydrogen gas, so it's below the flammability level, and you're going to do about, say, 300 milliliters per minute. So even if you just inhale hydrogen gas for 1 minute, that's 300 milliliters. But most of the studies are doing it for 30 minutes to several hours. So they're getting so much more hydrogen gas through inhalation than you would do drinking hydrogen water. However, some of the studies are showing that drinking hydrogen water can actually be more effective than inhalation. For example, there was a Parkinson's disease study where the continuous exposure of hydrogen gas, 24/7 continuous exposure of hydrogen gas, really had no therapeutic effect in the Parkinson's disease in this animal model, but intermittent exposure of hydrogen gas in the air, like 15 minutes every hour, for example, that did have a significant therapeutic effect, but still not near as effective as was drinking hydrogen water. So the mice just drinking hydrogen water was the most effective. And actually in the study, it's very powerful. It completely prevented the development of Parkinson's disease. And this groundbreaking work really got a lot of biomedical researchers interested in the therapeutic effects of molecular hydrogen. So now several clinical studies have been done with molecular hydrogen that, it's not conclusive at all, but, some of these, over 100 patients, 200 patients or so, maybe 300, I have to count how many there are in total, but suggesting that there is certainly promise for molecular hydrogen in Parkinson's disease, as well as many other neurological diseases. So, but again, that is showing that hydrogen water was more effective, but that, it's not necessarily the case for maybe every disease. And maybe even if we had a better method for inhalation, intermittent type of exposure, it could be more effective. But one of the things is, when you drink hydrogen water, so let's say drink a liter of hydrogen water at the saturation of 0.8 millimolar, 1.6 milligrams per liter, then you are going to get all that dose at once into your blood. Okay, it's all going to come in, versus with inhalation, it's going to, slowly increase, reaching equilibrium after a half an hour and then slowly decrease. Well, it's this spike in the increase that it seems to be the most effective when it comes to inducing signal transduction through modulating signal transduction. And when you drink that much hydrogen, you're reaching at the cellular level concentrations, from 15 to 50 micromolar concentrations at the cellular level, which is certainly high enough to exert therapeutic effects, as we have demonstrated in many cell culture studies as well. So it is certainly enough to induce therapeutic effects. You are getting a high spike, and you're essentially doubling the concentration of hydrogen at the cellular level very quickly. And that rapid rise seems to be very important, that you don't get quite as much with the inhalation. Plus, there's different second messenger systems that are at play when you're drinking hydrogen water. From the microbiome, for example, there's some research showing that hydrogen water can influence and improve the microbiome, which is huge, which we're all familiar with. Also, it can induce things like neuroprotective gastric ghrelin secretion. So when you drink hydrogen water, then that can actually stimulate and induce the secretion of ghrelin, which is the hunger hormone, but it's also extremely therapeutic and neuroprotective and anti-inflammatory and have a lot of benefits. And hydrogen can increase that, whereas inhalation, maybe it doesn't do that as much. So there's a lot of second messengers that are going on with the ingestion of hydrogen water. But bathing would be an interesting one, because when you bathe in hydrogen water, well, hydrogen being the smallest molecule, it can diffuse right through the skin and enter the blood. And, you could have many therapeutic effects, not just for the skin, but also, systemically in the body as well. So these are the types of studies that still need to be done. And I think we should absolutely do these studies, because one of the things about when you do, medicine and treating people and all these things, one of the first things we have to consider is, do no harm, right? First, do no harm. And molecular hydrogen is very safe. And that's really why I'm so excited about molecular hydrogen. It's not because it's the wonder drug or molecule or something. It's just a wonderful molecule, as I said. But it's because the data from preclinical and clinical studies is really quite promising. It's very fascinating. And the safety of molecular hydrogen seems to be really well established. In fact, they've used hydrogen gas in deep sea diving since the 1940s. Normally they use helium, but when they go really deep and they really need some extra help, they'll use hydrogen gas because it's even lighter. And so it has even a less narcotic effect as other gases will. And so they've used hydrogen gas at orders of magnitude higher concentrations than we would ever use clinically for therapeutic use, with no lasting chronic toxic effects. And of course, we also have to consider that hydrogen gas is produced all the time by our intestinal bacteria. So when we listen to our mothers and eat our vegetables, our non-digestible carbohydrates, these are then metabolized by the gut flora to produce hydrogen gas, and quite a bit, even up to 10 liters of hydrogen gas. And several research publications have demonstrated that it is the production of hydrogen gas that largely mediates, in some cases exclusively mediates, the therapeutic effects of the fiber. So hydrogen gas, again, plays a role in the therapeutic effects, as well as the fact that it's something very natural to our bodies. We're producing it all the time. So when it comes to, pregnancy or children or many different diseases, there's no evidence of a clear contraindication of molecular hydrogen. There should be, there probably is, we just don't know what that is yet. And as the research continues, the safety of hydrogen gas seems to become stronger and stronger, perhaps because hydrogen is as a mild hormetic agent. That's my opinion. Perhaps it does have therefore, accordingly, it is slightly toxic, but the toxicity is so low, it doesn't really cause problems, but the toxicity is high enough that it does induce changes in signal transduction and gives us a lot of the therapeutic effects. And so that's why we don't really see toxic effects of molecular hydrogen. But again, we need more research on this area for sure. So I want to thank my colleagues. This is from the Department of Morphology, the Institute for Heart Research, the Slovak Academy of Sciences, and of course I have this Molecular Hydrogen Institute, which is, as a nonprofit, a 501c3 nonprofit, to just kind of educate people about molecular hydrogen. And you're welcome to look at some of the research publications and things that are there, and educate yourself on molecular hydrogen. So yeah, thank you very much for your time. So I guess I'm finished now.
Cool. So Tyler.
Yes.
Do we have time for a couple of little questions?
Yeah, because I think we still have 8 minutes. So
very good.
We do.
So
That was a tour de force on all things hydrogen.
Fantastic as usual. But I'm cautioning you on something, that your near encyclopedic knowledge of cellular biology may be exacerbating the mysteries associated with molecular hydrogen, because they keep continuing on. Okay.
You're probably right.
Molecular hydrogen is greater than the sum of its two atoms, and we don't really understand why. We don't understand why you can make, liters in your gut, which diffuses in some way, and then you get these magical benefits from drinking a couple of glasses of hydrogen water. I mean, it's real.
Yeah.
And you know how long I've been involved in hydrogen. I never expected it to have such efficacy out there for so many things. So maybe there's yet another form of hydrogen, like a deuterium and tritium, that hasn't been discovered.
Well, I wonder the same thing, right? Some of these other gases, I mean, carbon monoxide, hydrogen sulfide are right there, right? But I wanted to say one thing about the intestinal gas that's produced from the bacteria.
Yes.
Well, one of the things you have to consider is when the bacteria metabolizes the carbohydrates to produce hydrogen gas, it's doing so slowly, and the concentration in the blood doesn't very high.
Good point.
Very long. So
but can we, when all else fails, can't we look possibly to those planktonic mitochondria that are running around through our circulatory system?
Well, that's actually one of the interesting things, because we know now that the blood is full of mitochondria. Right?
Okay, so run with that.
Yeah,
tell us.
Yeah, cell-free mitochondria, and because we see that hydrogen gas has such a prominent effect on the mitochondria, well, then maybe that's why when it gets into the blood, it's benefiting those mitochondria, and there's a cascade effect, amplification.
Do you know if laboratory animals also have this free circulating mitochondrial stuff?
Yeah, they do. Just like humans. It's very fascinating, that's for sure.
Well, anyway, we don't want this to torture your entire career, okay? We've got to get you answers, okay? And I've just signed up on the sign-up sheet. We're going to give you help.
Great.
Thank you. It was excellent.
And this is a good time to talk about Tyler, this is a drink that you like, right?
Yeah, I actually just had some, funny enough, but I just did a little study on that at the university and for exercise performance, and I found that it actually could increase the exercise performance doing a leg extension if it's a fatigue bout. We're doing it in our technology lab, and so since I'm teaching the course, like, hey, let's try this, and it was very interesting. So yeah,
I'm gonna join you guys. This is the little drink that could, okay, and hardly anybody knows about HydroShot, but like hydrogen itself, everybody who tries HydroShot falls in love with it. It's amazing.
Well, I think one of the things is that HydroShot it's not just hydrogen gas, right?
Of course,
with molecular hydrogen, but because it contains the other nitric oxide producing ingredients, right, like citrulline, and has some other ingredients in there, that I talked about in my presentation that synergistic effect between nitric oxide and a molecular hydrogen, and when you take it, I mean, you see the increase in blood flow. We published a paper on this.
I know, it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
So we're releasing a hydro shot with 100 ppm deuterium depleted water. It'll be even interesting to compare the effects of.
In fact, this is a deuterium depleted hydro shot, one of the first in the world. And, you know, there's just an absence of deuterium depleted ready to drink beverages. So we're coming up with something.
Very fascinating.
So our next speaker will be Chris Shade, but I don't have any word of where he is right now. Let's see if he's coming on. All right, so we're waiting for Chris. So
Do you have one, Taylor? Or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Taylor, so no Chris yet? So Jeanette, you called him, right? I gave you his number.
Wake up, the gig's up, taking the rising sun. This time the darkness is set to run, 'cause I think the sky looks amazing. I sold my car, yeah, I'm leaving this town. I don't mind the walk 'cause it saves me. I lost my phone, it don't faze me now. My soul breaks free, I run. Yeah, I'll count the days with my heartbeat, 'cause I long to fill my lungs. They say I'm crazy, I keep moving on, 'cause I'm living my life under the sun.
I found it, something to boost my energy and delay the aging process. Let's talk about why you need to be drinking hydrogen water. Hydrogen is the smallest molecule in the universe, a molecule that can boost alertness, athletic performance, and metabolic health. Not to mention act as one of the most powerful master regulators to combat the aging process. The molecule is H2, molecular hydrogen, also known as hydrogen gas. A lot of people wonder, can't I just get hydrogen from my regular water? Water does contain 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen, but we must liberate the hydrogen from the water to create H2. And how do we do that? Just drop 1 active H2 tablet into a small amount of water and you'll immediately start to see bubbling action. Elemental magnesium reacts with water to create hydrogen gas. This reaction frees the smallest molecule so that it can travel into the hardest to reach areas of our body. Over 1,500 published studies on H2 tout health benefits, ranging from heart and blood vessel health, exercise performance and recovery, metabolic support, stress management, immune health, anti-aging, and more. Take 2 to 3 per day to age well and live your best life.
Our next and final speaker is Chris Shade. Chris, I see you there. I don't see a picture. I'm just going to wait for you to come on. There you are. How you doing, Chris?
Good. How you doing, Vic?
Excellent. We have a
Hi,
great
Chris. Robert here.
Hey, Robert.
Having a great summit so far. So looking forward to hearing you. So I'm just going to hand it off and
Yeah.
you have the floor.
It's been a winner.
Excellent. Excellent. Do you have my screen up there? You see a mitochondria slide?
Yep. You're good.
Okay, good.
You're ready to go.
Excellent. Well, we're ready to roll. And so, yeah, I mean, you guys have been talking deuterium all this time, and thus you must be talking mitochondria. And so I'm going to talk around something we call the longevity wheel, which is an approach to how you organize your supplementation for longevity, but mitochondria are really the core of longevity. So we're going to talk about these major pathways that you can upregulate or modify in different ways. AMPK and NRF2, sirtuins, NAD, telomeres, senolytics, and the HBA axis. And of course, mitochondria is core there. Let me get a pointer. Okay, so over time, people have been thinking about, how do we think about longevity, age management, and what are the things that are causing this decline in health as we get older? And for a while, people would get into silos, like it was one thing or the other, like, oh, it's just the hormones, or oh, it's just some supplement like NAD, because they would see levels of things go down with time. So you see DHEA levels decreasing with time, and then, supplement the DHEA. That'll fix everything. It doesn't. Glutathione levels go down with age. Supplement that. It'll fix everything. Well, it doesn't. And so the better, we got a little bit more advanced when we started looking at pathways like NRF2, because that started to touch on multiple different processes. But now things have gotten pretty sophisticated in the last decade. And so now we think in terms of multiple different pathways. In fact, I was listening to a David Sinclair podcast the other day, and he was talking about, they're interviewing him about magic bullets for aging. And he said, yeah, I mean, in the future, there'll be some pill. Actually, he said, actually, there won't be one, there'll be multiple. It'll never be just one thing. There'll be several things that we have to take. So along the way, things got a little bit more sophisticated with our approach to aging. We started picking out some of the main things that are happening. Senescent cells, mitochondria is big, but mitohormesis and mitophagy, getting rid of old mitochondria and putting in new ones. Things that go along with nutrient sensing, the AMPK pathways, things like proteolytics and activation of proper protein pathways. In fact, we think about toxins a lot and accumulation of environmental toxins damaging the machinery of the cell, but we also make a lot of our own biotoxins. We are making proteins all the time, and we are not always folding them correctly. So, I always do this thing when I'm on Zoom, and I say, it's like, a writer, he's writing things, and I didn't like that. He throws it in the corner, writes something else. Didn't like that, crumbles it up, throws it in the corner. Because the proteins all have to be immaculately folded. They're like little origami frogs. And when they're not folded right, you end up building them up. And that ends up as a residue, a waste in the cell. And that's an inflammatory generator. So it's one of these things that we learned over time is our own accumulation inside the cell needs to be swept away too. So things started getting more sophisticated, looking at the different problems that are out there in our way. But we took them down into these 6 key pathways that you have to supplement. Of course, mitochondria have arisen as a core part of aging, and the mitochondrial theories of aging. Usually, there's
failure of the mitochondria to make enough energy, and something we'll look at later called a decoupling of the electron transport chain. That's a failure of the nucleus and the mitochondria to be on the same page in expressing DNA for the electron transport chain. But then there's other aspects of it, such as free radical control in the mitochondria. But we'll look at that a little bit more clearly, and look at the various ways that mitochondria get damaged and the various ways that we can upregulate their biogenesis. When we're not making enough, upregulate the clearance of bad bacteria. And then, of course, in the case of deuterium, just allowing the mitochondria to sail very cleanly and do what they're supposed to do. This UPR, if you ever see that, that's the unfolded protein response. And the unfolded protein response is an upregulation of the clearance mechanisms for those unfolded proteins. Now, you want to be able to upregulate that on a good frequency. You want it to be upregulated when you're AMPK activated, and we'll talk about AMPK and sirtuins. But when you upregulate those, they will activate the unfolded protein response. If it's activated by, a somewhat fatal accumulation of unfolded proteins, then it's a much more negative response. It's kind of like apoptosis being a controlled cellular death versus necrosis being an uncontrolled cellular death. So looking at the wheel as our foundation to our healthy aging, you've got AMPK and NRF2, you've got sirtuins, you've got NAD, telomeres, and if you recall, shrinking of the telomeres is associated with losing the integrity of the genome. Senolytics, or activating the getting rid of senescent cells. Senescent cells are building up, and they're creating pro-inflammatory. They're kind of thought of as zombie cells because they're recruiting other cells into senescence through this release of these pro-inflammatory mediators, sort of anti-growth mediators. And then, of course, the HPA axis, the adrenals, the whole hormone system. So these are all things that we can supplement, and we can supplement them. One of the things that I like to focus on heavily is cell membrane health. And when the cell membranes are healthy, they're able to transport things in and out of the cells better. They're able to catalyze the reactions that are housed in the membranes. There's when you look at power in the membrane power is measured by membrane potential, which is electrical potential across the membrane, which is driving the action of the enzymes that are in the cell membrane and the proteins that are in the cell membrane. And you'll see these, transcellular or transmembrane proteins that are doing sensing on the inside to the outside of the cell. But then when you're thinking about membranes, you got to think about the membranous organelles. So the mitochondria, the endoplasmic reticulum, the Golgi apparatus. All of these are huge folded over membranes inside the cell, making a vast surface area where all these enzymatic reactions can take place. And having them be healthy is a crucial thing. In fact, membrane medicine or cell membrane fortification through phospholipid therapies has been a core part of German biomedical medicine's approach to the mitochondria for the last 30, 40 years. And so the mitochondria are the center of all this. And so a lot of people will say, oh, aging, mitochondrial health, but what are the different ways that all these things affect mitochondria? So we'll go through one by one through the spokes of the wheel, talk about the major actors in it and how they influence mitochondrial health and longevity. And then we'll go back through a little bit later and we'll look at the different compounds that affect those pathways and the products that we have that can be used to accentuate those different pathways. So AMPK and NRF2, I put those together because there's a lot of crosstalk between the two. AMPK is an energy sensing switch that is most known for being activated during carb restriction. So keto diets and intermittent fasting all activate AMPK. So AMP kinase is an AMP sensor. That is when you've used up ATP and you have a buildup of AMP, the kinase is activated, and it makes your it upregulates catabolism, it downregulates anabolism, so that you can make more energy. And so that is upregulating fat burning and turning fat into ketones, upregulating glucose transporters, moving glycogen, and at the same time downregulating aspects of anabolism. So with AMPK, there's energy sensing, there's autophagy and mitophagy. So autophagy is getting rid of the old in favor of bringing in the new. And with mitochondria, the specific aspect of autophagy is called mitophagy, where we go in and we break up old mitochondria and we then make new ones. So making new ones is mitochondrial biogenesis. Breaking down the old ones is mitophagy. AMPK is a huge aspect of cardiometabolic health. In fact, if you're working on something like fatty liver, in fact, we noticed that in our detox systems, we're exceptionally good at getting rid of fatty liver. In fact, the study that was done on fatty liver using our systems had 82% efficacy in 1 to 2 months on resolving fatty liver. It was really amazing. And it's not just because you're getting rid of toxins, it's because the compounds that we use for that are also AMPK activators. So NRF2 is more the chemo protection, and that's upregulating all the aspects of free radical control and detoxification. Sirtuins are involved very famously in DNA repair, cell signaling, energy metabolism, inflammatory response, and mitochondrial biogenesis. And AMPK and sirtuins are very intimately linked. You can actually activate AMPK through sirtuins, and you can activate sirtuins through AMPK. You're usually hitting both of those at the same time. NAD, you've got energy metabolism, DNA repair, mitochondrial density, and epigenetic integrity. Telomeres, very big in gene expression. As the tips of the telomeres start to erode, it's called telomere attrition. You have damage to the functioning of the telomeres. That is most noted as mitochondrial breakdown, and then there's a lot of cardiometabolic control that goes along with that. Now, the kind of interesting and esoteric thing about that is that why would gene sets deep in the chromosome be affected by what's happening at the tip? And so it makes you kind of evoke in your mind the holographic theory of chromosomes and DNA, that they're a hologram of you. And if the tips are damaged, then the projection of the hologram is damaged, because otherwise they're just too far away from some of these genes inside. So how would it affect them? Senolytics is affecting cell health and signaling by bringing in this sort of zombie signaling. This is death signaling, pro-inflammatory. And when we talk about long-term pro-inflammatory damage, that's NF-kappa beta in the inflammasome. So these are long-term slow burning. It's not the acute inflammation that we need as a healthy response. It's the slow inflammation. HPA axis, you've got hormonal balance, stress resilience, vitality restoration, and hormone production. There's a lot that goes in there. And then we're going to see eventually how much a lot of these things interact. For instance, if you're working on the HPA axis, you're going to be deep into adaptogens. And say you're taking ginseng. Well, ginsenosides are great for the HPA axis, but they're also sirtuin activators, which is how a lot of their mechanism comes to bear. So let's look first at AMPK and NRF2, look in a little bit deeper. When AMPK is activated, so what's going to activate it? We're going to activate it through exercise. We're going to activate it through fasting. It's really, when those excess carbs go away, AMPK gets activated and reaches into the stores of energy and starts bringing that out. So carb restriction, fasting, be it intermittent fasting or longer periods of fasting. And then there's a number of nutraceuticals that do it as well. And so we'll look at things like our AMPK charge, which has things like berberine or resveratrol and quercetin that are all AMPK activators and actually put you into a state of ketosis. Or, a very famous one in the biohacker world is metformin. And metformin acts through AMPK activation. So here's some of these pathways. If you've got AMPK then pushing PGC1 alpha activation, then you get mitochondrial biogenesis. So this pathway, however, does need NAD and it needs sirtuin activation. So there's a couple of things that have to be in place for that. But you have AMPK blocking ACC2, which is then blocking the synthesis of fatty acids and storage of fatty acids, which is opening them up for lipolysis then. You have stimulation of GLUT4 transporters, which is increasing glucose uptake. You have activation of ULK1, which is bringing with it autophagy. So there's a number of things that come with AMPK activation, and it is a big part of energetics and aging. We know very clearly that calorie restriction is one of the only things that has consistently been shown to increase lifespan. Now, with AMPK, I'd like to take a more sophisticated approach to it and be activating it sometimes, not activating it other times. Because as we get older, yes, the calorie restriction is going to help us with mitochondrial function, with activating AMPK and cleaning up all the excess mass. But as we get older, we get into our 60s, then we're going to get a little bit sarcopenic. And so we can have periods where we AMPK activate, we fast, we take the right things to clean up and go into that autophagic response. And then other times where we're putting more carbs into the system. So the things that are really driving AMPK, with AMPK activation, you have mTOR blocking. And that's what's putting you into autophagy. So mTOR is either going to be blocked or driven forward. So when mTOR is blocked, that's when you have autophagy. That's part of this AMPK activation and this metabolic clarity, this cardiometabolic fitness. And then when mTOR goes forward, then you're being anabolic and you're laying down protein synthesis. So we need periods where we're having complex carbs and lots of proteins to drive mTOR forward, and then times where we're blocking mTOR so we can have AMPK activation and autophagic cleanup. Now, NRF2 is a major redox regulator. It is going to be upregulating things like glutathione synthesis, glutathione reductase activity, glutathionase transferase, and the transporters that go with it. So it's upregulating all of the aspects of cellular detoxification and free radical control. And but these cascade into a lot of these things that we're thinking of as being AMPK activated. So with the decrease over time, there's a lowering of NRF2 activation. So NRF2 can be activated by something you take. It can be activated by a buildup of free radicals, but it also has this innate rhythm with which it's upregulating and cleaning up. And when it stops, with age, you lose that rhythm. That rhythm gets slower and slower. And with that, you're not cleaning up so much. So what comes from that is some genomic instability because of the free radicals and the toxins that are building up in the cell, a loss of proteostasis. So you're building up those unfolded proteins, telomere attrition. Now, how does that work? Now we're going to see an overlap between NRF2 and detoxification and telomeres, in that when NRF2 goes down, you build up more oxidized glutathione. And when oxidized glutathione builds up, telomerase activity, which is the enzyme that's opening up and lengthening the telomeres. Telomerase activity goes down as the redox capacity of the cell increases because glutathione reductase is not bringing the oxidized glutathione back into the reduced pool. Then there are epigenetic alterations when NRF2 is not being activated. So the body is seeing that it's under more of a cellular stress, and there's a number of things that are coming downhill from that. And this paper goes as far as to say then the result of that then furthers into mitochondria mitochondrial function, dysregulated nutrient sensing, cellular senescence, stem cell exhaustion, and altered intracellular communication. So all that is a downstream from NRF2, but a lot of that is because of the crosstalk with AMPK, with sirtuins, with telomeres, with NAD, all because of this loss of the cleanup systems in the cell. And here we have AMPK activation serving as a critical role in mitochondrial quality via modulating mitophagy. Here we're looking under chronic hypoxia, but mitophagy is that ability to go in and detect the damaged mitochondria. So how does the cell even detect a damaged mitochondria? Now, a lot of these are marker molecules that get stuck onto the cell membrane when the cell membranes lose their inherent polarity, so that mitochondrial charge separation that determines a healthy or signals a healthy mitochondria, when that goes down and you lose that polarity, you get these sensors accumulating on the cell. Now, interesting, so that's how the cell can go in and pick out the bad mitochondria. So now when we've damaged through deuterium, if we've damaged the ATPase, I wonder if the cell can sense that, and mitophagy is invoked to get rid of the deuterium damaged mitochondria. Now, it might be because once you damage the mitochondria, once you damage the ATPase, then you'll start having membrane problems secondary to that. So it'd be interesting to know if deuterium damaged mitochondria get pulled into mitophagy in the same way, that membrane damaged mitochondria get pulled in. And then NRF2, lots of papers looking at its role in mitochondrial function. Now, the mitochondria are special in a number of ways, but all of those NRF2 mediated enzymes like glutathione peroxidase, glutathionase transferase, have one form in the cytoplasm and a different form in the mitochondria. That's because of the respiratory bursts that take place in the mitochondria and the reactive oxygen species bursts that are in there. So the enzymes in the mitochondria they're built slightly different than they are out in the cytoplasm, and that makes them more resistant to the reactive oxygen bursts, but at the same time, it makes them more sensitive to a lot of the other toxins like mercury, cadmium, and arsenic. And that's why mercury, cadmium, and arsenic are known as being such exquisite mitochondrial toxins. Now, a lot of the ways that they function is by damaging the free radical control. So thyroidoxin, glutathione peroxidase, these have selenols on them. The mercury, cadmium, and arsenic get into them and irreparably impair them. So NRF2 is upregulating those so that they can clear things out. Ironically, also, despite all the reactive oxygen species in the mitochondria is more reduced than the cytoplasm. And so accurate NRF2 activity is key for clearing out the mitochondria and keeping the free radicals under control. Sirtuins are very, very well known as your longevity proteins or your longevity genes. And we often think that with age, our sirtuin levels go down. Actually, our sirtuin levels go up with age, but the activity of the sirtuins goes down. And that is something we need to maintain. We need to maintain the activity. And actually, we have a 50-person study happening right now where we're putting people through a 3-month protocol where we detoxify and light AMPK. So it's mostly NRF2 with a little AMPK and some sirtuin activity in the first month. The second month is strong AMPK and sirtuins, and the third month is all NAD and sirtuins. And we're going to look at total and active sirtuins in the blood before and after these protocols. And so we'll be doing a lot of work with sirtuins, and we'll start bringing in deuterium too into that testing, deuterium depleted water, and see how it impacts sirtuin activity. And so it's been known for a long time. It's got interactions with AMPK. Will often see AMPK activating sirtuins, but sometimes you can see sirtuins activating AMPK, because you need sirtuins to be activated even when you're not in those fasting times. And we'll see that the pathways that are expressed in the mitochondria are different when you're fed versus fasted when the sirtuins are activated. And so traditionally, caloric restriction and exercise has been good for sirtuin activity, and then stacks. Stacks are sirtuin activating compounds. But we'll see if you're trying to drive sirtuin activation with stacks, if you don't have enough NAD, you're actually going to deplete the mitochondrial levels of NAD and have the reverse effect. You're not going to get that mitochondrial enhancement and that metabolic enhancement, that metabolic fitness. Instead, you'll drive it down by depressing the NAD levels in the blood. So whenever you want to activate sirtuins, you have to feed NAD at the same time that you're taking sirtuin activators. Let me just blow through that. NAD is, one of the most exciting things to come into the functional medicine world in the last, 5 years. It's really come in the last 10 years, but the last 3 years, 3 to 5 years, it's really exploded. People were doing a lot of IV NAD, and they get really radical change from IV NAD. But I think we're settling into a space where we see that the long-term buildup of NAD and the constant maintenance of the NAD pools is the way to do that. And as we age, we need higher and higher quality NAD boosters. So we see the things that build NAD, exercise, diet, and NAD boosters. But when we look at the pathways for building NAD, do I have pathway slides in here later? When we look at the pathways for building NAD, there is the Price-Handler pathway, which is going from niacin into NAD. Then the de novo pathway is going from tryptophan into NAD. Those are all multi-step pathways. And then you have a recycling pathway where after you've used NAD to activate a sirtuin, you build up nicotinamide. Now, then nicotinamide can be regenerated to nicotinamide mononucleotide, the immediate precursor to NAD. But that pathway and the enzyme NMN, I forget what the enzyme is called, but that one is easily damaged by inflammation, and it really goes down with age. And so you need to do higher end ones that come in above that part in the cycle, and that is nicotinamide mononucleotide or nicotinamide riboside. And NAD feeds into every one of these systems: brain and nervous, liver, vasculature, heart, lymphoid tissue, reproductive organs, kidney, pancreas, muscle, and adipose tissue are all affected by NAD. Now, NAD's intimate relation with sirtuins is a major part of the aging and longevity control. In fact, you need NAD to activate a sirtuin, and then a sirtuin activating compound can come in and super activate it from there. But you really need to keep the NAD levels up. So there's two different pathways that are activated by NAD. One is TFAM, and that happens under one regime. And that regime is when we're carb fed or highly protein fed, and we're in a more anabolic stage. And then TFAM will lead to a number of things in the mitochondria, which we'll look at in the next couple of slides. And it will get the nuclear mitochondrial DNA synchronized. And then when you activate sirtuin, when your AMPK activated, then you activate the PGC1 alpha pathways and the FOXO1 pathways, and those lead to more mitochondrial biogenesis. So in the mitochondrial theory of aging, there is a progressive decline of the mitochondria that starts with the increased electron transport system decoupling. And that is going to lead to increased reactive oxygen species and decreased antioxidant capacity. And those two together, so electron transport chain decoupling, creating ROS in the cell, coupled to a lack of the ROS protection, is increasing mitochondrial damage and decreasing mitochondrial mass. I mean, one of the things that you'll see with toxicities is that they'll blow out the NAD levels, and then they'll blow out the total mitochondrial copy level in the cell. I think this with the real chronic diseases where you've got this constant cell danger response, there you've got a systemic loss of mitochondrial biomass. It's really hard to get over that. So the way that this plays out in the cell is that we think of all the DNA as being in the nucleus and it's going to express everything. But for mitochondria, I forget the exact number, but maybe about 30% of the DNA to make the electron transport chain is in the mitochondrial DNA, whereas the nuclear DNA has the rest of them. So they have to code to make this very complex set of proteins to all mix together. I think it's about 30 proteins that all have to be synthesized in stoichiometric amounts, meaning you've got 1-to-1 ratios of the proteins that go into complex 1 versus complex 2, complex 3, 4, and 5, so that you have the electron transport chain, so that you can have this handoff of high energy electrons and have it flow through the electron transport chain. But what happens when we get older is the nucleus and the mitochondria start transcribing at different rates. And it's actually the mitochondria that slow down and they're not making enough of the protein. So you have a nuclear mitochondrial protein imbalance, non-stoichiometric ratios, and this high energy flow of electrons starts cruising through the electron transport chain. And then there's a missing link there. It's like a baton race and there's no one there to catch the baton. And the baton gets thrown into the crowd, strikes the old lady in the head. And that's the reactive oxygen species coming out because of this. And so we need to get them both on the same page with respect to how they're going to make these proteins. So turns out that the signal to do that is a signal called TFAM, which is released from the nucleus and travels to the mitochondria. And it says, here's what you're doing today. You're going to make 17 copies of your side of the electron transport chain. And so TFAM is produced by sirtuin activation. So nuclear NAD levels driving nuclear sirtuin activation, and that driving TFAM signaling over to the mitochondria. Now, this is called the PGC1A independent pathway. So if we're going back and forth between fasting and fed states, catabolic and anabolic, when we're in an anabolic state and we're carb and protein fed, we will be in the PGC1A independent path where AMPK is not activated, but the sirtuins are getting activated independent of AMPK and driving this harmony with mitochondria. What also comes from that is the mitochondrial unfolded protein response, and that's take away the bad proteins, get rid of them, these pro-inflammatory diseased or damaged proteins, let's get those out of the system, and an increase in superoxide dismutase. So the superoxide dismutase is a big part of keeping the free radicals under control inside the cell. So we increase free radical control and decrease free radical formation. Now, the other pathway is the PGC1A dependent and AMPK dependent pathway. So here in the fasted states, or if you're taking nutraceuticals or pharmaceuticals to AMPK activate, or you're working out enough to do that, now we are going to have TFAM active, but we're also going to have PGC1A active, and that is coding for mitochondrial biogenesis. So we're going to make more mitochondria, get more mitochondrial density. I'll say one of the interesting things that Tyler brought up in the last roundtable, I was asking about mitochondrial biogenesis and if deuterium depletion is going to allow for more mitochondrial biogenesis. And he said, well, maybe you don't need more mitochondrial biogenesis if the mitochondria are working more effectively due to the deuterium depletion. Now, I'm a little greedy. I'm going to take both. I want a better working mitochondria and I want more of them. So the other side of the mitochondrial theory of aging is the increased reactive oxygen species and decreased antioxidant capacity. So we saw that we can upregulate superoxide dismutase through TFAM signaling, but the other side of NAD is NADP. So NAD you want dominantly in the oxidized NAD plus form, not the reduced NADH form. The oxidized NAD plus goes into the citric acid cycle, and it's harvesting electrons from this breakdown of these carbon substrates, and then it becomes NADH, and it brings it into the electron transport chain and hands off the hydride, the electrons and the hydrogen. It becomes NAD plus again. You want that dominantly NAD plus, and NAD plus is what activates sirtuins. A buildup of NADH from too much carb actually deactivates the sirtuin. So that you want oxidized, but its sister molecule is NADP, and you want that reduced as NADPH. And NADPH is then going to furnish the reducing equivalents as hydrides to glutathione reductase to re-reduce the oxidized glutathione. So NADPH is feeding the antioxidant capacity inside the cells, which is driving a more reduced environment, which is going to help the mitochondria and feed the mitochondria, but it's also going to feed telomerase and help with the telomeres. So telomeres, we said as telomeres shorten, there's this overall effect on the stability of the genome, and it is a major thing with aging. Those things are going down all the time. So we want to activate telomerase to restore the length of the telomeres. And for a long time, they were just looking at, oh yeah, low telomeres, cardiovascular disease, these different relationships. But as they moved forward, they saw that most of this was mitochondrially driven, and telomere attrition was associated with mitochondrial dysfunction and then cell senescence. And in cell senescence, there's a question of what comes first, the cell senescence or the mitochondrial dysfunction, and it seems to be the mitochondrial dysfunction. So here we're seeing telomeres and senescence being linked together, and that's all right. We don't really have to go to that, but you know, what you see is with age, you're losing all of this control of free radical activity, of metabolic fitness, of the telomeres, then moving into senescence, no control over inflammation. And no control over inflammation is, I want to hold my inflammatory potential and express it where I need it. But in this aging process, we start bleeding out these pro-inflammatory cytokines just kind of constantly. And so in senescence, you have this cell that hasn't gotten to its Hayflick limit and it hasn't gone and died, but it can't reproduce anymore. So it's gone into this senescence, this senescence, like a yellow leaf in the fall. It's no longer growing. And it would be okay if it just went and died, but it doesn't. And so it releases a number of signaling compounds that actually damage other cells, that bring other cells into a chronic inflammatory state. It's actually recruiting things into senescence. And these pro-inflammatory mediators are also wiping out stem cells. So we need to get rid of the senescent cells. We want to protect against senescence. And that's what the constant cellular cleanup, the NRF2 activation, the AMPK activation is going to do. That's going to prevent senescence from happening. But once it happens, we need to cull those cells out. And that's what senolytics like quercetin and fisetin do for us. And they have found that it is actually signalers coming out of the mitochondria that are triggering senescence to happen. So then when the senescent cells are releasing things that are recruiting other cells into senescence, those signalers are coming from the mitochondria. When they block those coming from the mitochondria, there was no propagation of the senescence. So here, preventing damage to the mitochondria is going to prevent the cell from going into senescence. So that means we have to keep NRF2 active. We have to keep AMPK active. We need enough NAD. We need the sirtuins active. We need to protect the telomeres. That's going to prevent senescence from happening, whereas some of these things on the back end can get rid of the senescent cells so that they don't spread their evil messages. Now, HPA axis, you know, I mean, think of like adrenal depletion. Adrenal depletion is something that's just happening over time. And the robustness of the adrenals. And one of the things, this constant stimulating of cortisol is depleting the immune system. So with age, the body is less robust against stressors. Cortisol is more easily activated and the immune system more easily downregulated. This starts leading to epigenetic changes, which are kind of memorializing this state of adrenally damaged and then immunosenescent system. So immunosenescence is senescence of the immune system. It is it going downhill with time. This then relates back to being a mitochondrial problem in immunosenescence. Think of immunity, like if you only have 25% or 50% of the mitochondria you have, you can only make, a quarter to half of the ATP you need in the immune cell. And then how is the immune cell going to run complex and aggressive programs against viral, bacterial, or its own problems like cancer cells? So the immunosenescent system is not vigilant against invaders. It's kind of like a war, you want your Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, you want the paratroopers, the Green Berets, you want the CIA on the ground assassinating people before you get there, but you don't have any of that, and you're left with a pot of tea and a cookie, and you offer to share it to the virus in exchange for a reduced sentence. So all that's back to mitochondrial function and keeping that mitochondrial function up. And of course, that mitochondrial function modulates neuroendocrine, metabolic, inflammatory, and transcriptional responses to acute physiological stress. So the HPA axis is that ability of the system to handle stressors. And in fact, I don't think I have slides in here, but adaptogens are able to modify the cortisol response. So under stress, you don't spike cortisol and you keep everything else modulated. And with age and with just losing that mitochondrial and energetic control in the system, then all of a sudden cortisol spikes every time you're under the smallest of stressors. So it's about holding the whole system together. Obviously, the deuterium depletion and the deuterium depleted water is going to allow all of these things to shine. But this approach to supplementation is making sure that on a rhythm, we are upregulating these elements and we're constantly feeding the necessary substrates in. So now as we go back around that wheel, AMPK, NRF2, these are the things that upregulate them. And again, there's a lot of crosstalk between them. So very well-known things like resveratrol and quercetin. Some of the lesser known, but a really powerful one is PQQ, both the AMPK and sirtuin activator. Most of these will do both. Silymarin, berberine, very well known as AMPK activator. It's known as nature's metformin. Very good for sugar control. These are a little bit more on the NRF2 side. So sulforaphane, lipoic acid, DIM are NRF2 upregulators. Vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 is one of the best AMPK activators that there is. That's why, in functional medicine, age management medicine, they'll talk about all the uses of D3 for modulating blood sugar and blood sugar control. That is why this is just something you have to keep high for longevity. And phosphatidylcholine is a big part of all this. It actually helps with all the by building membranes. It's helping all the transmembrane proteins, but it is also a signaler of AMPK inside the liver cells. So a lot of these actually do both, and there's a big, there's very heavy crosstalk between the two, but these are a little bit more on the AMPK side and these on the NRF2 side. And in fact, they've shown that NRF2 is much better activated when AMPK is activated as well. So like if you're bringing in an NRF2 upregulator that's not also an AMPK activator, you need to get AMPK. That also says on our dietary level, the more we're carb restricted and fasting, the more easily we can upregulate NRF2. and get into that detoxification mode. And that's why we like people to do intermittent fasting when they're doing the detox systems. Sirtuins, NAD repair, cell signaling, energy metabolism, inflammatory response, and mitochondrial biogenesis. Now, there's a lot of crosstalk here between the two. Oh, I also didn't bring up, if we go back to AMPK and NRF2, these are the compounds and these are the products. Now, this pair right here is very interesting. Liver sauce is usually coupled to our ultra binder for push catch liver detox. That was the one that had 82% efficacy on resolving fatty liver. That was how we got into understanding NRF2. That's how we got into understanding AMPK, because AMPK is then going to activate lipolysis in the liver and burn up the fatty accumulations, while also activating NRF2 will get rid of the fat-soluble toxins. So this one is very good AMPK activator, but the strongest one is AMPK charge. And AMPK charge is less NRF2, more AMPK. We used to call that one keto before 6. Like you could be in keto all day and then at night eat carbs. And that's one of the ways you can use the pendulum swing, is just eat a carb-free diet during the day and take AMPK charge. You'll actually be in therapeutic ketosis. Your blood ketones will be over 0.5 within an hour of taking AMPK charge on an empty stomach in the morning. So it just blows you right into ketosis through all these activators. That one's got resveratrol, quercetin, silymarin, berberine, DIM, and cinnamon in it. And so there are some liver aspects and some strong AMPK activator, whereas liver sauce is a little bit more liver driven. The one is one of my favorites. It's got resveratrol in it, but that one has a big dose of PQQ and a big dose of phosphatidylcholine in there, as well as a little bit of CoQ10 and an adaptogen base. Now, one thing I didn't mention with AMPK activators is the adaptogens are all AMPK activators. So if you look at a list of great AMPK activators, you'll find ginsenosides with phthalate, which come from ashwagandha, astragalosides, all of those are AMPK activators. And so this one's a little bit more mitochondrial biogenesis. This one's a little bit more metabolic fitness. And then, of course, our adaptogen blends, Thrivogen, Nanomojo, and Ultra Energy, and, of course, D3. Now, more on the sirtuin side, the sirtuin activation potentials, you see a lot of these are the same, but we need the NAD in there. So we definitely need NAD. And you see in our NAD programs, we have our more minimalist NAD activator, and then called NAD Gold and NAD Platinum, which comes with a couple of others, and I'll talk about them in the next slide. So your major compounds, silymarin, quercetin, D3, pterostilbene, resveratrol, NAD, those are all big in the sirtuin pathways. So there we see it's really hard to decouple NAD and sirtuins, but they do a lot of things independently as well. Again, in the mitochondria, you need the NAD, and you may not be sirtuin activated at the same time. So NAD, how do we supplement NAD? The two best compounds are nicotinamide mononucleotide and nicotinamide riboside. Of course, niacin and niacinamide can do that, but I don't have the pathways here to show you. But remember, I said NAD activates sirtuins, and the resulting molecule, when the NAD is broken down, is NAM, or nicotinamide. When that pools up, it's actually an inhibitor of sirtuins, and it's an inhibitor of the other NAD-dependent enzymes, PPAR, which cleans up your genes, and CD38, which cleans up tight junctions. So if nicotinamide builds up and it's not brought through the recycling pathway back to NMN, then it can block the sirtuins. So we need to get rid of that excess and feed in above the dysfunctional enzyme there. So when we feed in nicotinamide mononucleotide or nicotinamide riboside, we can keep generating NAD. But again, remember, we have to get rid of the NAM pool. How do you get rid of the nicotinamide pool? You methylate it with SAMe. And so, okay, great. So now we're going to pee out the methyl NAM, but now we're generating homocysteine. So we need to be supporting methylation cycles, specifically around the homocysteine methionine cycle. And that means we need to bring in the methylated B vitamins. The most important of those are methyl B12, trimethylglycine, and vitamin B2. Trimethylglycine has the direct conversion of homocysteine to methionine, and MTHFR catalyzes the other one, which uses B2 and methyl B12 to regenerate methionine. So that was one of the things when people were supplementing heavily with nicotinamide riboside, but were not giving in the methyl factors, they're actually generating higher homocysteine and then blocking of the NMN. So they were having, methylation deficits, and then they were building up NAM and blocking the sirtuin. So a lot of people, when they just took nicotinamide riboside, felt really good for a couple of weeks to months, and then kind of crashed because they had different problems. They had hypomethylation. On the flip side, when everybody got into methylation all the time, they were taking all this methylfolate, methyl B12, and they're actually upregulating the methyltransferase, and they were diminishing the NAD pools. So you can't oversupplement methylation without supplementing NAD, and you can't oversupplement NAD without supplementing methylation. So there, people were taking methylated B vitamins, stabilizing their mast cells, fixing some of the other methylation problems, and felt really good for a month. And then they would crash really bad from mitochondrial dysfunction from depleting their NAD pool. So remember, the other way you can deplete the NAD pool is driving sirtuins with resveratrol, psilocybin, or quercetin, and not supplementing NAD, because then you're going to suck the NAD pool down. So you need to balance sirtuin activators, the NAD pool, and the methyl pool. So if you want to do these independently, you have NAD Gold, which is a liposomal nicotinamide mononucleotide with a little bit of TMG. We couldn't get a lot in there. So you need to put methylation factors with it. And our methyl charge has all the methylation factors that you need to drive the methionine cycle. So that's got the B2, little catalytic, and B2 is a big catalyst for MTHFR. So B2 heavy, a little bit of B6, a little bit of calcium folinate to go into becoming folate, and then a large dose of TMG and a large dose of methyl B12. So we usually take this in a ratio of 2 pumps of NAD Gold to 1 pump of methyl charge, or 4 of these to 2 of these. And that's for most people, but poor methylators might want to use more, or if you're under strong methyl stress. In fact, when you do stem cells, you need extra methylation because the stem cells use a lot of they use a lot of SAMe. Or if you're an over-methylator, you can use less. Now, if you want to have just one product, we put that all together in NAD Platinum. It's got the 2-to-1 ratio of the NAD Gold to the methylation factors. And then it's got on top of that resveratrol and quercetin. Resveratrol as a sirtuin activator, quercetin also a sirtuin activator, but very importantly, a senolytic. And it has been said by some of the NAD guys that do a lot of IV, that when you really push NAD past, you actually can build some senescence. So some sort of halfway cells will go all the way into senescence. So you need some senolytics on board, and hence the quercetin. Quercetin is also a very good PGC1 alpha upregulator for more mitochondrial biogenesis. So that's the all-in-one product there. Telomeres, we're just about to release something called telomere charge, which is a nanoemulsion of cycloostragenol and astragaloside 4. Cycloostragenol is the most well-known compound for lengthening telomeres. That was the active ingredient, the product TA65, which was well known for their work in telomerase activation. And so that's the main driver there. The astragaloside 4 is supportive to it, but astragaloside 4 also sirtuin activator, AMPK activator, and it's a clotho activator. Clotho is one of the emerging longevity peptides that is focused in kidney and brain in its expression, but it has very strong effects on heart health as well. But, kidney regeneration is a really, really important thing, as obviously brain is too. And so that, hence the astragaloside 4 with the cycloastragenol in that product. Remember, high amounts of reduced glutathione activates telomerase. So glutathione supplementation and NRF2 activity for driving the reductase, also helpful there. Vitamin D3, also a big part of telomerase activation. Senolytics, your main compounds are quercetin, luteolin, fisetin, and also cycloastragenol is a senolytic. So the products that have a lot of that in their AMPK charge has both quercetin and luteolin. Telomere charge has the cycloastragenol. We also have histoaid, which is quercetin, luteolin, and DIM for immune control. Quercetin is also in the NAD platinum. I'm sorry, we should have had NAD platinum in there as well. Oh, I didn't mention the zinc ionophore. I should just mention that we have that. We took zinc during the COVID, well, we're still in the middle of that, but if you remember the guy who was using hydroxychloroquine, the Jewish doctor, he was always supplementing that with 200 milligrams of zinc sulfate, because hydroxychloroquine, and he stated this in the literature, was a zinc ionophore. It would make a complex with zinc that was membrane soluble. So if you had damage to the zinc transporters, you can get zinc into the cells very quickly to activate immune functions inside the cells. And because supplementing with zinc takes a week to 2 weeks to get intracellular levels up. So it was an immediate way to do that. Now, other natural ionophores include quercetin, luteolin, and hesperetin, also EGCG and curcumin, but we made complexes of zinc with quercetin, luteolin, and hesperetin, and then drop them into nanoparticles and put them into a capsule that breaks into liposomes in your stomach, called a SED system, and that is called our zinc ionophore. We have a spray for the throat that's a lighter dose of those just to get direct activity into the throat, and the capsules. Very, very fast uptake into cells within a single day. And so that's also got the quercetin activity as well as the zinc. HPA axis, there's a lot of ways to supplement this. All of the adaptogens, probably my favorite of the products is the one, because that's going to bring all these great MPK and sirtuin activators, as well as adaptogens and a big dose of PC. Membrane Mend will be out soon. That is omega-3 from ahi flour mixed with sunflower phosphatidylcholine, astaxanthin, and tocotrienol. So the best membrane-soluble antioxidants, along with membrane builders, and astaxanthin is also an AMPK activator. Pure PC for the membranes, D3K2 telomere charge. Astragalosides there are also HPA axis modifiers. So your ginsenosides, your astragalosides, withanolides, gipenosides, all of these are great compounds for feeding the AMPK axis as well as, feeding the HPA axis as well as AMPK and sirtuins. So here are the compounds in the one, resveratrol, hitting these pathways, PQQ, AMPK, mitochondrial biogenesis through PGC1 alpha, very good activity of PGC1 alpha. It's also an NRF2 upregulator, so we're getting some cellular cleaning as well. CoQ10 to just drive mitochondrial function. Lots of phosphatidylcholine for the membranes, and all of the adaptogenic herbs in it as well. So actually, sort of a 1-2 punch to cover everything would be NAD platinum, and the one that really does a great job. And then if you add on the telomere charge, you have a mixture to hit everything. So you have to think of how to put these all together to make sure you're hitting every aspect of the wheel, so you can upregulate all these gene sets while you're depleting deuterium and getting the mitochondria to work. But the whole reason that all of these things work and is because of the delivery system. These are lipid nanoparticles and nanoliposomes. Liposome is a phospholipid bilayer with a water core, and that water core is going to have your water-soluble compounds that you're trying to deliver. Things like the nicotinamide mononucleotide, the B vitamins, vitamin C, glutathione, all those will go in a nanoliposome. And then the fat solubles, which would be the quercetin, resveratrol, vitamin D, CoQ10, all those are going to go into a lipid nanoparticle, and that'll have a lipid monolayer with a fatty core with all of your compounds dissolved in there. And what do you get when you do this right? The advances from getting either these intraoral absorption or GI absorption nanoparticles is that you get rapid uptake and high bioavailability. So something that might take, like CBD, takes 2 to 3 hours to peak in the blood. Now we get the peak between 15 and 25 minutes, and we get 6-fold more of it in the blood. Then you look at something like quercetin. This is powdered quercetin in the orange uptake line. This is blood quercetin versus time. You're just really starting to get some absorption after an hour, but it's very, very low. The nanoemulsion of quercetin, on the other hand, had a 25-fold increase in bioavailability. And the first peak was in 20 minutes. Then we see it go down a little bit. There must be a bit of a lymphatic circulation cycle, and then we see it peak up again. So when you're activating gene sets, nuclear transcription factors, things like NRF2, AMPK, the sirtuins, it is the fast, sharp, upregulation that works. Having blood levels come up very swiftly to very high levels is what does it. It's not low and slow. It's not the barbecue effect that does that. And what do you get as a response in the cell? You get a very fast response of all the cellular biochemistry. Here is the AMPK charge, used to be called keto B46. This is a woman, a rather fit woman, taking this in the morning on a fasting stomach and very quickly going from blood ketones of 0.3 up to blood ketones of 0.8. So in 60 seconds going into nutritional ketosis, she actually arrives at 60 minutes. She actually arrives at nutritional ketosis in 30 minutes and then stays there over the course of several hours. So that's when you get these unmetabolized compounds in really rapidly. You have a very strong effect on the cellular chemistry. And when I say unmetabolized, because these compounds, when you take them as powders, will be metabolized as they're absorbed across the lumen of the GI into the plasma or the blood. So you won't have resveratrol, you'll have resveratrol glucuronide. You won't have quercetin, you'll have quercetin sulfate or quercetin glucuronide. And those have cellular effects, but much reduced. So you're getting more of a compound in rapidly, unmetabolized, and you can really, really hit the cell triggers and get everything to happen. So covered a whole lot of different of ideas there in 60 minutes, but I can answer any questions, or if Victor just wants to go into the panel discussion. I'm sorry, I can only stay for 30 minutes of the panel discussion, but I will be for that. But again, use the longevity wheel to understand what things you have to supplement to keep all the aspects of the mitochondria healthy and cranking to go along with your deuterium depletion. All right, Victor. Victor, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me, Robert?
I can hear you. All good.
Only an AI could have made that presentation.
Well, that's a hell of a compliment.
I mean, that was something else.
That was a paradigm shift.
Can we place orders with you right now, please?
Absolutely.
So for any questions that came in during this, we're gonna do something separate and have those answered.
Sure.
Right now, we already actually we pre-recorded the roundtable portion of this because of the time zone difference. So we're gonna show that. We planned on it being 1 hour, and it's actually 2 hours. So a lot of questions get answered in that roundtable, actually. So this has been a thoroughly educational experience for those that have been with us from the very beginning this morning. I hope you learned something and can take something away from this. And so, Robert, if you have anything else to say, I'm going to wish everybody cheers, and
Awesome.
if you can stick around for the roundtable portion. Again, thank you, Chris. Absolutely monumental, paradigm shifting information for our understanding of mitochondrial health and health.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. It's been a pleasure and an honor. That roundtable was amazing. So many freaking smart minds in one place. That was the smartest roundtable I've ever seen. It's usually a lot of blah, blah, blah.
Well, coming from you, that says a lot. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Chris. Cheers. Beautiful. Okay, this is the roundtable portion of our summit, where all the speakers can share ideas, answer questions, get to know one another, and be an intrinsic facet of a whole that is greater than the sum of its parts. So hopefully we have some synergy that happens here on our first meeting of leading scientists and thought leaders in deuterium depletion. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce everybody to one another. So I wrote couple sentences about everybody so everybody knows who everyone is here. Start with Robert. Robert is a former rocket scientist, expert on water and water filtration. He has many firsts. He is a first in reverse osmosis technology, first ketone importer into the US, first to develop and bring to market hydrogen tablets, and co-founder of Lightwater Scientific. Thank you, Robert, for being with us here at the roundtable of the summit. And we have Stephanie Seneff. She's a MIT trained scientist and really the first to bring awareness to the glyphosate problem and explain how glyphosate is the most dangerous man-made substance on Earth for our health. And now she's working on understanding the mechanisms of the most dangerous natural substance on Earth, which is deuterium. Through her work in exposing glyphosate, Stephanie has effected real change and is a one-woman army who knows what it's like to catalyze a paradigm shift. Thank you for being here. Abdullah, of course, doctor, scientist, dean of pharmacology, interested in aging, gerontology, and the underlying mechanisms of cellular aging. In 2007, after 2+ years of intense research, medical mathematic modeling, he published a paper that truly unraveled the mystery of how deuterium does its damage in the mitochondria. And it's one of the main reasons we are here today to discuss this. So thank you for joining us, Abdullah. Moving on, we have Petra Dwarfsman. Petra is a teacher, doctor of natural medicine, and has been using BW and deuterium depletion in her clinical practice, probably longest of anyone or close to it. She wrote a fantastic article or guide, what you want to call it, on deuterium depletion. She's a big champion of deuteronomics and is here to share her personal experience and insight from the field. Thank you for being with us here today, Petra. And again, if anybody needs to correct me on their bio, please do so. And Chris Shade. Chris Shade is a PhD chemist, a mercury specialist who started a liposomic supplement and mercury detox company having the first mercury tri-test in the industry and a solution for chelation. And that little company they started 10 plus years ago has grown to become a great success and the biggest and most innovative nano-emulsion technology company in the US and maybe the world. Chris has developed a line of more than 80 formulas, protocols, and with his in-house uptake study lab, he is a tireless innovator, and the Quicksilver facilities in Colorado is one of the most advanced in nutraceutical R&D, testing, and manufacturing, all done in-house. He is here to share his expertise and ideas on mitochondrial optimization. Thank you, Chris, for being with us here. And of course, we move to Anton. Anton Chernopiatko, as a teenager, Anton read the first published study of DDW, and he was transfixed. Years later, after a decade of working with top scientists, they had a breakthrough in rectification distillation, which is the technology that creates deuterium depleted water, and then the ppb to scale it to become the first dedicated commercial factory in Russia for the production of deuterium depleted water. First in the world with 5 ppm and super deuterium depleted water. So Anton continually is innovating on DDW technology to make it better, cheaper, and more available. He holds a number of patents in deuterium depletion and is a driving force behind numerous studies in Russia on DDW, including depression. Live from Moscow, we have Anton Chernopiatko. Thank you for being here, Anton. And last but not least, we have Laszlo Boros, Professor of Pediatrics, Endocrinology, and Metabolism at the Harbor UCLA Medical Center, the Clinical and Transitional Science Institute at UCLA, and the Lundquist Institute. He is the tireless founder of Deuteronomics, having coined the word to describe the science by which deuterium is managed by the body, and has been advancing our understanding of cellular metabolism since. In the last 10 plus years at UCLA, he performed numerous studies and authored numerous papers. He's one of the world's leading experts on metabolic water and deuterium depletion, probably the most published in the US on this topic, and he's just getting started from what I can tell. So thank you, Laszlo, for being here. And well, welcome to the Summit Roundtable. And first off, did I get anybody's bio wrong or introduction wrong, or anything anybody wants to add to that? I guess I did good, right?
You
Okay.
did good.
Yes,
So-
thanks a lot.
Great. So we have, to kick this off, what we'll do is I'll introduce some questions that everybody can chime in on. And then if anybody else has questions for one another, I think that would be a great way to continue to kind of mix up this format. So I have about 12, 13 questions here that specifically apply to deuteronomics, deuterium depletion, or deuterium depleted water. So,
and you
first
can
question
intro
is-
Tyler now in his new beard.
Oh, and Tyler's here. Finally, truly last but not least, we have Tyler LeBaron. I did write something up for you as well. Here it is.
Chris, thanks for
probably missed-
noticing my beard. I'm trying to, become a man now.
Yeah,
I
the baby
have made
face
it through
gone.
puberty.
Looking good. Tyler is a tireless scientific and physical marvel who is our expert in residence on all things hydrogen. He founded a science-based nonprofit, Molecular Hydrogen Institute. He is a director of the International Hydrogen Standards Association and the International Molecular Hydrogen Association, and a professor, I would say, of exercise physiology. His main area of study, I believe, is how hydrogen regulates various signal transduction pathways. So it's great to have him with us here today. Thank you, Tyler. And now we can move on to the questions. Did I get that right, Tyler? You can correct me and add or subtract.
Oh yeah, no, that's great. Technically, I wouldn't consider myself a professor in the tenured sense, but yes, I do teach exercise physiology at the university right now. So
You're a professor to me.
I profess a lot of things.
So, first question I want to ask is very simple. Deuterium depletion, it's important. How important? Who wants to take that one? Any takers? Is it going to be me answering this one?
I think everybody's looking at I think everyone's looking at Dr. Boros, waiting him to chime in.
It is critical. It's not just important. It's critical for many different reasons, but I think after all, by now, everybody who is taking part of this roundtable discussion have their own reasons, or scientifically, there's just one major argument here, and that is practically our body is functioning based on energy transfer using hydrogens or protons, and deuterium interferes with this process in a very robust way. And Dr. Olgun, I think he knows the heart of this whole process simply because he was the first who identified a intracellular mechanism which actually helped clinicians to move with a broader biochemical or biochemistry related umbrella. But practically, yes, it's very critical to differentiate between hydrogen, protons, and neutrons in any living system and in any structural entity because of the difference in isotopic size and weight. Simply, it's just fitting everywhere. It's a bad key to the very delicate enzyme and energy producing scenarios in our biological systems, and because of its very damaging nature as far as isotopic kinetic isotope effects go, I think it's critical after all to deplete deuterium and control it in a physiological way.
So I think especially the article that the study that you mentioned, Laszlo, about the schizophrenia study about this serine I think is very important also, because the replacement of hydrogen in this serine, and they tested it for schizophrenia, they didn't find effective. So even the change of replacement of hydrogen with deuterium in amino acids, and they lose, I think, their effectiveness. So I think it was last week, and the article that you shared with us in the group, I think it was very interesting to show the effect of replacement of deuterium with hydrogen, and about the effectiveness of the medications also, maybe candidates for new medications in schizophrenia. And this serine is a very important example for it, I think, Laszlo. Would you like maybe to say something about that study?
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, how did you hit on the nanomotors? I mean, that's fascinating to me. Like, how did you start this whole scenario?
So my first intention was, so I'm not happy with the pH concept, because the pH concept, when we try to teach to medical students and other students, so they really have difficulty in understanding the pH concept. Normally, we don't use the pH concept for other ions. We don't say, for example, P natrium or others. But for hydrogen, the usage of pH, I think, provides a great difficulty for students, medical students. And my first intention was, at the beginning, to write an article about not quitting using pH concept. In order to understand, then I looked the nature of the pH and hydrogen ion and proton, etc. And then during my studies or articles research, so I found that I discovered that the abundance of deuterium is very high. So I didn't expect that at that time. And then I really figured out that in our body, its concentration, especially the concentration of air water, maybe is 4 times, 5 times higher than the common ions that are found or electrolytes in our body. Therefore, I started to think about, so how can I show the effect of deuterium or deuteration in our body? So I especially, I made kind of discovery type science, and I saw that especially ATP synthase can be a good example for it. Then I tried to make a model of ATP synthase and the proton passage, in the F0 part of 80% machine, nano machine. And then after some calculations, I found that really the detonation instead of protonation can stutter the rotor, the turning of the stator, and can cause problems in production of ATP. And without ATP, so we cannot repair, we cannot maintain our cells, our systems. Therefore, I think that that could be a way or a mechanism for the effects of deterioration and some toxic effects of the heavy water, because heavy water is toxic and can kill animals at 40% or 30% concentrations. So therefore, I have been able to publish that study. So the only binding of one, there are up to 10 subunits, C subunits of the F0 part of 80% days. And my study was especially only one binding of one single subunit. But there is also a chance of binding more than one subunits of C subunits. And in those cases, I think stuttering or stopping of the rotor is going to be more pronounced. And those kinds of proton channels are not only found in 80% days, they are also found the V-type ATPases that make acidify especially lysosomes in our cells. And one of the first signs of cellular aging, in especially yeast, budding yeast, and other cellular senescence process. So the first sign, the finding is increase of pH of the lysosomes. I think deterioration can also be one of the factors that cause the increase in the pH of the lysosomes also. And there are also some very recent studies, and I think I found them very interesting, because in those studies, it was shown that there are some contact sites with mitochondria and lysosomes. And maybe, especially in case of high energy demand, I think that maybe the contact with lysosomes of mitochondria, so I didn't study it, but this is kind of hypothesis. I think that maybe the protons from lysosomes can enter the intermembrane space, can pass through those contact sites into the intermembrane space of mitochondria, and those protons also can be used in the production of ATP. And since the protonation can also be altering the functioning of V-type ATPases, and maybe not only through mitochondria, but maybe the perturbance in the function of lysosomes also because of deterioration can be one of the mechanisms of, I think, deuterium. So there are also some, I think, interesting things in addition to V-type ATPases. I'm sure many of you in this field know that there are many spontaneous chemical reactions that are occurring in our body. For example, NAD is very important because NAD is used by sirtuins. So sirtuins are NAD-dependent histone deacetylases, and they are very important for longevity. And NAD also is subject to hydration. So the water molecule can go spontaneously and bind to NAD, and it becomes NAD or NADP hydrate. And it requires a specific enzyme to correct this spontaneous chemical reaction. And I think it would be very interesting to check in case of normal water, if heavy water is attached to NAD, and maybe this can be also perturbing the function of the enzyme that converts the hydrated NAD to normal NAD or NADH. So maybe I hope that it helped you, Laszlo.
Abdullah?
Yeah.
Can you be more specific about, you're using the term pH. You mean pH as acid or base?
Who's asking? Maybe
Robert.
Okay, Robert. Can you ask again? Yeah.
Yes. You're using this term pH, and I'm not sure I understand how you are identifying the pH, or if I'm even interpreting it correctly.
I think Robert was confused because you said you don't like the concept of pH.
The reason for the reason that I started this field of determination was by chance, I think, because normally I don't like to use pH terms. So instead of pH, I recommend to whole scientific community to use only hydrogen proton concentration instead of using the term pH.
Instead of using a log scale for it, or an inverse log scale.
Yeah, just concentration, because using the term cause many difficulties in understanding in medical practice. It causes many mistakes. I think that therefore we need to quit the use of the term pH. I think so, but that my studies about the pH term, so started my studies in the field of deuteronation. So therefore, I'm lucky that I find myself lucky that I started that kind of questioning at that time.
Okay.
So
I think this is very important because pH is actually the log concentration of free protons or available protons for reductive reactions, and deuterium has a lower dissociation coefficient from any chemical bond, and for that reason deuterated water has a higher pH or less available free proton equivalent. So practically you either explain it as free hydrogen deuterium concentration, or on a log scale you can define pH as the available free protons which are compromised by deuterium in the system, which have different dissociation coefficients. But yeah, this is really very important and interesting topic.
Yeah, that's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think about a 7 pH is going to be about 100 nanomolar proton concentration, right? If we take the negative log of 1 times 10 to the negative 7, then we get a pH of 7. So that's going to be about 100 nanomolar. So I agree. Many people are very confused when you say pH because they think potential hydrogen, and then people get confused with my work on hydrogen gas, which is completely different than protons, right? And so I agree. Another thing, Dr. Ogan, I thought was interesting about your connection with lysosomes and the mitochondria. I would have to agree that the lysosomes, the protons in the lysosome, if there is the conduit or transport, then those would certainly contribute to the proton gradient in the intermembrane space. And that's because the outer mitochondrial membrane is permeable to many large ions. And so it's going to be equivalent to the pH of whatever that is. So I would completely agree that the effects of the lysosomes, the B-type ATPase, for example, would have an effect, therefore, on the inner mitochondrial membrane potential from the protons. So it's very fascinating to look at. And another thing you said was interesting with the reactions with like sirtuins, the NAD plus dependent reactions, for example. Absolutely, as like Dr. Burrows said, with the kinetic isotope effect of hydrogen, which is humongous, that would certainly have a major effect. So it'd be very fascinating to do some enzymatic, Michaelis-Menten, studies on enzyme kinetics with some deuterium versus normal protium to see what those changes really are, because that could also have a very profound effect for sure. So thank you for bringing those insights up.
Does NAD doesn't it need to be dehydrated before it enters the sirtuin?
Yes, it must be dehydrated, but there's a specific enzyme, NAD dehydratase, okay?
And the hydratase will be slowed down by the deuterium, and so
I think so, but it needs to be studied. It needs to be studied, I think. So I just wanted to give it as an example.
Okay.
Now, again, the function of the NAD molecule is it has a nitrogen that can grab a proton from a carbon or an oxygen. Practically, it has a stronger binding for protons than carbons or oxygens. So to break those bonds, usually take higher energies for deuterium as well. Deuterium takes about 15 times more energy to take it up from an NAD or a phosphorylated NAD than protons. So deuterium actually means and carries a very broad biochemical, medical kind of context as far as how it damages many parts of mitochondria. Nanomotors are one obvious set of components, but the NAD molecule, any proton transfer, the destabilization of protons are compromised by deuterium. So this, like everywhere you look in a mitochondria, deuterium has major physiological and biochemical devastation. So I think after all, that's why it's so critical just to look at all these topics.
So I also checked the last few weeks. I checked the half-lives of the proteins subunits that make oxidative phosphorylation complexes, and there is a very recent study that showed that the half-lives of mitochondrial oxidative phosphorylation complex subunits are around more than 10 days. Specifically, the C subunit has a very shorter half-life, around 3 to 4 days. I think also this is very interesting. It's also very interesting because I think that our bodies, also our cells or mitochondria, also try to deal, so they put a big effort to replace the C subunits. So especially C subunits are very important because during the complex formation, first of all, the C subunits make the ring structure, and then the other subunits start to attach the big complex, the big machine, nanomachine. And so therefore, especially the short half-life of C subunits compared with other subunits also, I think is very interesting and can be maybe shown to be one of the evidences for the effect of deuteronation of C subunit.
Does deuterium depletion have any effect on mitochondrial density? Kind of the way NAD will increase mitochondrial biogenesis?
So I didn't check literature for, especially for this specific question. Maybe Laszlo can say something about it.
I haven't seen studies to address this particular issue. That the clinical papers that I'm reviewing or I'm editing, and deuteronomics plays a role, there are devastating effects. For example, there's just a paper coming in from Congo and from Belgium. They measure the breast milk output of lactating women using deuterated water, and actually giving 20 grams or 15-20 grams of deuterated water to the mom every day. It actually brings down milk production in a dose-dependent manner. So it's not only like psychiatrical drugs or addressing, for example, Alzheimer's, and Dr. Dorson can talk about this in more details, but in the clinics, we see this everywhere. Everywhere we look, and there's a physiological dose-dependent change. You just have to look for how the deuterium got into the system. And as an editor now and a reviewer, I'm actually going after these scenarios, and I just want them to be available in the medical literature so people can look at original data. I don't know about mitochondriogenesis, how it relates to deuterium depleted water or deuterium depletion. I would assume that it's not necessarily a proliferating kind of or mitochondrial proliferation inducing agent. I think it just makes mitochondria to function more efficiently. So maybe the same amount of mitochondria is able to provide the cells with sufficient amount of metabolic water and ATP and heat and whatever else is there. But practically, I think it just makes mitochondrial functions a lot more efficient if you deplete deuterium.
Yeah, Dr. Shada, I was just thinking about that also. I would have to agree with Dr. Boros. I would think that actually increased deuteration might actually induce mitochondrial biogenesis slightly because you compromise the mitochondria, and you're going to induce like MTUPR, mitochondrial unfolded protein response, for example, and that's going to have these effects. But by decreasing the deuterium, now you're going to have a higher relative mitochondrial capacity, refractory capacity in like the phase 1 and phase 2 and things. So you can, like Dr. Burrow said, that's going to give you more ATP production per like mole of oxygen you're consuming. And so you shouldn't have to have more mitochondrial biodensity because you're having better functional mitochondria.
I might say something here too, because mitochondrial fission is another thing that happens. And I've read papers that suggest that fission happens when you have oxidative damage because of, reactive oxygen species spewing out. You separate the mitochondria into pieces so that individual pieces are protected and the one that is being hit hard goes down, but the rest of them survive. And I suspect that deuterium would increase mitochondrial fission because it's going to increase the production of ROS.
And everyone, how about are there any papers that directly deal with deuterium and mitochondrial DNA survival, activity, deterioration with age, etc.?
Well, I could say something about glyphosate in that respect, because I believe glyphosate is a train wreck for the processes that go on in the cell to manage deuterium. And I was just delighted when Laszlo Boros reached out to me over a year ago, December. And when he told me about deuterium, it was like a light bulb went off in my head, because I had been studying glyphosate for so many years, and I knew already that glyphosate messes up proteins that bind phosphate at the phosphate binding site, and NAD and FAD both. And they have the phosphates. The binding site has a motif that's like GXG type of motif with 3 conserved glycine residues. And glyphosate messes up EPSP synthase through substitution for glycine at the site where it binds phosphate. So that pattern became something I looked for in other proteins. And what I had concluded is that the enzymes, the flavoproteins, are going to be disrupted by glyphosate. And then when I realized that the flavoproteins play such an important role in managing low deuterium, supplying low deuterium to the mitochondria, the whole thing fit together very well. And glyphosate has been shown in multiple studies to cause DNA damage in the mitochondria and reactive oxygen species. And I think it may be doing that through disruption of these enzymes, particularly succinate dehydrogenase, which multiple studies have shown that glyphosate suppresses succinate dehydrogenase.
Anton, you know quite a bit about succinate, because there's some of the studies that you did in Russia talk about succinate with DDW and having a synergistic effect. Is that anything you can comment on that?
Of course, leader on this is Igor Pomytkin. We had to invite him. But in any case, I know that, and we work also, that it's a key role of controlling of this ATP production is succinate dehydrogenase, the second complex of mitochondria. And dig into this process, we can see how this multiple effect reflect on the ATP production. And now Igor and I are going to establish experiments, series of experiments to show how it would work. Yes, and it's what can I say? That we see that because of the sequence of the Виктор, окислительно-восстановительной реакции.
The rejuvenating reaction, maybe.
Yes, maybe it's sequence. It's in this succinate dehydrogenase. Yes, and it brings and this rather not so big this cooperative effect. It brings really times of reducing or increasing production of ATP. I think better if we on such a round table to meet together with Igor, and we can be more exact in this. But we focus on investigating on this complex. It's not split H plus and electrons between sides of the mitochondria. Yes, membrane, but it has some kind of control of all complexes, and gives for the complex 1 and complex 3, I don't know how to call it, force or controlling all this process. And that's why very important also succinate, and that's why it's so efficient combining deuterium depleted water with some kind of succinate salt, dicholine succinate, for example. It's all effects of the deuterium depleted water significantly increased if we combine it together with dicholine succinate, and we see it. And also we have in our stock some experiments about this.
So just so everybody knows, and just so everybody knows, Anton is referencing Igor Permitkin, who's not here, but maybe you can get him on a speakerphone if it's not too late. But Igor and Anton, about a year before Abdullah published his paper in 2007, also published that they saw an effect on mitochondria. I believe it was oxidative. Was it an oxidative stress study that you guys did, 2006? Anyway, that can be seen at Deuterium. So deuteriumdepletion.org is a site that we put together where I put all the studies. I think we're about at 50 or so that I've been able to find, everything from all around the world in every language I could find on deuterium depletion. So any of these references you can get on there. So
let me add to this a little bit. The succinate story. The clinicians now, and Dr. Dorfman has many data on organic acids in urine. And I looked at some of the data because I was interested in seeing how can we define functioning mitochondria without branching in metabolite. Branching in the TCA cycle means that the metabolite is not getting oxidized or not getting moved in the cycle, but it branches out. It actually leaves the cycle and appears in the urine as organic acid. And in patients, various clinical scenarios, various diagnoses, you can see different organic acids in their urine depending on where the blockage is in the TCA cycle, in the mitochondria, and which one is caused by a hydratase reaction, which one is caused by limited hydratase mutation, or which one is caused by deuterium simply because it shuts down some of the water recycling efficacies in the TCA cycle, for example, fumarate hydratase. And these actually correlate with clinical pictures. Can you say a few words about this?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, I wanted to bring it back a little bit down to the more clinical level rather than the research level. And the importance for me, deuterium depletion, is that it restores metabolic function and therefore tissue function in organs. And so that's why it's so important for me. And looking at an organic acid test is very helpful because it can show us where in the TCA cycle the branching is happening, where the enzymes are going up in numbers, and we can work with that and use that to also explain to other practitioners and patients what is happening. There's clear evidence, and if you look at a patient with a stage 4 metastasized cancer versus somebody with a different type of much lower grade cancer, you see the differences, and it's fascinating. And you know, starting on depletion protocols is crucial for these patients to help them restore function.
And
does that help?
Problems in the OAT test, the organic acid test, do you see them resolve just with the deuterium?
You know, I don't want to make that statement because I haven't seen enough of them over and over to repeat that, but that's what we're trying to accomplish, yes.
We do see organic acids in, for example, culture media when we introduce a point mutation in TCA cycle enzymes. So you can actually see these branching cycling scenarios, and now it's becoming a diagnostic tool. I'm just going through data and try to fit with the model that we have developed. But it seems like cycling and branching, reductive carboxylation, when the cycle is turned around, that's clearly a deuterium-related issue and problem in mitochondria. And succinate dehydrogenase is very critical in the process because that introduces the water exchange reactions in the form of fumarate hydratase, malic acid production that can actually be source of gluconeogenic substrates through the phosphoenolpyruvate carboxykinase pathway. So it's the succinate dehydrogenase stories or complexes, their interactions are very critical now to understand the whole body response to certain chemicals, to deuterium per se, and also how to precisely kind of pinpoint the defects in mitochondrial functions based on organic acid tests, or what type of tests or what type of organic acids we see in the urine. There's a clinical correlation, as Dr. Dorsman was saying, in cancer. There are some degenerative diseases that also show certain characteristic profile, and now we try to use this with some other lab tests as a diagnostic tool to look at mitochondrial functions, the whole body mitochondrial functions, which are, again, a good surrogate marker to look at deuterium depletion from food if somebody is consuming the right type of food.
I wanted to add something here about malonate, because oxaloacetate spontaneously turns into malonate under reactive oxygen stress. And malonate suppresses succinate dehydrogenase. So that's a very simple loop by which you end up messing up the citric acid cycle because of too many reactive oxygen species, which are induced by excess deuterium, and of course, which then plays into the glyphosate problem as well.
Fantastic.
Maybe it would be better to mention also, I think, the reverse electron transfer from complex 2 to complex 1, especially in case of high succinate concentrations. So that reverse oxygen transfer also is one of the major contributors of free radical damage in mitochondria. I think that reverse, therefore I wanted to mention it also.
I think, after all, the mitochondrial functions in the form of reductive carboxylation, which Joan Kelleher clarified at MIT, you might know her. She was very influential in explaining fluxes and directions in and within the cycle. And we saw those phenotypes as well in the form of organic acid tests and branching. But yeah, these are just a gold mine of diagnostic thinking and diagnostic tools after all, these organic acid tests, if you know exactly where the TC sac was defective when we look at these scenarios.
I'd like to zoom out a little further in behalf of our potential audience and say that in decades past, anti-aging strategies largely focused on free radicals, oxidative stress, antioxidants, etc. And now we're watching much closer at the contribution of mitochondria and protecting it and its gradual loss of mitochondrial numbers with age. And we are assembling an arsenal, so to speak, of to help this. One of the things is, of course, deuterium depleted water. One of some of the things, NAD+, PQQ, sirtuins. I wonder if those of you who are more in the mainstream of clinical anti-aging work and perhaps formulation strategies like Chris Shade, if you can maybe comment on the relative contribution of these strategies.
Yeah, I mean, I've embraced using all of those. So we do NAD supplementation through nicotinamide mononucleotide, balance that with methylation because that's a delicate one there. Too much NAD drains your SAMe, makes too much homocysteine, whereas too much methylation drains your nicotinamide and draws down your NAD pools. So that's been a big one for us. And then sirtuin activators, PQQ, resveratrol, things to drive you more into ketosis, like berberine. So doing that all in conjunction with deuterium depleted water has gotten really exceptional metabolic effects for us. I found the two very similar in their effect on energy, whether I was building NAD and sirtuins or I was doing deuterium depleted water. If I went back and forth, it was very similar. Just that efficiency of mitochondrial energy production. So we've only really begun doing the deuterium testing here and pushing the use of the water. But I think what we'll find is that combination of, when you've got the NAD levels high and some of the sirtuin activators, you're better doing mitochondrial biogenesis. And then when you've got the deuterium depletion, your mitochondria are more effective at doing what they do. Over time, hopefully we can find what the best balance between, getting biogenesis, getting NAD levels, and depleting deuterium, what the best balance of all of that is. It's all working towards a similar end of just having more and more mitochondrial efficiency and whole cell efficiency. The other thing that we like to do, especially in damaged people, is to do phospholipid therapy. So we're using a lot of phosphatidylcholine, injectable grades of phosphatidylcholine, and that, the Germans started doing that 3 decades ago for mitochondrial therapy in both the oral and the injectable lipostabile, and then what they make in Russia, Essential. And so we get the same source of PC from Natamin that they used in those. So those have been the things that we go at. We also, detoxification is a huge thing as well. Metals was my original specialty, mercury, cadmium, arsenic. These are very bad at depleting antioxidant stores in the mitochondria, which lead to a lot of decoupling in there. And so, keeping toxin levels low. Of course, now, things like glyphosate become a big target. Keeping toxins low, NAD up, sirtuins active, and deuterium down is sort of the, the whole retinue that we tend to work with.
Are there?
I would just hope
Go
that you
ahead.
would include certified organic diet as part of your program. I don't know if all of you do, but that would certainly be important, I would think.
Yeah, that kind of goes without saying. And so, pick your, what we're going to educate on. Most of the doctors that we, we're not a clinic, we make the products, and then we feed the doctors the information. But most of the people in the functional medicine space are pretty hip to organic.
Are there conclusive strategies for attenuating the loss of mitochondria over human lifespan or laboratory animal lifespan? And can somebody comment on that?
is the thing most correlated with loss of mitochondrial density. And if you poison the cell with things like mercury, you deplete NAD levels, you deplete mitochondrial density. So trying to keep, for not losing mitochondria, then it's keeping NAD up and keeping sirtuins activated, right? We're actually doing a 50-person study where we're looking at epigenetics around that, as well as NAD levels, sirtuin levels, mTOR levels, AMPK levels, and hopefully we'll be able to get a little bit more clean in our knowledge of that. One of the things that makes me a little uncomfortable is we're not exactly clear how much we're activating sirtuins with, we do these nanoparticle deliveries of all these sirtuin activators. And so we're doing both cell culture studies, whole body studies, and epigenetic studies, trying to figure out exactly what doses are doing what for sirtuin activation. And hopefully, and I'd be open to hearing anything here for best markers of mitochondrial density in people without doing, without pulling biopsies out. But if that's the way it has to go, that's the way it has to go. What have people been using for markers of mitochondrial activity?
And levels. That's what I've been using.
Can you say that again? It just blocked out for a second.
Deuterium levels, breath levels, as well as saliva or urine levels.
Okay.
Indication of mitochondrial function.
Okay. Victor's, we have the deuterium analyzer here now in house, thanks to Victor. And they're all trying to catch up to my 107.
Not a contest.
So we do,
that is a contest. Come on,
I think that is exciting for our community here, that we have this LGR ring spectroscopic analyzer now, that we can do more. We can use it to do more studies and develop a database and something statistically relevant.
Yeah, and maybe now there's a couple labs coming online that are getting better at doing not just sirtuin levels, but their activity. Maybe we could look at correlations of activity to deuterium levels, because I want to start using that thing and really generating some data. And so if there's interest there, I'm happy to do all the analysis for free.
Are there
I have a, go ahead, Robert.
Are there any well-known tests for mitochondrial performance, activity, or any other parameters that any of you have worked with? I remember just a few weeks ago running across one. I think it was called MitoQ, and it was a mitochondrial assessment test. And I just wonder if anyone knew of that or other tests that might become popular in the world of anti-aging and longevity and performance.
So Robert, there are people who want to use things such as a respiratory exchange ratio
Yes.
Where you can measure gas analysis, how much oxygen is being consumed and the ratio between how much carbon dioxide is being produced.
Mm-hmm.
And typically you're going to have a ratio of about 0.75 to 0.8 or so, and 0.7 would mean basically 100% fatty acid oxidation, and 1 is carbohydrate oxidation. It's a great idea in theory, but in the actual laboratory, when you're actually measuring this, there are so many variables that come into play. Slight hyperventilation, you're going to exhale more of the CO2 from bicarbonate, for example. That's going to spuriously rise the CO2 levels you're analyzing, making you think that you're being more anaerobic, more burning carbohydrates instead of fat, for example. And so these simple tests that have been sometimes marketed, in theory, they make a lot of sense, but in practice, they probably don't. You probably have to have thousands of people doing these types of tests in order to come to some sort of statistically significant effect with this. So when it comes to measuring mitochondrial things, just like in the blood, I think a lot of it is like organic acid tests or these types of things. Otherwise, like Dr. Shida was saying, you have to do like a muscle biopsy, and then you can actually measure mitochondrial biodensity or look at PGC1 alpha, for example.
Yeah.
One thing that's very interesting is research last year showed that the blood is full of free floating functional mitochondria, just floating around in the blood, doing all sorts of amazing things, presumably, but they're there. And there's probably something else going on with this whole deuterium depletion story as well with that. And the other thing that I thought was interesting, what you were mentioning of how these anti-aging, we've looked at oxidative stress and how that can contribute to aging and everything. But now with research, we know that oxidative production, free radical reactive oxygen species production, is extremely important for longevity and for health and everything. And so deuteration, it's not just that it can increase oxidative production, superoxide production, for example, but it's a dysregulation or uncoupling problem, because when you produce a superoxide, it's very specifically regulated to then, by say superoxide dismutase to then form hydrogen peroxide. There's specific aquaporins that can go in to alter gene expression. Everything is very tightly regulated, and by increasing deuteration or compromising your mitochondria, then when you now you have a dysregulation of the production of reactive oxygen species that is not in tune or in cadence with the ability to use that. And that's when you have the serious damage of oxidative stress. And I think that's part of probably a deuteration story as well, where the production of free radicals, reactive oxygen species, that's when it really starts to contribute to true damage, as opposed to a hormetic type effect, which is going to be beneficial for you.
And very interesting.
Does deuteration affect protein folding? Will you get more unfolded protein issues?
In my opinion, I think Dr. Boros or Algan would probably be better to answer, but of course, because deuterium is going to make a stronger bond, you're going to have problems making your proteins in the endoplasmic reticulum, for example. And so now, some of these proteins are pre-proteins. So once they're going to get sent through the Golgi apparatus, now they have to be, cut in different problems in order to be functional. Well, again, that deuterium is going to totally prevent that from happening, and it can cause very big problems in protein folding. So both folding correctly and as well as the correct unfolding that's supposed to take place in order to have these certain enzymes be active in the first place.
I wanted to get back to the mitochondria in the blood issue, because that's very, very interesting to me. And I've looked at what happens with COVID-19, the whole process that happens when people get into the situation of massive buildup of fluids in the lungs and upregulation of bradykinase, you know, the ACE2 receptor, the virus binding to the ACE2 receptor, launching this enormous cascade that causes this whole mess that ends up sometimes killing the patient. That is so fascinating to me. And when I looked at it in depth, it became a theory of mine that it is actually working to produce deuterium depleted water in the lungs. And then the platelets come in, and the cells from the immune cells from the bone marrow come, they release mitochondria. The platelets release mitochondria. Lots of these cells are releasing mitochondria, which are being picked up by the macrophages that also come in through macropinocytosis. And I think it's just absolutely fascinating to imagine that that whole process that's going on in the fluid that's built up in the lungs is designed to help to repair mitochondria and to supply the macrophages with a renewed source of mitochondria so that they can have the energy to fight the virus. I think it's absolutely fascinating. And the most interesting thing about it to me is lipoxygenase, because the virus actually has little pockets in that spike protein where linoleic acid fits in there perfectly. And the linoleic acid gets, and the virus induces this reactive response that causes the upregulation of lipoxygenase, which turns that linoleic acid into leukotrienes. And the leukotrienes have this complicated signaling process that carries out this whole thing. Lipoxygenase, as far as I can tell, is the most spectacular protein for being able to choose hydrogen over deuterium. It's pulling hydrogen out of those fats and making water from oxygen by doing that. And it ends up with these reactive species that are these leukotrienes with that interesting O attached to 2 carbons. It's pulled out 2 hydrogens and made deuterium depleted water. And at the same time, there's a tremendous upregulation of hyaluronic acid production. And that's going to create gelled water, which fills up the alveoli of the lungs. And I think which then traps deuterium in that gelled water, making the fluid water deuterium depleted. So all of these things are going on. I will talk about this in my presentation, but I believe that. And then I can extend that idea to the idea of inflammation. You know, inflammation is behind all disease. Well, inflammation, I think, is inducing a cascade wherever it's happening that's causing swelling. And that swelling is going to be deuterium depleted water through the mechanisms that go on. And then that's going to help the macrophages to renew their mitochondrial strength. And I think that's key to many, many diseases.
But you're saying it's going to increase deuterium depleted water, but do you mean deuterium enriched water?
Deuterium depleted water, because the deuterium is getting trapped in the gel, and then there's fluid water in the interstitial tissues of the lungs, and that's where all the action is taking place. The blood vessels become leaky, the macrophages come in, the platelets come in, the platelets get activated, they release their mitochondria. Each platelet carries about 7 or 8 mitochondria, and I think they are basically a mitochondria storage machine. The platelets, one of their important roles is to have reserve mitochondria ready for a situation where there's an emergency. And so I would also have a corollary of this, that if you've been chronically exposed to glyphosate, you have much higher risk of dying from COVID than if you have not.
Yes, so what is the connection between glyphosate and the mutase modified glycerophosphating red blood cells, which occupy the oxygen sites for a very short transition time, and sends it, because red blood cells don't have mitochondria, so they use like glycolysis, and they also have a very specific enzyme that modifies the glycerol biphosphate, and that's a very similar chemical entity to glyphosate that renders red blood cells almost non-functional. And knowing this virus practically stealing membranes in the cells for the replication vesicles, which damage mitochondrial functions, I think eventually this could be a disaster based on the virus and the glyphosate working together on oxygen delivery and tissue oxygen consumption and ATP and metabolic water production. If the virus steals the mitochondrial membranes for the replication vesicles, I think after all, this respiratory collapse is just all these components or all these different legs and inflammation with this leukotriene and other very complicated signaling mechanisms. But it seems that leaving out these environmental factors like glyphosate, deuterium, because deuterium can also make glycerol heavier. It can also make glycolysis, exchanging water in red blood cells, because glycolysis, after all, is a proton kind of set of exchange reactions. And I think all these components that eventually explain the severity of this virus infection, or any virus infection, or any disease, they all relate somehow to the effect of glyphosate as the most common environmental food pollutant, and deuterium that comes in also with processed food, and also a virus infection when it comes to compromise the tissue mitochondrial functions and efficacy, that can cause very serious diseases, and those are actually in the current medical practice, or the current medical science is not able to handle these very complicated and very robust metabolic failures, after all, that cause these devastating disease outcomes. It's just, in my view, is they just all work together to compromise a very basic fundamental system, and that is carrying oxygen to tissues, produce metabolic water and ATP, and then return the carbon dioxide to the lungs and breathe them out as the exhaust pipe, I would say. But indeed, deuterium can interfere with protein structures, with enzyme activities. That is also true with these isomerase functions, enolase function during glycolysis. So these are all very interconnected and very powerful pathways to restore health or just to cause disease. Yes.
Another point I would make is the heme oxygenase, because the final thing that happens with runaway COVID is that you activate heme oxygenase, which takes heme and turns it into biliverdin, and then bilirubin is a very nice system for helping to maintain antioxidant protection, but also I think to maintain deuterium depleted water. And so heme oxygenase normally resolves inflammation. Once it's going, it's able to sort of fix the problem. But heme oxygenase binds heme at a site where there's a highly conserved glycine residue. And if there's a mutation in that glycine, they've shown experimentally that heme oxygenase becomes a rogue version of itself, and it releases ferrol iron, Fe+4, and it doesn't do its job. It doesn't convert heme into biliverdin. And the Fe+4 then really just sets on fire the entire problem with oxidative damage. It just makes the oxygen much more dangerous. So you get a runaway cascade in the blood, because the heme oxygenase is, if it's being contaminated by glyphosate, substituting for that glycine that needs to be there in order for it to bind heme, you will have a rogue version of heme oxygenase that works in the reverse direction from what's intended and makes the inflammation worse rather than better.
Anyone want to comment on the relative severity of COVID in the various age groups and how it might reflect upon your comments?
So maybe before going to your question, maybe I'd like to make some.
Okay.
If you allow me.
Excellent.
So concerning the COVID-19 issue, so there has been a very important study, two studies, last August and September, and in those two studies, the scientists looked for why some people have very severe disease compared to other having not severe disease. And they found that especially type 1 interferons were low in people having severe COVID disease. And type 1 interferons are normally produced by proper functioning of mitochondria. I think this can be very interesting concerning the function, maybe protective role of maybe deuterium depletion by protecting the mitochondrial function and increasing type 1 interferons, I think, concerning the COVID-19 issues. And the other part is, especially when we have damage, so one of the most effective strategy is to dilute the damage. So dilution. So, you know, there's a very famous historical experiment about aging. So when you exchange the blood of young animals with the older ones, so we are able to rejuvenate the old animals.
Yes.
And especially Tyler mentioned that there are also mitochondria, free mitochondria in our plasma, blood plasma. And in a recent study, it was shown that it not only parabiosis, but just 50% dilution of blood plasma with albumin only and physiologic saline also rejuvenated animals as parabiosis. Maybe in our bloods also, especially in the plasma part of blood, maybe free defective mitochondria or other unknown maybe macromolecules or others are needed to be diluted. So I wanted to contribute.
So
to share this.
Dr. Algun, let me just see if I understood you correctly. That with that a physiological saline solution and albumin infusion was equivalent to doing a partial blood exchange for the patient?
So, but you need to first remove the half of the plasma and then replace it with normal saline and albumin solution.
Yes.
Yeah, it will be equivalent, yes, to parabiosis. The news it was shown in mice. Not there's no human studies yet, but I think it's one of the important studies in the field of aging, and maybe
yes.
Yeah, Robert, it was very fascinating. Simply about half the blood with saline and albumin had as strong, and sometimes in some cases even stronger effects of rejuvenating the heart and the muscles and the brain than using the blood of the mice. So
who's the leader in these studies? It is fascinating.
Is that toxin based, or do you think it's like you know, cytokines from senescent cells? You know, what's the thing that's really driving down the vitality that's getting replaced with the saline albumin treatment?
Yeah, I think probably like senescent cells. You know, you have just very elevated proteins, for example, that are just get reduced, diluted, and so you're not going to have as much of those signaling, for example. You know, I don't know. I think it's like they say the dilution acts like this molecular reset button or something. Yeah, so I think
I like the idea of the senescent exudates, senescent cell exudates being something that you remove there, because there's got to be something that's a negative signaling that you're taking out of the equation now.
I think that's on its way to becoming a major anti-aging strategy in the future.
If I may go to the other spectrum of aging to I have a question here about early childhood development, because I've read things that said that deuterium is needed in early childhood development. I haven't been able to verify the source. I don't know if that's just anecdotal or not. I've also read something about where the question is that does the placenta filter out any deuterium for the newborn? So in terms of early childhood development, is there a reason to have deuterium in the system ever? Can we talk about that and get some insight?
Well, I guess I would say I'm wondering whether deuterium helps to produce structured water, gelled water, whether it actually enables maintenance of gelled water better than hydrogen. It's not something that I know. I mean, I don't know the physics behind it. It just kind of makes sense to me that the gel is trapping deuterium and therefore decreasing the deuterium level in the fluid water. I think that may be very, very important. And I think the sulfates in the membrane are very important for making the gelled water. So I have suspected, first of all, I've seen that glyphosate disrupts the whole sulfate system, and sulfate depletion in the heparin sulfate in the glycocalyx would cause a lowering of the amount of gelled water lining the blood vessels and also around the cells. And that would then necessarily, if the gel is trapping deuterium, then that would leave less deuterium in the fluid water in the blood, which would, of course, would be helpful for everything. So I've wondered whether the whole mechanism of that the metabolism is based on trapping deuterium in gel, both inside the cytoplasm of the cell as well as in the exterior and lining all the blood vessels, and whether the lack of sufficient sulfate is eroding that whole process and causing an inability for the body to separate out the deuterium into the gel and leave behind deuterium depleted water in the fluid water. It's an idea I have. It's
very interesting.
Half baked. I don't have, proof, but it makes a lot of sense to me, and it would make sense also with glyphosate disrupting deuterium through its disruption of sulfate.
It would be.
That'd be a good question for Jerry Pollock. At some point, I think we can ask him what he thinks.
So it's not depleting the whole body deuterium, but it's partitioning it so that the fluid phase is depleted and the gel phase is enriched. And then
in fact,
the sulfate is blocking that ability to partition.
The lack of sulfate, yeah, and of course, Gerald talks a lot about the protons being pushed out of the gel, and that creates a battery, and that's a source of energy. And it makes sense to me that the deuterons would stay behind because they bind more strongly to the materials that are inside the gel, and so they would be less likely to leave. So you're actually doing a natural production of protons, but not deuterons in that fluid water when that happens.
Yeah, so we do know that, and Robert, you as a physicist, you just know the viscosity of deuterium water is increased. So in gel formation, especially in nano confinements of cells, when there's a lot of surface water action, deuterium, in fact, would help gel formation simply because of its physical properties.
Yep.
And we know that from Dr. Owen's work and from some modeling that the dissociation constant of deuterium is about 1/3 of that. Actually, deuterium likes to stick with whatever chemical bond it has or whatever gel it is contributing to. And the surface the exclusion zone that Dr. Pollock described is practically a deuterium-free or deuterium-depleted bulk water where the deuterium is more prone to interact with the surface and form structures, gels, along those biological barriers, which can be membranes or any kind of structural protein components, but in fact, indeed, deuterium in babies probably has its own fate and its own metabolism, and because of their gut flora, because of their intestinal components, they metabolize. Their metabolism is very different from adults. They triple their body weight in the first year of their life, so. It is a very anabolic type of metabolism. Yes. The baby consumes certain nutrients, and most of them are coming in the form of breast milk. But and we know breast milk is very high in certain short chain fatty acids. It's high in milk fat and proteins, and it's also high in certain carbohydrates. So it serves all purposes of the baby's growth pattern, simply muscle and brain development. They don't really care about deuterium much, simply because they don't have the ability to divide. In early childhood, those muscle and nerve neurocyte type of tumor formation, oligodendrogliomas and certain type of sarcomas are very devastating as far as their progression and their aggressive growth is fitting into this metabolic diversity between babies and older adults. It does not mean that they require more deuterium, but requires what is necessary to understand is practically they have a different deuterium retaining or deuterium scavenging or deuterium fractionating or deuterium filtering gut flora, and their entire metabolism is set to, which we don't know all the details yet, but time will help us to understand these processes more. But as working with the UCLA Pediatrics Department, talking to some of the physicians who actually run lab tests, and they also treat babies with undeveloped lungs or underdeveloped lungs because they are stillbirth, because of stillbirth. That is practically a different metabolic scenario, and we were able to look at deuterium depleted water in some of the cultures, and there are robust effects of deuterium on, for example, lung cells, type 2 pneumocytes, and indeed they all benefit from deuterium depletion, yet where they need growth, their hormonal and microbiome structures and exchange from the plasma to the microbiome, and also the return of ketogenic or glucogenic substrates from the microbiome, they can regulate their own deuterium metabolism. So they don't need deuterium to eat, but they need deuterium to be retained in their system for specific tissue, specific growth patterns that already have adjusted their genomics material that they can actually sustain advanced or very rapid growth in mass. You can just practically just see them grow almost every day, but that's because of specific tissue related metabolic regulatory steps. And we start to understand these processes now a little bit better, but obviously this is going to follow, there's going to be research on this, but it's a very good question if babies need deuterium. They don't need extra deuterium. They can live on a ketogenic diet, but their metabolism is different, and their deuterium metabolism is now we actually pointing out in deuteronomics, there's a different set of kind of arguments and understanding deuterium per se, how it is important for tissue specific regeneration processes, how those deuterium retaining metabolic reactions would help to regenerate and grow tissues locally when the oxidative branch is compromising mitochondria and there's reverse carboxylation and more of an anabolic growth. And for that, we need to shut down the nanomotors for ATP synthesis and more anabolic reactions. And citrate can be the product of glutamate, for example. There's a lot of interacting and a lot of interactive pathways that serve the tissues, not only age-related, but also physiological needs as far as regulating deuterium. But it's a very good question, yeah.
Geez, Laszlo, you raised so many points. I think we need to have a second roundtable discussion tomorrow. The idea about intracellular deuterium, it doesn't seem like it should be difficult to explore that. Does anyone want to comment on perhaps analytical methods for evaluating the difference between extracellular and intracellular deuterium levels? I mean, hasn't anyone done that one yet?
MRI is invented for that purpose.
And
Petra, you want to say a few words?
Oh, you're muted, Petra.
You're muted, Petra.
Let you do it, please, Dr. Boris. You know much more about it, but we know that one deuterium will change the spin of 100 atoms of hydrogens around it. So based on that technology, we can see.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you looked at the study of Yale University, they actually try to label tissues with deuterium labeled glucose or deuterium labeled acetate, and what they learned is they actually lost the tracer because of cellular depletion processes. So you cannot use deuterium to label. It's a big disaster. They are Yale radiologists, and they actually lost in the first round. They lost 40% of deuterium from their glucose, and they were trying to use this as called deuterium metabolic imaging, or DMI, and we've been in exchange of information with them regarding their technique. But actually you cannot use substrates, deuterium substrate, to label tissues, simply because if your body is functioning and mitochondrial activities are detectable, then you're going to lose that deuterium tracer. So your glucose, by the time it gets into acetate or gets into glutamate, it will not contain much deuterium, simply because glycolysis would practically deplete your substrates that enter mitochondria. So mitochondria is more like surrounded with an array of biochemical protective mechanisms. You cannot really label very efficiently with deuterium at the tissue level, and for that purpose, the best technology is practically MRI, which especially a low magnetic field, 1.5 Tesla, where we can actually see the kinetic isotope effects, or the isotope effects in this lattice spin and spin lattice relaxation times. And the T1 sequence of 1.5 Tesla, you can literally use this technology as a deuterium measuring device of tissues and cellular level. And we have been using this as a diagnostic tool to see how much deuterium a patient has. And interestingly, you can always use these approaches for a whole body scan, and also to point out tissue specific differences. And the way we do this is that we look at the subcutaneous fat tissue, which is the lowest in deuterium. So in a T1 sequence, it would actually show a bright, and we compare luminescence of the fat, or the patient can just take in a dummy deuterium, just a dummy water bottle with known deuterium content, and we can use this as a contrast diagnostic tool for deuterium tissue-specific deuterium levels. And this is something that we should explore besides measuring deuterium from urine, saliva, and breath, to look at MRI images for deuteronomics purposes, because I think that's the most revealing and the most influential field that we can actually have or assist radiologists for diagnosing certain diseases.
So
Victor,
Robert, another interesting thing about that, you remember I sent an email because I decided to count the protons that were lost during glycolysis from glucose. So just as Dr. Boros talked about, all the deuterium would essentially be lost. And of course, glucose has the formula C6H12O6, so only 12 hydrogens. But with all the isomerization reactions and, the main 8, 9, 10 reactions of glycolysis, depending on how you're counting, you can lose up to 17 protons, because a proton is taken off, and then it's going to receive another proton from the solvent, for example. So there's 17 times where the protons are going to be lost, and there's only 12 glucose molecules. So that by the time it goes to pyruvate to enter the TCA cycle, pretty much all the deuterium should have been gone. Plus, let's not forget the other part that I had mentioned in the email is very interesting with carbohydrates that often lactate. When you take the carbohydrates, those go into the body and then it's metabolized by the red blood cells. As Dr. Burrows mentioned earlier, the red blood cells don't have any mitochondria, so all it goes through glycolysis, forms lactate. So all the deuterium is lost, And then that lactate goes to the Cori cycle to the liver, where it can go form glycogen. And so now the glycogen that's actually made is essentially deuterium depleted as well. And then it goes through glycolysis again before it goes to the mitochondria. So again, really demonstrating, trying to radio label tissues with glucose, deuterated glucose, for example, just seems to be an impossible, try.
And it is impossible. The year radiologists just learned that. Yes.
So what is the level of what is the deuterated, the non-deuterated water, DDW, inside the matrix of the mitochondria compared to the cellular fluid and extracellular fluid? Because what I've read and heard in the past number of years is that the water inside the mitochondria and the nanoconfinements is 60 to 70% reduced in deuterium. Is that accurate?
I think it's more. Based on the model of Dr. Olgan, perfectly fitting models, because of the dissociation constant of protium and deuterium, those explain those gradual, you go from plasma to interfacial to interstitial tissues, then cytoplasmic water, then mitochondrial water, and you drop in deuterium simply because there are barriers and there are fractionating and there are also biochemical reactions that actually exchange any molecule's hydrogen with water's hydrogen. And if your water is deuterium depleted in the cytoplasm, then you check. It's pretty much almost like our biochemistry is like looking at the Trojan horse and opening up every glucose molecule and exchanging every possible proton to metabolic waters, low deuterium proton cloud, simply because you don't want the mitochondria to get damaged. So the most delicate system in your mitochondria, the nanomotors, they have to be protected from deuterium vigorously, meaning that because that's not a joke to encounter. And if you look at fatty acids, they don't have the type of metabolism as glycolysis is. Fatty acids, if you eat fatty acids and it's not the low deuterium natural fatty acid, but some industrial, product that has high deuterium, that can damage mitochondria simply because you don't have fatty acids just need carnitine and get into the mitochondria. They don't go through processes like glycolysis where every proton is checked several times or replaced or exchanged. So it is just a fascinating depleting system. Lactate can also be shipped to the gut and propionic acid returned after the gut bacteria. These are long distance runners, marathon runners, who actually, instead of using the Cori cycle, they use the gut cycle. They ship or exchange lactic acid with bile content, and the bacteria return propionic acid. They studied this with 13-syllable lactic acid. So everything goes to a kind of a deuterium controlling or deuterium exchanging scenario in collaboration with bacteria. And the bacteria, because of their ATP dependent proton pumps, or yeast, better to say, they actually retain deuterium for their own growth, and they can filter practically deuterium very efficiently and release hydrogen gas in the gut, which can penetrate again through tissues and be the source of protons in mitochondria. So, and Dr. Seneff, probably because of glyphosate and the bacteria interactions and being an antibiotics, it's a devastating blow to the lactate gut and propionic acid cycles that happen in the gut. So practically this whole biochemistry architecture that we look at is a deuterium filtering. It's not even fractionation. In physics, you boil water and you fractionate deuterium. Biology cannot wait that long. Biological systems, they have to filter deuterium. They have to have nanomotors that actually filter out deuterium from protons and modify physiology and biochemistry and phenotype that way. It's a very crucial, complex, yet simple to follow or trace process through step-by-step enzymatic steps. And based on what water is available for these exchange reactions, for example, in isomerases or enolase, you can actually deplete deuterium very efficiently, and you can lose all your tracers. And just because of this ability to select out protons and select out deuterons in bacteria and in mitochondria, to be able to use a very low deuterium environment, simply because all your biochemistry, if it's working properly, I think you shouldn't have any deuterium in your mitochondria. Besides of the dissociation factors that Dr. Algren described. So anywhere between and among these numbers could be the mitochondrial matrix water, yet it is at least a 80 to 60 ppm water pool or confinement, just looking at dissociation patterns and because of the physical properties of deuterium. But again, there's biochemistry that enhances that. And in biology, you only have problems when you exceed these biochemical pathways to filter out deuterium, or you have glyphosate, which actually destroys some of the bacteria and some of the enzymatic mechanisms that are related to this entire deuterium depletion of deuterium processes to control deuterium or phenotype related issues. But yes, indeed, I think mitochondria work without deuterium. Once deuterium gets in, then mitochondria needs to have some repair processes going on. Ubiquitinated proteins will be degraded and nanomotors will be replaced. If that's a scenario, we don't know exactly how nanomotors are replaced, but we do know that their ability to operate in a deuterium free environment is the optimal just for the matrix. Obviously, other parts require or may require some deuterium, especially for growth and proliferation. But the mitochondria, I think, is a very secluded area and a very confined area as far as deuterium access to those delicate nanomotors.
You know, we have to also think about this because in the mitochondria, and Dr. Burrows, your paper earlier on the pentose phosphate pathway and using mitochondrial substrates, is very fascinating because all those substrates are going to be deuterium depleted. So the substrates and the molecules, the TCA intermediates inside the mitochondria, all of these should be deuterium depleted. But when it comes to the nanomotors, we have to consider that those protons are coming from the inner membrane space. And like I said earlier, the inner membrane space is permeable to the cytosol because the outer mitochondrial membrane is also very permeable. So even though glycolysis removes essentially all the deuterium before pyruvate enters in, when it comes to the deuterium that is going to, when it comes to the protons that'll enter through complex 4, through ATP synthase, through those nanomotors, those protons are not necessarily deuterium depleted compared to or relative to the mitochondrial matrix. Of course, you're pumping protons at complex 1, not 2, and 3, and 4. So you're going to have a higher amount of deuterium depletion, but it's not going to be probably the percentage of deuterium would be like this. Cytosol would be the highest, and then the intermembrane space would be the second level because they're permeable, right? And then inside the matrix itself is where you're going to have the lowest concentration. In fact, maybe deuterium free, you know, of deuterium, except for fatty acids, of course.
Yeah, because and it's a good point, because if you have inner membrane space populated with deuterium, they still cannot make it into the matrix to the nanomotors.
Right.
They may be able to make it through uncoupling proteins. I'm not sure how they function as far as getting out deuterium. It seems now that deuterium won't pass through the uncoupling proton tunnels either. So neither. So it's, and obviously protons or hydrogen can pass through membranes and barriers. There's no question they can penetrate the mitochondrial membranes, but not until they get to the nanomotors, because nanomotors will not be able, because it's a very packed, it's a very high proton ratio compared to the matrix and to the cytosol. So practically it's a very competitive proton consuming environment for to power those nanomotors. Those are the most abundant proteins in mitochondria, some staggering numbers. So practically the matrix, I think, is deuterium free. As you move out from the matrix, you can see increasing, you know, abundance of deuterium. But I think biochemistry and the set of reactions that we know as biochemical reactions, those are all there to check on protons, deuterons, and replace them with matrix water or metabolic water that we produce in our body. And anything that interferes with this system, oxygen delivery, glyphosate, toxins, deuterated fatty acid from some industrial source, you know, organic acid, organic solvent extracted, soybean products, or what you name it, those are all devastating because of their deuterium content to the mitochondria, because fatty acids, they can actually ride into the mitochondria using transporters, fatty acid transporters, without checking them. And I think biology develops simply because fat in nature is always depleted or deuterium depleted, because fat can only be synthesized from citric acid through the citric acid shuttle, which has to have mitochondrial water attached to it in the dark cycle of photosynthesis. So fat is always, nature takes fat is deuterium depleted, and the water that is produced from it is deuterium depleted water. So mitochondria don't need to be protected from fat until humans came up with industrial saturation and various fat processing and feeding animals with the wrong nutrients and with supplements that are really not appropriate for animal or human consumption. So we are eating sick animals with high deuterium because of their diets, and that backfires when it comes to human health.
Does anyone know if GMO foods have ever been examined for any difference in their deuterium content?
Oh yeah, you want to know the corn chip, the chip, what is that? What was that we measured? It was the corn chip.
The what? Excuse me?
Corn chip. The corn chip.
The corn chip? Okay.
Corn chip, the one that you buy in the bag.
Okay.
It has 107 ppm.
No, I don't buy it, but go ahead.
Yeah, it's 157 ppm. It's actually higher than you can actually get from like the highest water source.
Wow.
So it's actually above the Vienna standard.
Oh, that's great to know.
Yeah, and coconut water, processed coconut water, which they kind of make it like better for human consumption. That also has 158 ppm.
Wow.
So those are high in deuterium.
Oh my. May I ask if if we maintain the body fluids of research animals at a high deuterium level intentionally, whatever, say 20%, does anyone have any research experience? What happens first? What it seems that would give us great insight into the workings and biochemistry of deuterium.
So we used to label fatty acid synthase or fatty acid synthesis in animals using deuterium heavy water.
Mm-hmm.
And the highest concentration that we could inject was 10%
Mm-hmm.
deuterium loaded or heavy water, simply because the animals could not stand up because of their limbic system, because of their, because it messes up your circulatory, in your inner ears. There's this there's these I don't know how you call it in English, that's the cochlea, and
yes,
there's an organ that positions your, say, help me a little bit.
Yep, you're right.
So in your inner ear, there is this water moving system that moves one direction, one side of the membrane, and the other direction in the other side of the membrane. Practically, that's how you kind of feel the
balance,
and the position and the movement of your head. And the animals cannot stand up simply because this system is not responsive.
Wow.
And it takes 2-3 days for them to kind of recover from there, and then they can adapt to heavy water. And
did you say they can adapt or they cannot?
They can. Well, they regain some functions, and I've seen rats practically not being able to tolerate more than 10%. We were actually loading them up with deuterium loaded water because we wanted to study their fatty acid metabolism, and then they were drinking 4% deuterium labeled water. We published on this. But we stopped these experiments because deuterium also inhibits these metabolic rates because of the deuterium isotope effect. So it's really not a good tracer, and it's not a very efficient tracer because it gets lost because of these biochemical scenarios, but it's actually very damaging to consume on an accurate basis, to consume a certain amount of heavy water, because it starts with your limbic system or this cochlea system that is in your inner ear. It messes up your hearing, your balance, and your gait functions. And after all, it takes some other, in a chronic fashion, you go through a isotopic shock practically. You can cause isotopic shock both by reducing or increasing deuterium below or above a certain certain level. But yeah, indeed, deuterium it goes both ways. It can be when it comes to depleting deuterium, it may affect your physiology and biochemistry and enzyme kinetics the same way as, well, opposite way, but simply our system is very sensitive to deuterium levels, more like a set point type of relation like we have for temperature and so on.
So if you
if we measure deuterium levels, then go ahead.
If you deuterium deplete too quickly, is it possible you'll throw off some reactions will speed up too fast relative to other ones, and you'll go through disequilibrium?
Petra?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
If we deuterium deplete too quickly, is there a chance that we'll go into a disequilibrium by speeding up some reactions much faster than others?
There's some that have taken too steep of a drop right away. It has an adverse effect, for sure. Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, so for sure. And there's been two individuals that I know personally that have some sense of a detox. Somebody dropped really low that had a severe setback in the capabilities of exercise. Normals that he would normally achieve couldn't do that anymore. So yeah, there is definitely a good reason to be there.
Okay. Is there an ideal level, or is that something that we still have yet to find? You know, that when you start measuring saliva, you know, I tested myself in the low 80s and all the way up to 110, 120. So is there an ideal that people should shoot for, where you get the best homeostasis effect?
Well, I like it to be under 130 for sure. Dr. Boris, what would you like to offer?
Sorry, Petra, you said under 100?
130 for
under 130. Under 130.
Yeah, for breath levels. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm in ketosis, eating mostly natural fat, and my beta hydroxybutyrate is anywhere from 0.8 and 1.4. We measured it a few times, and I drink 105 ppm water if I drink, but I don't drink that much water. Maybe there are days that I don't drink at all, but I can feel it. If you go too fast, too deep, and too low, then you're gonna have a number of tingling and various subjective kind of feelings of the. Obviously, you feel that your body function is different from like previous diets and previous like deuterium consuming protocols. And I think after our performance and durability and being able to focus, being able to communicate, those are all very much deuterium related. Sleep patterns are deuterium related matters. You wake up every morning in ketosis. You are born in ketosis, so practically that's our normal metabolic phenotype, and that's a depleting phenotype if you consume the appropriate natural fat or ketogenic diet, if you will. But yes, you can actually feel and play with this very easily. And I have known people who started depleting very quick, but they felt that it may be just more of a gradual process that is beneficial. So I think it's more like a set point, like our temperature control. we like to have it somewhere between 110 and 120 as far as water consumption. And I think as long as in your breath you have somewhere or below 125, you're good to go, simply because your mitochondria are deuterium free. Your intermembrane space may have some deuterium, and your body is able to regulate deuterium metabolism based on specific phenotypic needs of your tissues, and there are some regeneration, sometimes tissue regeneration and longevity. These are all factors, but indeed, yes, you have to be careful how fast you deplete. Yes.
Robert, I wanted to add also just to one of your earlier questions, just in terms of too much deuterium. I remember some of the older studies where they increased deuterium levels, 20, 50% to these animals. And they reported the cause of death often was similar to like acute radiation syndrome or chemotherapy type things. It really prevented this normal cell division. When you look at like the mitotic spindles, all of these are extremely sensitive to protons, deuterons, and so there's something probably going on in this also. And then it just, from an evolutionary standpoint, we have to consider, that deuterium has always been there, it's always been present, and so we have essentially evolved, so to speak, to have an optimal level of deuterium. Having deuterium in our DNA, for example, can form stronger bonds. You're going to make it so that you don't get as much DNA damage. There are even pharmaceuticals that use deuterated drugs type things in like the cell membrane, because that's going to cause less oxidative stress, because the deuterium is stronger, so it's not going to be damaged as much, not going to have as much radical propagation. You have deuterium, it's going to slow down cell division, maybe looking at like anti-aging type things. So I would say there are benefits to deuterium up to a certain level, and then there's an optimal level, and then it starts becoming toxic again. And so what that range is, of course, I'm not sure, but it sounds like from what Dr. Burrows said and Petra and others, right? Probably around, that I don't know, 180 maybe at the lowest, to 120 ppm or so.
Well, I think Victor told us or found out that when we go to Mars, we're going to be finding water that's, and correct me if I'm wrong, 2 to 3 times the level of deuterium we have here, and that should definitely be an interesting experiment.
It'll slow us down quite a bit. Tyler, to your point about DNA, I did want to put a question out there that I don't know if we have an answer, but it's certainly a question. So if we assume we have about, according to Dr. Olgun's calculations, we have about 2 grams of deuterium in the body. So we have 3 billion base pairs of DNA. That means that there's 10 million deuterium atoms in our genome. So basically 1 deuterium atom per 300 base pairs. So at what point does it become a problem for create errors in transcription and everything downstream of that? This is a question that I've been thinking, since I saw, okay, 1 deuterium per 300 base pairs, does that distort the shape of DNA enough to cause these errors in transcription? And at what point does it do that? So if anybody can comment on that.
I just had a couple thoughts on that, because I remember, again, from Dr. Borro's paper on the TCA cycle, the intermediates, and some of the substrates from the pentose phosphate pathway. So those nucleotides are likely going to have a lower level of deuterium than the typical, ratio of deuterium that's normally in foods and things. So that level should probably be lower. I think that I calculate, if we look at just the deuterium atoms with that specific ratio, I calculated closer that the body's going to have about 1.1 grams of deuterium, or about 5.5 grams of water. We could check that calculation again, but I think that, like, just going back to what I said earlier, if we're going to have too much deuterium, then that's going to be very problematic. And if you look at DNA polymerase, for example, you've got to open up the DNA to do gene expression, and if you have deuterium, too much of it, that's going to be problematic, have epigenetic effects and so on. And then if you don't have enough, then you're going to open it up too easily. It's going to cause methylation problems. It's going to cause more oxidative damage. So there's got to be an optimal level. But to your question, what is that for DNA specifically? I don't know.
I'd like to ask a question of the group. This is something I just ran across a couple of weeks ago, and it said, I'm kind of paraphrasing, studies have proposed that mitochondria are the primary sites of melatonin synthesis. Is this common knowledge that I overlooked?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe.
Would you look into that for me, Chris?
I'm chasing it down, Robert.
Thank you. I mean, that's a very big deal now that we are learning more about melatonin and its wonderful benefits for all things.
So we're over 2 hours. I really want to be respectful of everybody's time, but this is so fascinating. I'm learning so much and really enjoy having everybody together on
truly
one Zoom call to share these ideas. So maybe we could have some 1 or 2 closing questions on this. And I do want to start with one simple thing, is if you look at the timeline of this, things are going quite slow. Abdullah wrote his paper in 2007. Laszlo has been doing this for 10 plus years. Anton has been making and researching deuterium depleted water for 20 plus years, so if not longer. So the question is to get this kind of out there, to move a little faster as it becomes more accepted and more researched in science and medicine. What can a young scientist that's coming out of the PhD program or becoming a new doctor, what can somebody right now do to advance the science of deuteronomics that will help it to get to where we'd like to see it 5-10 years from now?
They would have to ask the right questions, and that's where you would start. Currently, we're actually in discussions with young researcher at the Vrije Universiteit in Amsterdam who has completed the proposal and submitted it for a million euro study that will look at the effects of incorporating deuteronomics in the prevention of the development of dementia. And so that's where this has to move towards. Governments have to see good reason to fund this type of research to cut costs of the healthcare system that's out of control. That's where I see it. Yeah.
Very good. I have a question. Does anyone care to comment on the fact, will deuterium depletion become a stumbling block in the area of sports performance?
Question.
I think ketogenic diet is now a mainstream nutritional guide for sportsmen, and they actually, because of their physical activities, they are in ketosis and they deplete regardless of like how they approach it, simply because of the energy consumption and the amount of carbohydrates they burn.
Yes.
Very quickly. It's called exercise ketosis. And I think after all, we can pursue this in sports medicine simply because the deuterium depletion helps the nanomotor functions. And I think Gabor Somja, he published papers on this. It will take its course. There are more and more people and more grant and funding agencies are opening up their possibilities. We are communicating in Europe at the Vrije University with laboratories, and we are actually working on various projects that will actually provide more data, raw data on deuterium. The problem is we don't really know what the deuterium content is of certain foods, so we don't know how to guide people currently, because this is not other than the deuterium depleted water, which you have the exact ppm value, or how what to expect from that water, especially when you combine it with a natural ketogenic diet. Those have major therapeutic benefits. And again, as UCLA is opened now for deuteronomics, so is the Vrije University, at least the people we work with. You have contributed in a very substantial way. I just kind of, just figured that, it takes about 100 years to get from the ground somewhere, and I think we are just around that time now. So I think because of the editorial work, because of the reviewer, because of the common knowledge and the knowledge base that we are building, I think more and more people will be attracted to the field. More and more people will be more like addicted to deuterium depletion, because this is how it is. Once you learn how to handle the topic, then you get almost like fascinated, just like I became fascinated with it after reading Dr. Algun's paper, Gabor Shomer's paper, working with you guys, these very important talks. So I think, it's coming. We just have to do our part. I'm a scientist. I'm not a salesperson. You guys know a lot more about sales, but I can interpret, or we can together, we can make interpretations as far as how deuterium depletion, using what value or what kind of approach, we can make this as a, we have a field that deals with this very fundamental problem of biology, how to discriminate against or how to filter out deuterium to support, sustain life and younghood or youngness. It's or just stay young, for that matter. And before I close my sentence, I just want to the semiconducting canals in the inner ear. That's what I was talking about, where the liquid is moving, and that's where deuterium kind of interferes with our inner ear positioning system. I just wanted to add this, but anyhow, I think we are gonna get somewhere very soon. It just depends, well, how soon, it's the question, but it's there, it's coming. I know it's a mainstream in some laboratories and thinking and designing programs, and deuteronomics never let me down. I don't know about you guys, but every time when we found a good interpretation of deuterium and protium chemistry, then we could actually explain the phenotype, or we could actually just contribute to medical science in a very substantial way.
Very good.
May I make a comment, Robert? So maybe, people say that seeing is believing, especially Dr. Burrows mentioned the MRI techniques. High Tesla MRI techniques are going to be very important, I think, in the future, because if we use those techniques more frequently, we will be able to see how deuterium maybe accumulates in our body by the passage of time. Maybe especially some sites in our brain, some regions in our brain are more vulnerable to the accumulation of deuterium, maybe, and those kind of studies that show visually how deuterium can accumulate or contribute to some pathologies, maybe will convince more people, more scientists to be interested in this field, I think.
Excellent. Does anybody want to make any closing statements or questions?
But those were pretty good.
I think this is a really good forum.
I gotta say that probably the most interesting thing is not just pushing deuterium down by constantly drinking this, but I've been thinking, what is it that falls apart when mitochondria go down, or more sort of globally to us when our adrenals go down, and it's that compartmentalization, that ability to move deuterium into places where we can use it and out of the places where we don't want it. And so it's not just as simple as just depleting your global level, but keeping those dynamics of your compartmentalization going, which means healthy membranes, it means healthy diet. You're talking about the ketosis a lot, that's AMPK activation, and that brings in sirtuins, and that brings in NAD. And so, it comes back to a very holistic approach that, supporting the body's ability to compartmentalize, as well as bringing the aggregate level down a little bit.
One of the things I think I can say is that has surprised me the most as a member of the more commercial aspect of deuterium depletion is that and it's gone completely unexplored and unmonitored. It just sits there. Are the testimonials and comments from customers. I mean, no one flaunts this. No, everybody kind of keeps it hidden in a way, but it is one of the most amazing things I have observed about deuterium depletion. That there is no category of health habits that elicits the kinds of response we see from people who are engaging in deuterium depletion in a very unofficial way, I might add.
Great. Anybody else?
So, Robert, would it be possible that you share the people's experiences when they start deuterium depleted water consumption, maybe, or Victor? So, do you have a collection of feedbacks from customers?
Well, what I find fascinating is how the difference in time that somebody gets benefit. Some people actually, and I would say older people, tend to feel it almost right away, which tells me that even with a delta of 1 to 3% reduction, they clearly say there's some benefit. And other people, it takes going down to 16 to 20% reduction in deuterium before they see a noticeable benefit. But we're seeing everything across the board. I mean, the science certainly has not let us down.
And I'm particularly fascinated by the behavioral aspect of deuterium depletion, which we didn't even count on. Things like the reduction of depression or feel better outlook of life and so on are hallmarks of deuterium depletion. And that is, I haven't seen much in the way of studies on this, but we're definitely seeing it from the customer response area.
Well, to your point on depression, I encourage everyone to read, if they haven't, Anton's paper that he did. Was
yes,
he did a correlation between depression and deuterium levels in tap water around the United States, and came up with some interesting, probably statistically significant findings on that. So it's a pretty extensive paper. I would encourage everyone to have a look at it, because I've noticed myself just personally through depletion that the mental health benefits and the cognitive improvement that happens is I can't quantify it, but I certainly feel it.
And that's the Oxford paper?
That's
Victor, did you answer?
Anton did, yeah. That's his
Oh, I see.
paper.
Okay.
Yeah. So, hey, thanks everybody for being here. This was better than expected. And
really, thank you.
I think we created more questions than we had time to answer, and certainly things to think about for the future. Like just real briefly, Laszlo, you were talking about the inner ear phenomenon with deuterium, and then that made me think of the study that Anton did. He did quite a number of extensive study with mice and seeing their response to stress, and also physical activity, and many different markers of physical and mental stress, and the difference that happened when that group of mice was deuterium depleted versus ones that had regular deuterium and excessive deuterium. So that's something that we're not going to have a chance to touch on today, but I mean it's just so many topics and questions around this. So I really appreciate everybody being here today and participating in this.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Especially our faraway visitors.
Yeah, all the way from Moscow to Hawaii. And
exactly. I mean, this is a legend.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Приятно познакомиться. Спасибо.
Спасибо. Thank you.
Спасибо.
Пожалуйста.
До свидания.
Wake up, the gig's up, taking the rising sun. This time the darkness is set to run, 'cause I think the sky looks amazing. I sold my car, yeah, I'm leaving this town. I don't